X's in the right corner.
Why do you collect all there?
Cornell, you have recently returned from the Kurg unit. In theory, you were there to do a little bit of courier work for Nocturne, deliver some messages, see some family, but more than anything, you just needed some alone time to sort out your feelings about one underage young mage. You came to the conclusion that you're just going to do you and be happy with what life throws at you, and not get smitten by a girl who will probably get you arrested.
That makes a lot of sense.
You told yourself you can work with her. You're not sure yet how that's going to work out, but you feel like you've gotten past her, and finding some willing young Caspian and Olga girls, you were able to do your best to blot out her more.
You know, there's nothing like help you forget the last one and like the next one.
Absolutely. That's a whole bunch of vodka.
No, I think we left it on friendly enough terms that it shouldn't be a problem working together. We probably know each other better than we should at this point, but we can work together.
Yeah, you have convinced yourself that you are past all that, and that it's not going to be a problem. It's hard to tell, but that's what you're telling yourself. You returned to MacRichter. Angelica was very happy to have you back. Everyone is out of the castle at the moment. The trainees are out on a training assignment. You've got one team that's out of the country, another one that is out theoretically on some kind of holiday, so that when you come back, you and the castle staff are the only ones on duty. Angelica is very happy to have you back. You are there one afternoon when Angelica sends for you. She tells you to meet her in the mess hall. And as you emerge from the tower, you see that the entire bailey is filled with a Bladeship. It is not hooked up to the gantry tower. It's actually sitting on the cobblestones. It's wheeled. It has two front wheels and a rear wheel. It's smaller than your standard size Bladeship, and it looks beat to hell, and if possible, even homemade. It looks like it's slapped together with pieces and parts from everywhere that could be found.
Are there any markings or flag insignias or anything on it to determine country origin or?
Yeah, what you do see, it's got a port passenger hatch that is open. The thing is sand scoured, battered. The bag above is patched. You see things are held on with wire, and about the only thing that's not beat up and damaged on this is the name of the ship painted on the side that says Rose of Belfast with a bullet-riddled shamrock, four-leaf clover. You see that the bullet holes are also painted on it.
I assume this is the first time I've seen a Bladeship parked in the courtyard.
Yeah, you've seen them hooked up to the gantry, floating above. You've never seen one descend into the courtyard before. You've heard that there's some airships out there that actually do field landings, but you've never seen one. You've never seen one that's as small as this one is, and you've certainly never seen one that is as thrash as this one used to be.
Is there any personnel about?
You stick your head inside the hatch.
Yeah, it's on the way to the mess hall.
So you stick your head in the side hatch. First thing you notice is that somebody lives in this thing. There is a hammock. There's dirty laundry. There's buckets of tools. A lot of things are covered in like greasy palm prints. Um, there are supplies. Looks like there's spare blue gas tanks held against the bulkhead with netting. Dirty plates sitting on a table. If you look forward, there's an entry to the cockpit, and if you look aft, there's an opening that looks like it may open into a small galley ahead, rear cargo area. This thing certainly gets a lot of use. The other thing that you notice is that there are weapons everywhere. There is a pump shotgun in racks above the cockpit doorway. There's another one directly over your head. From here on the ground, you can see under one of the tables, looks like there's a pistol in a leather holster that's up underneath the table. And the odor in here is, well, you've been around Bjorn when he doesn't shower. I mean, it's pretty comparable to that. It also reeks of old cigars that perhaps are not highest quality. And there's a faint odor of whiskey permeating everything. You don't know if this was a passenger craft at some point or if it was just patched together from the ground up, but you don't remember having seen something that's quite this used.
All right. I'm just going to poke my head into the cockpit just out of curiosity. I'm not really good around. I just kind of want to get a feel for how patched together this craft is.
So as you stick your head in the cockpit, you see another couple of things. There is a submachine gun in brackets directly above the pilot seat. There is a big old revolver horse pistol in a holster on the right side of the pilot seat. There are heavy ropes, almost like ship ropes, that if you do the math, they look like they're anchored to either side of the cockpit. The cockpit has two chairs and two steering wheels. And the ropes have a hoop at the end, and it almost looks like if they were stretched out, they could hook onto a wheel and hold it in a given position. It's the most half-assed autopilot you've ever seen. None of the gauges match. None of the throttles, handles match. You're not sure how airworthy it is. There are pinups, calendar pinups cut off, calendars pasted throughout the cockpit. And there's an ashtray that looks like it was specifically mounted underneath the front console. It's got cigar butts sticking out of it. The co-pilot seat has a backpack in it with a couple of bottles of liquor sticking out of a battered lead backpack. You've met a few pilots in your time, and this just reeks of freelancer.
Okay. I have a lay of the land, and I like what I'm about to talk the best about is this shit show.
You've never seen it before. As you turn around from the cockpit, you can see down the length of the interior of the gondola. Past the galley head area, in the very back is another cargo area. You see back there, bungeed against the wall, is a monocycle with the race number 99 stamped on the side of it. It looks like it's got a fair amount of stuffed up road rush on it. You see hung in brackets on the back wall is a threadball heavy machine gun with a steel mount dangling underneath it. It's already loaded with a belt of heavy ammunition. And everywhere you see the kind of stickers you see when people used to travel and put the stickers on trunks of ports of call. They're stuck to bulkheads. There's postcards shoved everywhere. There's little black and white photos of the same man in every one of the photos in different locations. You see the pyramids, the Sphinx. You see what looks like some kind of Japanese pagoda tower. You see one where he's in a fur coat and there are penguins walking by.
I do want to put one of those photos down and just get one that has maybe a little more close up, less scenery,
Yep.
and just get a visual of this guy.
So this guy looks like he's probably about your same build. He's very muscular. He's got a full beard and mustache. The mustache is a handlebar twisted up. He seems perpetually greasy. And in many of the photos, the only clean spot is what was left around his welding goggles. You see that he seems to have quite a few tattoos. He's bandaged in different places in almost every photo. Frequently, he's got a black eye. One photo, he's got a broken nose. One photo, he's got two black eyes. One in a sling. He's got a horrible crease on his forehead. Looks like somebody laid a pipe into him. But he's always grinning, and he's always smoking a cigar.
I'm gonna pin that photo back up, and and maybe I've invaded this maniac's space off, and I'm gonna back out of the airship.
Back out of the airship, a couple of the security guards walk by and kind of give you an nod as they pass. Can't help but eyeball this piece of shit sitting in the Bailey.
I'll return the nod and sort my way around this keep towards the mess hall. See what this is all about.
You make your way down into the mess hall, where Isaac and Angelica are sitting across a table from the man that you saw in the photographs. Everyone has a pint of beer. You saw the cigar smoke immediately. Angelica and Isaac are turned out as they usually are. This guy is in a thermal undershirt with the sleeves cut off, suspenders. He's got welding goggles up on his head. At his hip has a Windsor marked Mauser machine pistol and a holster. Looks like he's got a couple of knives strapped to him in different places. And he's got his boots up on the table while he smokes and drinks beer. He looks over his shoulder at you as you come in. Lady Beth gestures for you to come and sit.
A table or a booth?
They're one of the big mess tables.
Yeah, I'll go ahead and take a seat at the table.
She says, so glad that you could make some time for us, Cornell. Cornell, this is Denny McCord. Danny is a contractor. You'll get to know each other fairly well. He reaches over and pulls off one of his leather gloves, gives you a big manly handshake.
I'll match whatever force he's putting in there.
It doesn't seem like he's trying to do the bull handshake.
Okay.
He's got a naturally firm grip, and he says,
I'll be firm.
Yeah. Guard.
Cornell Weiss. Nice to meet you.
Cornell. Never knew a Cornell. There's some Collins and some Connells, never a Cornell.
First time for everything.
Can I buy you a beer?
You sure can.
Angelica rolls her eyes. You see a woman come out of the back that you've met Bjorn's sister, I'm sure.
We've crossed paths a time or two.
Yeah, she comes out eating with her decolletage as always. Takes the beer order and comes back out. She's rather fond of Cornell.
Yes. I was going to say, does Bjorn know just how well she knows him?
Yeah, Bjorn doesn't know how fond she is of Cornell. And although the word love has never really entered into it, Cornell has had some really gentlemanly thoughts about Agatha. But, she likes to flirt, and she makes a big show of running a hand across your shoulders as she delivers your beer to you. It's the first time you've seen her since you've been back to the castle. She's all aglow, breathy, happy that you're back from the cave. Anything, anything you need.
Like she kind of, I give a little wink.
She sways back into the kitchen, giving you a little extra sachet. She goes. Angelica just shakes her head and drinks her beer. Danny looks back at Angelica and says, "You go on, Angie." Angelica just kind of raises an eyebrow and looks at Cornell and says, "There'll be none of that, Cornell."
She walked that away.
She says, "Cornell, I have sent for Blanca's team and Annie. They're in Magnetia, and I've sent for them to come home immediately. You are needed on a mission that is extremely high priority. Mr. McCord has done a great deal of work for us over the years, and he will be providing transport for you." Danny says, "I didn't know they were in Magnetia. What are they doing in the deer?" Angelica says they're there on some kind of holiday. And, he starts rattling off. "Have they been here? Have they been there? Did they go see this? Did they go see that?" She says, "I have no idea. You'll have to ask them when they get here." She says, "Bjorn, I want you to go along on this mission. I don't know
Bjorn?
this is going to end up, but I will give you the same briefing that they'll get when they get here. There is a Clovian research age for Echelon who has allegedly defected, and he is hiding out on a farm above Zermatt at the foot of the Matterhorn. He sent a message that he's seeking a son. Echelon may already know his hiding place, and we are expecting them to be en route. Tensions are high. His exact location is unknown. All we have is a farm with a blue barn. At the same time, I'm not insensitive to the fact that this could also be a trap that Echelon is laying to ambush Knockrichter agents. We have never had one of their mages, much less an Echelon research mage, try to detect. If it's legitimate, what he could tell us about the programs could be beyond value. But again, we don't know if it's legitimate. Your rules of engagement are to locate the mage. His name is Paul Claremont, and bring him back. Isaac has something special for you. If Echelon is on Burgundian soil, terminate with extreme prejudice. If the mage is part of an ambush, terminate him with extreme prejudice. Try to avoid gunfights in crowded sea chalets. Let's avoid civilian casualties, and bring your ID with you in the event that you have contact with Canton police. And he said it's a 2-hour flight time from the castle to Zermatt. And as soon as the rest of the team gets here, you'll be on your way. As soon as they arrive, they're going to have 1 hour to gear up, and then they're going to have to get going. You have a little bit of time in advance. Ike, show him what you have for him. Ike opens up a leather bag, looks much like a doctor bag, and he pulls out a pair of handcuffs. They look fairly ordinary, but as he pushes them across the table toward you along the keys, you see that they are covered in runes. He tells you that the anti-magic necklace that Echelon put on Blanca in Hungary, I've dissected it, and we refined it a little bit with Lady Bess's assistants, and we've come up with these. They're a little bit more manageable. She actually allowed herself to be a test subject, and when she was wearing the bracelets, she was unable to perform magic anymore or some that.
I'm gonna flip my eyes over to Angelica and kind of see what her face is doing while he's talking about her being a test subject.
She was. She still seems a little unsettled by it. It's clear that she did enjoy the experience, but she's nodding along with everything that he says.
Okay.
She says they worked. At least they worked on me. I never want to wear them again. Although if my daughter misbehaves, I can think of other use for them. Isaac says, is there anything that you'll be needing while for this mission while you're waiting?
What sort of equipment is available in the library? No, I only have my pistol with me.
So there's. It seems like every time you folks come back on missions, the armory expands. So, what is it you're looking for?
Is the scalpel still around, or has that been repurposed?
Angelica kind of gives a not unpleasant smirk and says that the Burgundian Ministry of Intelligence requisitioned that.
That's unfortunate.
Someone else is running about putting it to use.
Okay. Is there any other close quarters weaponry in the library?
You hear muttering under her breath that there's no fucking way she's giving that doctor back to Cornell. Does more damage with that thing than Dorn does with the Yeti. You did the job. I'm sorry, I missed your question. What was your question?
I was asking if there's any other close quarters weaponry that's enchanted or has properties.
Keith, was there anything special hiding out in the armory that you remember?
There are spare runes from the team available to apply. So if you're looking for a striking rune, there's a striking rune available in the lab.
I did give the liberty of giving myself one, and I put it on Ragnar. But if there's an additional available, I wouldn't mind having it on a dagger or something.
Isaac can absolutely handle that for you. He says I can do that within an hour. What weapon do you want? Do you want a dagger, an axe, a short sword, a trench knife? You name it.
I'll pull a small dagger out from my belt underneath my coat and kind of flip it, hand it to Milt first. Let's keep it familiar.
I'll get to work on it immediately. Lady Bess asks if there's anything else you need. Stop by the quartermaster, get your requisition. Danny looks over at you and says, Cornell, I've never been to Zermatt, but I've checked the maps and I see that the altitude's pretty extreme. Even though it's low to the ground, the overall altitude is over 5,200 feet. And the rose may choke and sputter a bit as we may climb into the mountains. I think we can make it to Zermatt before she's starved for air. But she won't go any higher than that. And if your quarry is in the hill country above Zermatt, you'll have to find another way to get up there. And I won't be able to fly and get you out. But fairly certain I can get you to Zermatt. And since we're fairly close to the ground, shouldn't need any oxygen. But have you ever suffered from altitude sickness?
Personally, no, but I've heard stories. It's not fun.
See if I'm on Isaac can get you something for that, maybe from your infirmary.
We've done some other hideout. Well, other teams have done hideout missions. I'm sure he has oxygen tanks available at this point.
I've got enough for me, but that's it. If you want to bring some, you may want to.
I'll check with him on that. Maybe some extra cold weather gear.
Very well. Yeah, it's summertime, so it's fairly temperate up, and the nights are cool. Of course, the higher up you go, the colder it gets. I'd imagine you're going to be climbing the Matterhorn or anything crazy like that. And, as I said, only carry oxygen for me, and there's no parachutes on board. Don't believe in them.
I mean, they're real. You know that, right?
Oh, I know that they're real. You're right. I still are, aren't you? Yeah, I don't have faith in them.
Oh, okay.
My idea is to go down with my ship and must go down. And
That's honorable. I'll give you that.
has nothing to do with honor. That's my home. I won't leave it.
So you were. Well, I have a lot of follow-up questions about that, but maybe once we're in the air, we can discuss this a little further. I have some. I've got together, but that's an interesting viewpoint, Mr. Ward.
Oh no, it's Danny, if you please.
I do, please, Danny.
I want to hear another thing about it.
About parachutes or Mr. Ward?
About the Mr. McCord nonsense. That was my father. I'm just Danny.
All right, Danny. Just Danny.
Danny boy to serve friends.
Well, by the end of this, I'm one of them.
Number 4257 of the bloody peacekeepers and the filth Mycenaeans up in Belfast. That's a tip for a pint or three. You're not the. I'm told you're from the Curve, yeah?
Yes, sir.
Anyone in your team a Mycenaean?
No, I think you're in the clear there. You're not going to have to kill anyone once we take off.
Oh, no, I don't kill anyone. I just let Grundy do the work.
You just give them a light push, and the rest will be what it is.
I like to think of it as death by terrain poisoning.
It's rapid.
Acceleration trauma.
That'll do the trick. I don't think there's a cure for that.
Are you drinking, Cornell?
Am I a drinking man or am I drinking right now? As I hold up the mug about.
That's beer. Are you drinking?
You had a KU vodka?
Well, I don't have any vodka in the rose, but I can certainly give you some of my finest Belfast whiskey.
I don't think I've had Belfast whiskey.
Well, then you're in for a real treat. I think we're going to get along fine. Go off to your quartermaster, see if you can find some decent cigars, would you?
I don't think he stocks them, but I think there's a room down in the bottom of the castle that I have one or two.
If you steer me in that direction, I'll be your friend for life. That's cracking. Run it over.
No promise, but I'll do what I can for.
He's only here enjoying the beer and the scenery of your lawn there in the kitchen.
I give him a knowing grin and tip my my port eye and head out towards the quartermaster.
Head of the quartermaster, what gear are you looking for?
Oxygen tanks, parachutes if he has them. I'm gonna show Danny that parachutes are real.
Which isn't Danny. It's okay.
And that's probably unlikely that he has parachutes, but if he does have them, I'll get them. Climbing gear, not like cold weather gear, but coats and scarves and gloves probably a good thing to have because we do need to go a little higher in the hills.
So Isaac wants to know, you're going into the Alps, yes?
Yes.
He says, I don't have any parachutes. I have a limited supply of oxygen, but I can probably find half a dozen tanks.
We only
Climbing
need.
gear, but cold weather gear can certainly accommodate.
Okay. Probably don't need a large amount of oxygen. It's only a 2-hour flight. I imagine we'll be at altitude for the last half of it.
He says he's only got one size. They're very slender bottles. They're good for about 2 hours.
That should do the trick.
Gives you 6 bottles with tanks. He outfits you with sheepskin lined jacket with a hood, gloves, and boots. And asks if there's anything else. Do you need packs? Have rope.
If it's good quality rope, I would definitely take some.
He does have some climbing rope, about 100 feet of it. Certainly lightweight. But Isaac tells you, if you are going to Zermatt, it's a huge mountaineering town. You should be able to find anything you need there.
And that's a good point. But better to have supplies already than need them too late.
He grins like a dirty old man and says, and they practically celebrate Oktoberfest there every day of the year. It's a destination.
And now you're speaking language. That sounds like a good time. Hopefully this is a national on this mission and we can actually enjoy the town.
Oh, I'm sure that it's no question anywhere in sight. That's what Angelica said, isn't it?
Something like that.
Make something from Bjorn. God only knows how many rounds he burned through.
Yeah, I'm sure he'll appreciate the work you do for him.
You see that he looks like he's got 2 different shell loaders. One looks like the normal size, and one looks like it's almost twice the size. You've seen some of the shell casings for his Yeti. They're just enormous. They're palm-sized and then some. And it looks like he probably practically does chin up as tries to pull down on the handle to load these monstrosities. Our team get their car from Drakendals. It's about an hour journey back to your train station. You wait on the platform for about an hour until you catch your train back to Dublin. While you're in the carriage, Blanca, your satchel begins to wiggle.
Grimace a little bit, look around the coach, make sure I have some level of privacy.
It's just 4 of you sitting in bench seats around. There's a few other people here and there, but you were at the extreme end of the line, so it's going to become more and more crowded the closer you get to the dump.
Did you tell anybody about
I will share my token passengers with my fellow travelers as we egress the country.
Did you declare that?
We probably can't get through customs with these guys, but I'm taking it as far as Dublin.
Why did you bring the kobolds onto the train? Are you going to bring them home?
Kobolds?
Yeah, the little evil beings that live in the mountains.
I know what you're talking about.
You just said you have them in your bag.
Puppy dog. That's all this is.
Tip it far enough so people can see the contents and share our additional passengers with my mate.
Put my hand on top of the Yeti and push it away.
We have it.
Not the Yeti.
Bjorn says something in goodness does not appear at all happy that you have otherworldly creatures in your luggage. Moves a little bit further toward the window. Bixby takes off his top hat, says hello to you 2 companions, asks you, do you have anything to eat?
I mean, the cards will come by.
Yes.
I'm rather hungry in here. And thirsty as well. Terribly thirsty.
I knew
I
this.
mean, I choking us out.
Oh, dear.
I've invited problems that I do not need into my own handbag.
Really, with Danny, to be
Remember
fair.
the rules for the wee folk. You must take care of us, and we will take care of you.
Pull off a button, throw it in a bag, close the flap.
You hear, oh, love it. It doesn't taste very good.
Wait for the service cart to come through, order a normal helping, and share what I don't eat, which is most of it.
Which is most of it.
Dumping your plate into your travel bag. You hear the grunting, snacking of a bulldog, and you hear Big's voice. Still thirsty? Oh yes, terribly thirsty.
You shrink something for this. Do you have a thimble?
Oh,
It's a bad idea. Such a bad idea. Charity is a bad destination.
and you have no map to it, Blanca.
Clearly. I opened a door I've never seen beyond, and now I'm paying the price for it.
I mean, really, this should be Danny. This is Danny's word, really. You're just.
I know. I will get to his bride, and they shall have a proper party.
Ooh, that probably would not go well.
I don't care.
He helped us. Gave us very important information.
Yeah.
Didn't have to us at all.
This is not part of a network my mother would extend to. I want no part of it.
Your train reaches Dublin. Do you cab your way over to the Commodore station?
Yes. Make sure we are dressed appropriately for the Chromodor. I don't want anybody coming in there making us look like commoners.
You all got some decent clothing when you were at the estate. You can all be presentable. You'll kind of rustic fox hunt kind of look.
Right, yeah, I'm picturing kind of like a mixture of the dress and the boots kind of look for Robin.
Yeah.
The one thing you notice that even in Magnetia and even in the Chromor station, they tend to be more of a I'm going to go dress casual and go fuck yourself for everybody else.
They're showing up in pajamas and riding the airplane.
No, it's not Walmart.
Help Bjorn's collar. Give him that, you're a good uncle. This is going to make you look like a better uncle.
He grows and he says, is it not against customs to smuggle evil otherworldly creatures in your luggage?
We're together. Shh. Okay. Pats him on the chest.
This entire episode has been very strange. The worst vacation I've ever been on, Mecca. You owe us all a prop vacation.
Enormously proud.
I will plan the next vacation to the beaches of Norway.
Isn't that freezing cold?
Well, of course. That is how you prove your manhood, Robin.
I'm lacking one.
We will prepare you.
A bracing vacation shall be in your
When
future.
I'm done with you, you will be able to dive naked into a fjord and come up with a salmon in your mouth. We will plunder some Mycenaean villages. We will butcher some people from rival clan. We will drink. And we will make crazy love in the eyes of Odin on the frozen beaches of Norway. That's vacation.
Now I know how you dream every night, and it's very frightening.
Mostly it's opium driven. Make your way to the Chromodor at the counter. As soon as you ask, they tell you that they have 4 tickets waiting for best destination Zurich.
Acquire the tickets, look at the chart, see on the global map that's in the lobby, are we first, second, or third tier distance from home? Is it an expensive journey? a really expensive journey or a stupid expensive journey?
It's an expensive journey. Stupid expensive would be to Asia, but elsewhere in Europe, it's really not that big of a hop. Um, if you were to go to a Kurd, it would be slightly more expensive. Any place in the Far East would be just ridiculous. And it looks like it's almost as expensive to travel to Tokyo as it is to travel to Thormont
Mm-hmm.
for whatever reason. You also see that there's two areas there. There's departures where you are, and then there's arrivals. Arrivals looks like it has significant customs and security presence, but it's pretty obvious that a tier could care less what you take out of their countries. There is no security here whatsoever. You're escorted down the corridor right into your luxury pod with the chairs all the way around it. People with practiced smiles wish you a very safe journey, and thank you so much for flying Commodore. We've got a few moments of rattling and shaking, and then
You've done this before, right?
It'll be fine. Raise a toast to Satmo.
within less than 60 seconds, the door hits open again. Identical uniform, different voluptuous Playboy type attendant escorts you out. It looks exactly the same corridor that you got on board, but the woman is different, except when you step outside of the terminal, got the high altitude and the clean skies of Zurich around it. Was this Robin's first?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. As far as I know, this is absolutely the very first time on Commodore.
Yeah, it's pretty amazing to you to wrap your head around the fact that 60 seconds ago you were in Magnetia and now you're in Zurich. Bjorn says, "It is evil. It is not meant for people. I have done this twice now. One more time, I am convinced I lose my soul."
It already happened. You don't know.
Well, it is connected to Odin, but if I continue to ride the black magic, it will certainly be taken from me. Then let's go on a quest to kill a giant wolf. But that is a story for another day.
Raise my hand up. Group them. Herd the group of companions closer together. Pull out my camera. Thank you.
Take a picture of the three of them.
Yep.
Bjorn flexes just in time for the shutter.
And curiously enough, there's still a picture of him with the decapitated. That's impossible.
Yeah, if you had the magical film, it would still be on film, but you didn't have it loaded. You find an express train that will take you swiftly from Zurich to Obelisk. You left Magnetia, figure an hour of drive from 5 a.m. Actually, it was 4 a.m. to 5 a.m. 3 hours of train, 8 a.m. It's still 8 a.m. after this, and then another hour and a half. You will reach Obelisk about 9:30 in the morning.
So what I'm reading is no 8 hours rest, no healing.
Catching bits of sleep here and there on the train. Certainly no cell recovery for Blanca, and no natural healing for anything else.
I will do work on. I mean, how bad does Blanca feel? Anyways, just a little bit of medicine. I don't even get sleep.
I will leave off the attentions of a healer until I do succumb to sleep, which happens whether I want it or not. If I only get an hour.
Yeah, and just despite Robin's efforts, then she fell asleep too.
They wake up drilling on each other.
Yeah. You're on the train from Zurich to Obelisk. Bjorn pokes Robin, says, "Not to complain, but the little child creature tore me apart. I am half strength. Look at these wounds."
Look at him.
Fix them.
Fix them. Look at Blanca, the little waif of the teenage girl.
She's sleeping.
I know. I'm going to do medicine to see who's actually more relatively hurt. I get you. Hold on. Yeah. Okay. Let's take care of you, Big Papa Bear.
When do I get buried?
You have two. Eat them.
Eat one.
Good luck.
It's a 20.
Ah!
Just like every red cap got a 20.
Yeah. He says, afraid to use another berry because I wasted it. But I am still not whole.
Well, let's work on you. We might want to save that. We might want to say that.
Do I need to take off my shirt?
It makes you feel better.
He feels it off for you, exposing his toe pack, his ridiculous prehistoric bear tattoos, his packs, half packs,
On top of the packs.
his packs have 6 packs.
Santa's got a 6-pack.
I never knew Santa Claus was so loaded. I'm marking off the 5th berry. All right, I'll calculate what it gave you back. Oh, damn. Take 15 hit points back.
You bandage up his wounds. He tells you that he feels so much better. And as you move back toward Blanca, he gives you a nice slap on the ass. Thank you.
She gives him the kiss on the cheek, which is you're welcome.
Yes, I like the rough.
That still costs extra for you.
You reach Obelisk. You're going to cab your way back to the castle.
Wake from the half sleep of an hour.
Yeah.
Summon a cab.
You're starting to wonder if you feel worse by having broken bits of sleep, or if it would have been better for you to just stay awake. But a cab arrives, and you know all the cabbies in Obelisk. They whisk you away to the castle. You make your way through the airport and into the bailey, where there's almost enough room for the cab to turn around. And this patched together, wired up, homemade Bladeship that I scribed for Cornell, still sitting in the bailey. You see Isaac's actually outside with a tape measure measuring the exhaust ports on the side, and scratching his head and grabbing on things and shaking them, and shake probably more than they should.
That's a terrible wreck. What's it doing in our courtyard?
Isaac turns and says, strangely enough, it did not crash land here. This is how it looked when it landed.
Oh, please tell me this isn't the reason why we were called back.
The commander wishes to see you all in her office. Welcome back. Off you go.
Yeah.
And then I will see you.
Blanca, you only get back 7 hit points.
Thanks, Rob.
She's limping her way back there.
Yeah. Completely unrested, unfit, fatigued, and damaged group was into the castle.
Sorry, Rob. I'm out of sorts right now. We just went to my mother's office.
Oh, sure. Grab my arm. I'll walk in that general direction.
Take your arm.
She walks in that general direction. Steps arrive, and eventually stumbling up the steps occurs.
Ow! Slower. God, tell me when there's stairs, Robin.
Oh, I forgot. Sorry, I didn't even.
You reach the commander's office, and she tells you all to come in.
Yawning and looking like proverbial Magnetean crap, we enter.
You see that she has removed all chairs from her office except for the one behind her desk.
Lean up against the wall, use it to stay myself.
Welcome back. Did you enjoy your vacation? Good. You are needed immediately for assignment.
Who's the mission lead?
You are, Blanca.
Again? What?
This involves a mage, possibly a defending mage, certainly an echelon mage. I don't know what echelon is sending after him. So, as caster, you are mission lead.
Yes, Mother.
So rest your coffee up before you leave. You all need to depart in an hour. Do you want a recap of your mission parameters?
Recap. Did we miss something while I was asleep?
Do you want a recap of your mission parameters?
No, you're good.
No, we got it. Sorry.
It's a long draw there, Robin.
I'm sure she had to explain it the first time. For
We put negativity over here.
Who's the team? Commander?
Yeah, Rob's walking out. This wasn't really
I'm going to be sending Robin and Bjorn, and Cornell has returned from his assignment in the KU. He will be joining you as well. I've not yet decided whether Benny is going to be joining you or whether he will be following on later.
Cornell's back?
Cornell is back. He's
Robin
fully
looks
briefed.
at Vodka.
He's been briefed. He's been preparing for the mission. Your transportation is in the Billy. I'm sure you did miss it. And the pilot is...
That piece of junk?
Yes, well, you can pick that up with the pilot. You'll be meeting him shortly, too. His name is Danny McCord. He's a contractor. Extend him all courtesy you and any other Richter officer, which is probably little to none. But something tells me that this McCord can stand his own ground, whether it's in an argument with a young lady or whether it's trouble in Belfast.
Is it even flight certified? That thing looks like it crash landed in the courtyard.
I'm sure your mother didn't intentionally kill you.
Well,
Quiet, Robin.
question, Blanca. Where exactly is your father with my Bladeship?
Fine.
This is what we have. It's a priority mission. I suggest you take advantage of the next hour because we're leaving in 57 minutes.
On the bright side, if we don't return, there are 5 new agents.
Yes, I would rather that you do return with a successful mission.
Thank you for the briefing, Mother.
Bring your ID with you.
Do they have parachutes?
Take that up with the pilot.
Robin, go see Isaac or the quartermaster. See to your gun.
Right. Sounds like a good idea.
You head off to Isaac. Where are the rest of you going?
I'm going to head down to the Commons, see if I can find this Captain McCord.
And Bjorn is also heading off with you, Isaac, with you, Robin, to find Ike to reload his bandolier. And he discharged.
She starts counting the empty spots.
He discharged 4 rounds while he was away on vacation.
Yeah, because the red cap took a couple, kind of, and then.
And then there was the one shot in the hallway. It was only 3.
Only 3. In this reality. Yeah, in this reality.
Yeah, in the reality, he shot a lot more than that.
Yeah, he did.
So he's going to fill up his empty containers. What is it you want to get from Isaac?
Isaac, I have an empty spot. I understand we have a striking room, or do we not? How long to meld it together to last light?
gave away my last striking.
Just so you know, Ken, you can't just stack striking runs. You need a greater strike.
So I don't have a striking at all.
Yes,
All
you
I
do.
have is that precision
Yes, you do.
+2.
No, your gun is a +2 striking deal. That's
Oh,
why
okay.
you've been adding extra D or whatever this whole time.
No, I haven't done it once. All I've had is a +2 to hit. Nothing extra damage. These are the stats I had.
Okay.
+2 to hit.
I remember it was different last night, but that's the case. That's okay.
No, so what's the correct stat to be? I had an open spot, and I had to do
Dim is a property, not a rune.
concur. Yeah, but I never had an extra damage die.
Correct that now.
Well, it's been used, I think.
It has. I gave my last one to Cornell.
Okay.
Cornell.
If you can work on one, I guess I come back from this mission, then I may not be able to use it.
Cornell, you and Danny were sitting in the forward compartment of the Rose of Belfast with the door open as he's introducing you to quality Irish whiskey. As you watched Robin and Viking go walking from mess hall toward Isaac Tower, McCord does. He's a big one, that one.
Yeah, are you sure your ship can hold him?
I've carried heavier cargo than that. They have to lash him to the belly. Your one over there, is she a fine one or is she a bag?
Take a heavy drink of that Irish whiskey. We've I'm not going to talk bad about Blika. We
He's looking at Robin.
Oh, Robin. Oh well, that's if you can put the rings on her, I think she'd be a lot of fun. But good luck.
He leans over. Is she a cute or is she a gobdo?
Oh. Danny, I don't speak Belfast.
Do you speak Cornish?
Nope. I start talking back to him in a little bit of beery, and some slang. Might be what he was hitting there, and so he picks that up just to drive home my point.
He laughs and says, "You're drunk. I can't understand the word you're saying."
Yeah, so I thought you so bitch.
What languages do you speak?
Alamu Berg, Latin, Roman.
Okay, he can speak Almenberg, but that's your common language between the two. He says, "Sorry, I lost it up into my native tongue. I was asking if she's clever or is she stupid? Because I like the stupid ones."
She's not going to be a bag of tea then.
Oh, we'll see about that. Get her good and fluid, and then we'll see where she goes from there.
I guess get some the whiskey in her, and then she might be more on your side of the field.
Now you're talking. That sounds like fine time. Isaac says, "I'm sorry, I don't have any rooms for you."
Oh, it's Robin. Okay, she just waits for Bjorn.
He's able to provide Bjorn with his 3 rounds, and Bjorn pays him in Burgundy and silver notes.
Robin will just take a box of, guess we'll go some regular old high cal.
You are dumping the cold iron.
Nope. Gonna keep
Keep that as well.
You never know.
You slide across a box of high caliber. And Blanca, where did you head off?
And one parachute.
He laughs and he goes, "It doesn't matter how many you come and ask. I don't have many parachutes."
Okay. Can you grab me my whip? Never mind, that's an ad.
Does Isaac act as our attorney?
He's the quartermaster. He has everything.
That's right. Last Will and Testament, he said, have a rope. I had a rope, but I gave it to Cornell. You can tie yourself.
Oh, I have a rope. No worries.
Perhaps if the airship begins to crash, you could leap out on the rope and touch ground before it did.
I'll wait till 25 feet.
Like jumping and crashing elevator. Blanca, you reach the mess hall, and the only one in here is Largatha, and she is singing a very light-hearted tune while she cleans up the tables. She's got a pleasant flush to her.
Commander.
She looks best. Well, Doc,
It's good to see you.
and you. That's my brother.
He's your brother.
Is how many times to tell you how magnificent he was?
I think it's like breathing for him.
You know, the dumbest thing is that he's usually right, which makes him even more intolerable.
You've known him longer than I have. The air you breathe is the air I breathe.
Yeah. I heard that saw that Cornell is back in the castle.
I heard he had returned. Don't make eye contact with her when I say so.
He looks quite well, quite fit. Yeah.
He's recently returned from
He
mission.
was in Berg.
He's
I heard he was there to see family.
he's back full time now.
Yeah, and I think that he's doing his calisthenics. Your mother said he was going with you
What? He's on the
on your mission
he's on the mission.
with the mighty man from Magnetia.
Does that Captain McCord?
Oh, I doubt he's goes by anything's fine as captain. He tells everyone to call him Manny. And he said he's also known by Humber in Belfast, which didn't make any sense to me. He's very handsome and muscular, but he needs a bath.
Huh. Sounds like a freelancer.
That is what he said, the contractor.
Mm. Where's Cornell?
I saw him go off with your airship pilot.
Can I get a slice of bread and some butter?
Yeah, certainly. And who's going to eat it, darling?
It's me.
I'll be the judge of that. She comes back out with a plate, two slices of bread, both of them buttered, a hunk of cheese, and part of an apple. She sets it down on the table and sits down across from you.
I'll sit across from her.
There's a good girl, now eat up.
Look around for a drink.
I don't want to find any of that in the garbage or fed to the mess hall dog while I'm gone.
Just even just a little beer or something to wash this down.
She was a short beer for you. Are you trying to get rid of food?
Tear half of it, throw it towards the infirmary.
She comes back, sits down with the beer. You might have to clean that up, yeah. At least eat what's on the plate.
Oh, into the butter-rich bread. Thanks, Lagatha.
It's awesome. And she smiles at you and chats, and Cornell's name comes up more than a few times.
Acknowledge. I mean, I knew she had a thing for him and has had for some time. And try the idea on like uncomfortable suit.
She almost dances up to the topic of how Bjorn feels about Cornell. But it's quite dead there. And then falls back. She's about as transparent as a window.
Sorry, is there something I need to know there about Bjorn and Cornell?
Well, this is your sister.
Right.
Well, right, but
It doesn't matter who you are.
Right. You'll just be dead.
okay. That's what I was asking. I just wasn't sure if there's history there.
No, there's no blood between
Okay, cool.
them. They get along
No one's
Right.
good enough. It's
fine.
And a long time before this encounter, it was like Cornell was kind of like almost like subconsciously protecting his life by avoiding thinking about her that way.
Fair. Okay. I just wanted to make sure I'm on the same page here.
Yeah, he just tends to have that aggressive big brother thing.
Can't blame him. Can't blame
His sister.
That's fair.
With an axe.
The fact that she's built like St. Pauli girl doesn't help.
Coax Largatha into sharing an ale, and I mean, Blanca's already wits and tired, and probably judgment's a little off. Maybe one extra beverage at this moment is all she needs to just kind of forget that she's responsible for the mission ahead.
She can do another half more beer, but brings herself one of the massive steins that Bjorn is the only one that drinks. And she slams like a champ.
I scowl at her, recognize that prudence is what she's really serving me.
She does the typical shield wipe of the forearm, gives out a friendly burp.
Finish my beer as she finishes hers. Eat the bread and butter. Forget the cheese. Rise from the bench. Move close to her. I want to get uncomfortably close so that she either steps away or looks at me like I'm encroaching.
She is a very open, free-spirited girl. I've seen her disrobe in public. She's got like absolutely no shame after everything she's been through. It's really hard for you to make her uncomfortable. She's also a lot bigger than you.
Mm-hmm.
So she just kind of gives you a pleasant smile, like, are we cuddling?
Move close. Look above her bosom. Try to make eye contact.
Blue-eyed, blonde, high pigtails, big old smile. Yeah.
He's a good man. And if he gives you your attention, he means it.
You mean my brother?
No.
Oh, yeah. Do you think? No, it's not right for me to say. I'll wait.
Hmm.
You go pull my brother's beard and tell him he has a shield maiden waiting in the kitchens for her very first mission. Won't wait forever. If I have to throw Cornell over my shoulder and carry him away, I will.
But that probably won't be necessary.
You give him a tug on the beard for me and remind him.
Tap Lagatha and head out through kitchen rather than the comms entrance and out towards the airship.
You see this, I guess, a Bladeship sitting in the courtyard. The thing looks, as you get closer to it, it's weathered. Those are definitely bullet holes in the aluminum bag up at the top of it. You're seeing more patches. You actually see some stitching that looks like you would see in a pirate sail.
Robin's standing there. I just see her like smoking a cigarette furiously, just looking up at it.
Chain smoking at her feature.
Robin, as you're sitting there chain smoking, you're looking at one of the front landing wheels, and you're not sure. That looks like a clump of hide or human hair stuck in the strut for the left front wheel. Blanca, you're certain that there's an arrow sticking out of its left stabilizer on tail.
Who's standing around the airship?
Besides Robin.
A couple of the security guards, Robin and Bjorn, is coming out from Isaac's area. He's all geared up and ready to go. He comes strolling over. And you see through the open door a rather oily man in a dirty wife beater with suspenders and a handled mustache sitting next to Cornell. The two of them chuckling at some private joke, passing a bottle back and forth.
Make my way over to Robin. Bag a cigarette.
Without any words, he just offers.
Suck her butt. Go towards the airship and the drinking in.
Your shaking head.
Your first impression as you stick your head through the doorway is locker room. It smells like men in here. It smells like a man who lives by himself in this airship. Doesn't do laundry that often. You wouldn't be surprised to see a cockroach go by. Definitely a bachelor. Definitely a free spirit. There's a few empty whiskey bottles lying on the floor. You see the weapons. You see the stickers from exotic ports of call, postcards, photographs. It's homey. He's clearly well traveled. And it looks just, the inside looks as patched together as the outside.
Wrap up the inside of the hole.
Dan looks over you, Cornell. What are yours?
Okay. Hey. Yep.
Cornell. Captain.
Captain. Oh, that's Donnie.
Promoted now, Danny. That's Captain Danny.
He refers to you, Cornell. Those are model shoes. Right? Ship mission.
Robin is just like eyeing between the two.
You don't want to go up that road. Trust me, Danny. She is almost as her mom. She might not look it, but you be careful.
Oh, I'm a firm believer in being careful.
Bet you are. You look careful.
Looks like you're a young lady that could get home in front of a magistrate if you know what I'm saying.
I actually know exactly what you're saying, if you know what I'm saying.
I say, do. Ding. Danny stands up, extends a gentlemanly hand. Would you like to come aboard?
Reach for his hand.
He takes it, pulls you up inside.
Nice to meet you, Danny.
Same to you. Is it Miss Blanca or just plain Blanca?
Blanca's good enough, yes.
Might you be the mission leader?
That's what I'm told.
Very well, you know how to fly.
I've been with Father enough times to pilot a ship like this, I think.
Wait, does fly? Does actually
Well,
fly?
understood, darling. I'm talking about do you know how to fly?
Yeah, you're the one who speaks priesthood, and you're flying in this faith ship.
I've got my faith. Rap. So we'll get us where we need to go.
Cornell, are we provisioned?
I've done what I can for us.
Do you have parachutes?
Unfortunately, we don't believe in parachutes here.
There goes
I am a converted man.
How much of that do you have to drink to become converted?
Enough.
You better start making me drunk.
Make sure we're all provisioned to believe the same faith that you're believing. Good to see you, Cornell.
It's really good to see you too.
How was your mission?
It was good. It's good to be back home.
I mean, it's really good to see you. I'm glad you're back.
You feel the gondola rock and tip in one direction. A couple of empty whiskey bottles roll across as the Viking climbs aboard. Looks around, pushes some laundry off the seat, and drops into it. introduce himself to Danny.
Is there not? That's our destination.
Then reaches over, he pulls the hatch shut and loops a piece of rope around the handle so that it doesn't pop open.
This is where we die. She gives a green to Cornell, just the European kiss to each cheek. It's a long time.
Cornell goes a little more KU and gives her a big old bear hug.
Mike gives Cornell a bear hug too.
He tries to squeeze back as hard, but he didn't quite manage.
Ford also wearing trench armor.
It's good to see you, Bjorn. It's like squeezing a tin can. Pat him on the back. No, it's good to you.
Cornell, you'll notice that even though you got a friendly greeting from Blanca, no physical contact.
No.
Yeah, that's awkward.
He doesn't appreciate it either, but he does seem happy to see her.
Yeah. And genuinely happy in return, but uncomfortably happy.
Sure.
Robin kind of saw it because you went first, and Robin, like, when you do the squeeze, then she squeezes back instead, and like more fervent on the kisses, almost like unconsciously, like, hey, it's good, it's good.
Dan looks back through the cockpit opening and says, "Blanca, come up to me. The view is lethal from up here."
Try to ignore his terminology and take the passenger or the co-pilot seat.
As you're climbing into the cockpit, he reaches over, brushes some kind of substance off of the co-pilot seat. He says, "It's the girl's day off." Come on, team.
We're not going to get off ground.
I'm so at my wits' end to sleep that I don't even care.
My darling, the jacks are a wee bit murky, but you should be able to find a rag or two in the galley across the way. I've taken on any fresh provisions, so what we have is what we have. Most of it's in hands, and we're gonna crack on. Are you ready?
Nod as I try to stay off the sleeper.
You are awakened because he starts flicking switches and firing up the rows of Belfast's engines. They're loud, and the entire thing begins to shudder. He yells over the sound in the cockpit and tells you that the engines have been converted from hydrogen to blue gas, and there may be a wee bit of hydrogen in the lines, he says as he smokes his cigar. But it'll work itself out eventually. You may hear some popping. You may hear a wee bang here and there. But we should be quite good in a short time.
As much as Blanca would love to like surveil and keep an eye on this ramshackle pilot, I think sleep is more important to her than watching him, and she just sat in her seat.
Looks really hard in the arm and says, "Darling, swing up into the hammock."
There's a hammock in here?
It's in the other compartment, not in the main compartment. Swing up in the hammock, grab some sleep. I'll let you know when we're where we need to be.
Tap him on the shoulder a couple times. I'm not going to fight this. He's beyond exhausted.
Off you go, darling. He's leaning out the door again. Cornell!
Hey, boy.
You're that.
Pick up the bottle, pop off Bjorn's glass, and carry the bottle into the cockpit with me.
Oh, there's a good lad.
Is Robin drinking?
I'm going to need to.
Okay. One moment, Danny. This is for you.
Oh, he definitely takes from you and snacks off it. And he says, he raises it, going bulks.
And I take my glass on the bottom, and I plump down into the co-pilot's chair.
You notice that there are no safety harnesses, no seat belts.
He doesn't believe in them.
He doesn't believe them.
They're not real.
And he holds back on the yoke, and the thing tips dangerously forward enough that you see the nose of the gas bag coming down almost to touch, and the thing begins to rise up ass first, still shimmying and shaking as it climbs up over the castle walls. You hear Bjorn laughing his ass off in the back compartment.
I'm just trying to keep my glass from spilling as he's.
Anka, you are in the panic, and it's just swinging, but you're exhausted, and you find yourself drifting off to sleep to the sound of a kind of thumping vibration you've never quite heard. You know it's mechanical, but you're not sure what it is. It seems to be coming from directly above you. There's maybe 6 inches between you and the overhead ceiling, but you also notice there's a hatch immediately in the ceiling directly over your hammock that if you weren't sitting there or lying there staring straight at it, you might not see it at all. It's a very faint line. Looks like about a 3x3 hatch. The Bladeship clears the walls, starts to level out, and it begins to accelerate forward. You hear the backfiring that sounds very much like a car with a bad carburetor and a bad muffler. The shaking continues until you reach a certain altitude, and then it begins to smooth off. Danny turns you roughly due south and begins climbing and accelerating.
Robin's going to fall asleep against Bjorn as soon as the drink's gone. She's out.
Bjorn is not a fan of wine, but he's done it a few times. He's getting more used to it. Usually he's nipping at his flask as you advent into the sky. Everybody else is either terrified or sleeping, except for the pilot and Cornell. And from the cockpit, Cornell, you've probably never been in the cockpit of a Bladeship. It's a sight that is impressive to you. And Danny starts to just chit-chat. He's gabby. He wants to know all about you. He wants to tell stories. And each story is taller than the next one. He's usually the hero of most of them. But at the end of the story, he's always the one who gets the shitty with the stick. He never gets the girl. He's always the one that's getting locked up or accused of things that I didn't do. And besides, it was dead when I got there.
I do my best to share some tales, but they're nowhere tall tales these tales.
Well, you quickly get the impression that the tier are tall tales in their DNA. And there's no possible way one human being could have this many experiences. But each one is more entertaining than the last. You do get the idea that he's been all over the world and has spent quite a bit of time in the desert south of the Mediterranean. He says he didn't care for the heat, and the airship didn't do quite as well as it does up here. But then it was early in converting from hydrogen, so he thinks maybe that's a problem. At which time there's the sound of what sounds like a flashbang grenade going off somewhere aft. And it doesn't even raise his eyebrow. He just adjusts the trim a little bit, continues to climb. Hanging from overhead is a literal forest of trinkets from Asia, from Egypt, from Africa, from all over the place. It looks like there might be holy symbols, good luck symbols, Italian horns, rabbit feet, shamrocks, dice, you name it. It's all just hanging and swinging like a little up above.
At the sound of that bang, I tap the ones I recognize and say whatever applicable prayers that I know.
He laughs and he grabs one that looks an awful lot like a rabbit's foot, and he goes, I took this off of the jackalope. This is my favorite. This is the one that keeps us airborne. Unless
Then put it back, Danny.
it's not part of the problem. Maybe it's this one. I can't remember.
Doesn't matter. Don't touch it. Let it do its job.
He laughs and continues flying. And, he says, "Don't expect us to get in any of a scrape while we're airborne. But if we do, how are you with heavy weapons?"
I point behind my shoulder. You mean that big son of a bitch in the back I saw?
Aye. There's a mounting in the door of the port access shaft or access port. You just drop it into the hole, and you'll have about a 45-degree split. It's only got one belt of ammunition, but if you can't hit what you need and put it down with that, then you just need to see if you can get out without a parachute.
That's a real choice right there, Danny. A real choice. I think I can manage to get it in the hole and shoot some shit.
Yeah, that's my philosophy on most things, especially dealing with the fire sect.
I thought that'd resonate with you.
It did. So have you ever been up to the Alps, to this Zermatt?
I've never been to Zermatt, no.
Neither have I. I've been through many mountain ranges, but the Alps are certainly far too high for me to get this view across. But this will be about the highest I tried to take it, at least in Colombia. Certain hope makes it.
You were pretty confident down in that mess hall. Second guessing yourself now that we're in the air?
Well, my rule is to always be confident around the boss.
Yeah. That's a good rule. In theory, in practice, it's maybe different.
Now, I must tell you, all my work with Knockgrip, there's been through on calls and mail drops, but this is the first time I've seen Angelica Bell herself.
Are you telling me that we're going to see your airship in person a little more? Forget the phone calls. Stop it.
She's indicated that she'd like me to be a more regular part of the missions. I have an understanding that there's another gentleman that's left her high and dry, not just with the airship, but in bedroom as well.
I'm not going to comment on the commander's bedroom life, but
I'll fill you in later.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
You're one way to look her there. A pity that Vermont to leave alone. Must be a madman. All lured up, provide whatever services she needs.
Just don't try to get in an airship race with the other man. You're going to lose.
The racing I do is with the motorcycle. Have you ever done any motorcycle racing?
No, I'm four wheels. One is racing. I'll stick four.
Once you've raced with your bullocks in your throat and only one wheel between you and the pavement and the almighty.
Danny boy, Danny. If you can fit your bullocks to your throat, why are you even flying this airship? Why are you racing? Why is that not the only thing doing?
I don't have a good answer for that. I'll drink to it.
Cheers.
I didn't make his list.
If we have some time, we'll throw you aboard that bitch. Give you a whirl about. You'll never go back four wheels after driven one.
We'll see. I know my four wheels. That's the thing. I like to know while driving.
Have you ever seen unicycle bunnies?
No, but I'm interested.
Oh, let me tell you, they come out of nowhere and it drives them crazy to meet a motorcycle rider. Gather in droves and flocks. You got to fend them off a stick. You'll never take less than 6 at a time back to your hotel room, and that's the truth. Or so
Or on tele.
I'm hearing one thing, but I'm believing another.
the bunnies are real. More real than the parachutes have got slashed in the back. The airship, the Rose of Belfast, crosses.
Did you call it Rose of Belfast?
Rose Belfast is the name on the side of the airship.
Okay, yeah.
It crosses some of the most beautiful country. For Cornell, there's nothing more beautiful than the Russian steppes, but Burgund is a close second for him. And it doesn't take long before you can see the Alps in the distance, running the length of the southern end of the country. Before too long, the DM is going to send you all an email to give you some visuals. Mike, what's your email address?
Mike.holiday@gmail.com.
That's now gone Twitch.
Here, well,
Thanks.
Yeah.
Hello, world.
Yeah.
Change your email address. We only have 3 fans, so.
Correction 7.
Ooh, I feel special. That's good.
I haven't seen any comments about my Irish accent.
Because it's magnificent.
It's magnificent. Loading. All right. On its way. It should just give you a little bit of visual and a little bit of math that you can work with.
For when I wake up.
You know when that's come through.
It does look like the stream is frozen, by the way, Keith. I could be wrong. I just pulled it up out of curiosity. Oh, nope, there it goes.
The chat's quiet.
If you're,
We
That's
have
good now.
one person watching.
let me know if you get your email.
Yes, sir.
You open to the map. Danny McCord tells you that you will be flying up the Rhone Valley, which leads to Zermatt. You cross over the town of Visp and begin climbing a narrow and steep side gorge. He tries to keep the airship about in the middle of it. And it seems like you are climbing in elevation just as much as you are moving forward. Every 100 yards you move forward, you're climbing almost an equal distance. It feels like an escalator is the best way to describe it. Below you, you see that there's a significant river snaking back and forth down the length of the gorge. The mountainsides either side are just covered in pine. He says, according to his charts, that's the Moose River, and that you will be passing through a couple of elevations. Below down where Visp and Brig are, that's subalpine region, and it's all based on altitude and what goes there. That's big farming country. He tells you that up around Zermatt, that is alpine, which is within the tree line, and then anything above the tree line is the glacial zone. But he tells you that doesn't always mean glaciers, at least not in the summertime. He also tells you that sometimes this entire region is submerged in cloud. The higher you get. He tells you that his outside temperature shows you that it's approximately 60 degrees. Charts tell you it will drop down to about 35 in the evenings, but higher elevations are colder. So you didn't bring your cold weather gear. We suggest that your friends get them while you're there. And he says, heard that the three ski resorts up above Zermatt have year-round skiing because of the climate and the temperatures. He says, anything you want to know about Matterhorn? And he points, and he doesn't need to point because it is an enormous summit, and it's a geological pyramid. Matterhorn has four sites. It's an impressive mountain covered by snow at all times, and you've all heard that it's a regular destination for mountaineering. And the people try to climb all four different faces. They present different challenges, and it claims its share of climbers every year. You also see below you is a hugging one of the ravine walls is a narrow road. You do see a few vehicles on it, and running just below that, carved into the side of the mountain, is a narrow gauge railway. And you actually see a line of about 8 bright red cars chugging their way slowly up the mountain. Obviously, from the air, it looks small, but even from the air, the train looks smaller than most that you're used to. The flora and fauna below is breathtaking. And that river splits off and turns into waterfalls here and there. You can understand why some people come up here. At about 4,000 feet, the road of Belfast begins to chug up a bit, and you see him quickly adjusting the mixture of his blue gas, and all of a sudden the happy-go-lucky Irishman that was flying your airship turns more into a professional. The booking is over. He's not drinking anymore, and he begins speaking to the ship as if he's speaking to a lover. As you continue to climb, you start to pick up vibration throughout the aircraft, and then begins to kind of do that. We've all been in a car that's just about out of gas, the way that it lurches and chugs. Feel the airship starting to do that. He's got both hands on his steering yoke now. It looks like he's bracing a foot against the floorboards. As he pushes down, you do see a riveted seam in the floorboards start to separate a little bit. You get a cold blast of air that comes through the opening. He's hauling back on the yoke, and it is just starting to shudder in his hands. He says, "No, hold of the yoke, will you? Let some of those muscles work. Just haul all the way back."
I do as he says. I reach up and just crank back as much as I can.
You feel vibrations traveling up your arms, and you feel your teeth starting to rattle in time with the airship. The airship starts to backfire a little bit more regularly. Robin, you are awakened. You're awakened to the fact that Bjorn is gripping your thigh with white knuckles and is about to snap your femur. Pull your hand off.
Rabbit! What's
Blanca is swinging like a chimpanzee on a tire in a zoo, still asleep. If it continues to rock, it looks like she's going to start banging against the bulkhead and may wake her up. Throughout the airship, you hear the rattle and crash of things falling out of cupboards, things sliding across the deck or unhooked from where they were hooked. You do see one canister of blue gas rolling freely back and forth across the deck.
I hope that's yes.
You don't know. It could be explosive. You think it's blue gas. Could be oxygen. Could be some spare hydrogen. You really don't know.
Dorn, stop before she hits that.
Oh. Reaches over, stumbles, picks up the bottle, shoves it back into its netting.
Grab Blanca by the side, come up to her face to face. Wakey, we're going to die now.
Dorn is hanging in a doorway near the head, just bracing himself so that he doesn't fall down. He laughs and says, "I'm ready to meet Odin. Are you?"
I don't think Odin was the plan.
He never is.
Hey! We're in now.
How is your mom?
She is stable. She's got COVIDs.
Oh boy.
Where is she?
Yeah, it is. She's at home. She's stable.
They let her come home?
Yeah, her blood oxygen levels are high enough, so she is doing better. But man, she does not look good. She's a tank of a woman.
How old is your mom?
84. She's a tank. She is a mover and a shaker, and I've never seen this low before. But you look at all of her bagels, and they're all. But she just doesn't eat enough to put any meat on her bones right now.
Blanca!
Exactly. Drinks her, if Blanca drank and nibbled at granola bars. I'm full. I'm just putting this over. I bought a whole box.
Oh, I'm sorry she got COVID, but I'm glad they let her come home.
Yeah. It's just. This is her ninth day. This is where things usually or can turn the corner, but still, she's not showing it just yet. So, I'm hopeful. She just needs to sleep. She hasn't been able to. So sleep and hydration. I can't believe how important hydration is. Oh my goodness. First day I stayed with her, she was super dehydrated. She hadn't been drinking for the past 12 hours. So I had a big old bag, like one of those Camelback bags.
Yeah.
Spigot it in her mouth and said, "Drink." Anyway, that was her idea. It went through her mouth.
Was she vaccinated prior to all this?
No.
84-year-old, and she just said no.
All right.
Yeah, mine's 86. She's frail. She's got COPD. I don't think she'd make it if she got COVID.
No, the topic is rough, and my mom is free and clear of most ailments when it comes to her lungs, but still. For me, it feels touch and go because I've never seen her this low. But for others, she's she's the most resilient person they've ever seen in that situation. But anyway, she's stable, and she will sleep through the night. And when she sleeps through the night, I put up NyQuil in her to knock her out. And wife Innocent
Give that to you when you were a kid.
Yeah, it was Benadryl. You just poke it with a stick. But
Bourbon.
Rubbed a little whiskey in your gums.
yeah, that's right. And then did a splash in the mouth. It's like, oh, yeah. I decided to go trailer park drink, which is a lot of vodka, some soda water, and a squirt juice. What is it? Like the strawberry kiwi limeade.
I gotcha.
But
Nice.
I'm going classy today.
Well, it's appropriate because we're on board an airship that resembles like the airship version of the Millennium Falcon, only broken.
Oh,
It's like a trailer part tied to a balloon.
Yeah.
That is beautiful.
We're headed to Vermont.
Being piloted by an Irish drone.
Well, then definitely have hooch in the back.
They have hooch.
Yeah.
It's all there.
It's all.
I'm going to step away to the boardroom. Do one of you want to brief Mr. Collette on your happenings and your mission? Because I'm assuming that Benny was sick and locked himself into the airship's head. And is only just now emerging.
Change screen. Yes, definitely. I don't usually, feel this way, but
Welcome, Benny. I'm glad you're feeling better.
what did I miss?
We're headed to Zermatt, and we have a defecting echelon agent potentially meeting us there. It could be a setup, but it's not. We have an opportunity for an inside track.
Do we know what level he's at? I mean, does he have the secrets, or is he just administrator?
He's a researcher. He's a magic tinkerer. So all the bad stuff that Echelon delves into should be at his fingertips. If there's a legitimate contact, great. It's not an extinction mission. We get to wipe out anybody we see.
Well, that's exciting. So he quite literally knows where the bodies are buried. Is that what we're saying?
He probably buried them himself, yes.
Do we know the disposition of this gentleman? Is he a kindly lord, or frail? Is he...
We don't get those kind of details. My mother's not that forthcoming.
There's got to be some dossier on this guy. Something.
He was not a known agent to us. He defected, and now he's looking for, well, what does anybody look for when they cross into our borders?
I don't know. Sausages are wonderful. It's on time.
Cheese, watches,
Yeah.
on-time trains.
Yes.
On-time trains, please.
So, I mean, a regular paycheck maybe, or maybe not a looming threat of death if you do the wrong thing. Any of those little...
Yeah, you understand. Cornell's with us. He's returned from his hiatus.
Well, Cornell.
I'm up in the cockpit with our illustrious drunk
Pilot.
Yeah.
You see it.
The control wheel is hard.
Yeah, you're just reaching over. Just lean a bit over to the...
Well, the airship might make it to the altitude we need to do, so I am helping him hold the control wheel all the way back.
We don't have lift gas to get through this.
This thing is patched together.
We're flying casual.
Should I go with...
gas? There's hydrogen. There's all kinds of stuff going on.
So do we, blow up some balloons, warm them up so that we can at least, get some elevation out of it?
Robin told you should say, would it help if I got out and pushed?
Do you have lift gas in your lungs?
She's full of hot air.
Oh.
That was a burn for Ben.
Got him.
All right. It looks like we're on a recess. We'll be right back. Let's go 5 minutes so.
Commercial sign.
After these messages.
As a kid could figure out how to turn on that. He's been juggling.
Right back. And
we're back.
Well, I think he needs a bathroom break. I think if I had to guess, and I'm gonna be opportunistic and actually take one at the same time because it's fun as well.
It's better than cup.
upper. Whoa. Good lord.
Eric, did you get caught up on the
Well, yes.
situation?
The idea of we're handling a possible defector. Don't know exactly what this position is. There is no dossier. We just know he's a researcher and he was tinkering with magic, which leads me to believe he's also a magic user, which leads me to believe he's a lot more dangerous than words might imply.
And that the whole thing could just be an ambush to kill Nocturne.
Yeah, that's why we should build this glider that we're in with a whole bunch of hydrogen. Well, it doesn't really blow up. We have to do other things to make that happen.
Hydrogen?
Yeah. But it usually just goes to occupants, not really anybody who read it. Oh, the humanity! Oh, these are hard times. So Cornell's with us. Todd, go. Yes.
I copied you on email.
I'll
Sent
try.
to the group.
I did see. Oh, this is this Eichmann and his Zeppelin. It's adorable. Metal frame with a big old boom. It doesn't have a lot of protection.
Looks perfectly safe.
Perfectly safe. Just breathe funny on one of those little gaps and see what happens.
I mean, I think we should point out that the captain doesn't believe in parachutes or safety harnesses.
How long is he in the business?
Surprisingly, a long time. Surprisingly, a long time.
That tells me that he's one of those, like a drunken fighter guy. He can dodge it and weave at just the right time. Survive, maybe.
His postcards that he's got stuck everywhere from a lot of exotic places. Looks like he's had his picture taken in a lot of those places.
Bad.
He was doing there, you can only guess at.
How many of them are shots?
The one and bigger one.
You find one mugshot. He looks a little bit younger.
Okay.
That's the one where he has two black eyes and a broken nose.
And
That's all the handlebar mustache, and that's what matters.
And they
gave
snapped
everything he got.
They snapped the picture when he was like in mid fuck you. As you continue up Rome Valley, you overfly these quaint, stereotypical alpine villages. They all look like they came right out of Haiti. Beautiful chalets, crystal blue streams, meadows with brilliant white sheep in them, tiny little town villages all packed together. And there are three of them as you rattle and shake your way up to Zerma. And he yells back, 5,000 feet. Out of the shield, you can see Zerma, which is a much bigger town than some of the other villages you've been flying over. Looks like it has a clock tower, but it also looks like it's above you at a 45-degree angle.
Danny?
Robin lurches forward towards the cockpit. Oh, Danny boy, how longer? How much longer?
Robin gets a look out of the cockpit, make a will save.
Am I still lethargic? I'm just kidding. 30.
You can handle it, but it's definitely an eat-good attraction.
Hold on to life.
Shaking more than ever before. Cornell just keeps repeating your pilot name over and over.
Danny?
Danny? He's got both feet braced now, falling back on the yoke. This thing continues to shimmy.
I'm going to shimmy over back to the bathroom. I think I'm gonna wait in here.
The main hatch continues to bang open and closed against the rope that's holding it shut. Those of you in the back, which would be Blanca, you're being awoken now by Robin. And Robin, you hear something that you absolutely should not hear, and it's a big metallic bang somewhere underneath the gondola. At the same time, the thing jerks to one side, and in the cockpit, you hear Danny go, "Uh-oh."
We hit something!
No, there's nothing. Nothing hit up here.
Did Robin literally see the clock tower over us?
No, it's the city or the town is still up ahead of you, up above you.
Oh.
Maybe we should slow down to gain altitude. Can we slow down? Can we?
Somebody's yelling in a muffled voice from inside the head.
Did I just lock myself in here?
You do realize, Benny, that there's no water in this bowl, and when you flush, you just forest.
Oh yeah. This guy has been up and turns all over the continent.
I just want to. I'm probably gonna. Well, if you can pee staying out, it does seem like you can in this one.
Now Danny's saying, "It's fine. We're fine. It's all
This
fine."
isn't fine!
And it doesn't seem fine.
It continues to rattle, and Zermatt is starting to come into view. You're feeling that chugging more often, and you realize if you don't continue your upward climb, you're going to drive right into the top of a forest and probably veer into one of the canyon walls. None of you have any illusions about the durability of this airship to survive something like that.
And I lean out the door and say, Blanca, you fly things, right? Fly things? You fly things. Cornell didn't fly things. You flew through things.
What?
Hey,
We're not gonna
they
go
might need
yet.
you in the cockpit. Like, now. You can fly things. You've done this before. Go ahead. Maybe you can help us. Can you didn't make a Viking?
What time is it?
Danny, can you just put it down? Cornell, can you just put this down?
Yeah. We have to make the airfield.
I think might be touching down.
Is it on this side of the clock tower?
It's more to the right. We're going to start drifting into starboard.
That's right. Starboard's right.
You look
Correct.
at about 2 o'clock. You see that steel entry sticking up out of the trees? There should be a field at the base of it. We won't be hooking up the gantry, but we're going to be crossing over the trees and landing on the field.
Cross over the trees.
And Beard Cornell whispers, "No shit, we're not hitting the gantry." Go there, still.
Need about another 100 feet of altitude. I'm sure she can do it.
How many people is that? Who wants the job? You'll save the rest of us.
Yeah, Bjorn, jump out. We need to wait long.
Danny yells back, "Don't throw out anything that's mine."
You know, we could relieve this whole place with a whole lot of liquids.
He reaches up, pulls down a handle, which doesn't seem to do anything at all. Maybe it makes him feel better. He begins to limp up. The town starts to come into view, and it would be quaint and inviting if it was so terrifying. You see that the train has almost kept pace with you as it made its way up the mountainside. It looks like there's a off onto the left. Now you start hearing the sound of dragging and scraping as the belly of the ship crosses the tips of pines definitely see pines snapping against the side windows. You've disrupted a few birds. You can actually look out the windows and see people in the streets pointing at this thing when it comes in.
Look, Daddy, you're crashing your.
And then all of a sudden in front of you is a green space about the size of a baseball diamond. And he immediately drops it into it. You get an elevator sensation and bounce with probably more force than was intended. And he immediately begins shutting everything down. And says, someone throw out the anchor.
Bjorn, throw yourself out.
He wedges a chair under the bathroom door.
Now it really is locked.
Is there an anchor visible? I never noticed any.
Where are you looking? You've got the main compartment, and you've never been to the back.
Oh, it's too far back. I never went there.
There's not that big of a gondola.
It's very small looking, actually. Look over my shoulder. What?
You see that there's a small cubby of what's probably a galley on the right. Although you would want to eat there. It's got a Zagat rating of 1. But the head on the other side, and you've got a storage compartment in the back where the motorcycle is, a few wood crates, the heavy machine gun and its mounting, and a hatch in the floor with a no-shit deep-sea vessel boat anchor tied to a rope that's tied to a ring mount set into the deck.
Holding on for dear life, I yell back at you on point. Get the thing.
You're closer. What? Are you afraid it's not the right anchor?
The only anchor.
Muttering in goodness pushes past you.
I'm in front. I'm at the cockpit. That's why I didn't go back. That's further back than me.
He goes in the back. He opens up the hatch, shoves the anchor out. It hits, and it's still sticking halfway up through the hatch. There. Are you happy now?
Oh, yeah.
In the dirt. Sticking in the dirt right now. Is that where
Sticking in the hatch.
Sticking in the hatch.
Sticking the dirt, but still poking the
still
top
poking up out of the hat?
up
Okay,
through the
that's
hatch. And there's still
visual.
a couple hundred feet of rope coiled next to it.
I'm going to roll and tumble out and really pull out a cigarette.
You unrope the side door, bail outside.
Cornell slowly releases the co-pilot 6.
You did great. He shuts everything down. I never doubted it for a moment. You probably should have cut that anchor loose. Might have given us the extra lift with the those trees.
Anchor, motorcycle, the heavy machine gun.
Never had a problem before. Maybe I'm overloaded with passengers. Maybe we should have said eeny, miny, mo, and decided we don't even got acceleration poison.
And okay, we'll figure out who believes in parachutes the hardest.
You didn't need one during this journey, did you? You didn't need one this time. You never need one.
I like your train of thought, Danny.
I was afraid if I cut loose in the anchor, my luck, it would drop through some chalet and kill someone's milk cow.
Can't be having that. No, you're right.
Nobody comes out to the airfield to meet you. There are no other airships here at the airfield. You jump out into an atmosphere that you're not used to. The first thing you do is light up a cigarette, roll a fortitude save. I'm looking for a 30.
Looking for a 30?
Yes. What'd you get?
Failed.
Oh, you failed.
You want a 30?
Yes.
Did you roll less than a 20 though?
You jump out.
Yeah,
You
I got a total of a 21, so it's not a critical failure.
suck in that high alpine air, you light up a cigarette, and promptly sit down on your ass and throw up between your knees.
As long as I can still be smoking.
The rest of you, if you're not smoking, will be looking for 24.
Cornell failed.
Oh, 20.
But he probably you can hear Robin puking her guts out.
Doesn't matter.
Knows that there are 6 oxygen canisters on board.
Roll a using your dexterity. Look for a 22 and get to an oxygen tank before you start to roll.
No, I don't get that.
In the main compartment. Nobody notices.
Nobody knows.
Don't smell any worse here.
Banning, how did you do?
I stir myself from the swinging cot, hop down, brush everything straight. Felt a little queasy for a second, but get it back.
You see Cornell stumble out of the cockpit and heave right on the deck.
What's happening? What's happening?
Oxygen over there.
Bjorn jumps out with his ridiculous fortitude.
Norwegian air.
Sucks all the oxygen out of the atmosphere. Planet goes spinning into the sun.
Blanca rolled a 24. She got exactly what she needed.
Well done.
I got a 35.
Oh.
Yeah.
Critical success.
Annie has been in high atmosphere before.
Yeah.
Right.
This is, this is old hat.
This is home.
Shouldn't have smoked that cigarette. Should have smoked the cigarette.
You're still holding it. It's burning down. You're really wishing you hadn't lit it.
Yeah, I'm just going to smoke it. I'm not a waste.
Because you're a smoker. Your breath is spectacular.
Hey, menthol helps everything.
It's a menthol cigarette. It's the same as a mint.
Exactly. Yeah. A brick mint for you.
Yeah, that's why you smoke one in the morning.
Smoky breath mint.
Who needs to brush your teeth to smoke a menthol?
Swing it around and you're good.
We have arrived in Zermatt at about 1 o'clock in the afternoon.
Oh, yeah, it's the middle of the day.
It's a small Alpine town with a main street. There's a river running through it in a canal, several bridges for cross streets, and old world architecture. See roofs, chalets, cobblestone streets, old-fashioned streetlights, banners and pennants hung across the streets. Very, very much celebration atmosphere. You can see from where you are, the Bahnhof is directly across the road. The other thing that you notice is that there are horse-drawn carriages and some electric vehicles that go humming by quietly, but you have seen no combustion engines whatsoever.
It's that annoying altitude. Maybe.
When Blanca was probably 6 or 7, they up here fairly frequently. Mom and Dad loved to ski.
Oh, yeah.
Goes away.
There's a cabin that they would rent out not far from here. I'm kind of familiar, but it's been a while.
You remember that it's the traditional garb of Alpine folk is still fairly common here. The locals, you can always tell the locals versus the tourists. The two main aspects to Zermatt are skiing and mountaineering. You know that it is essentially a mini Oktoberfest all the time. Every Saturday is a big festival. There's a big farmers market. There are some exceptional hotels here. You would have stayed in the very best. Can't remember the names, but you knew that fine dining and fine hotels were easy to find here. There's a lot of money that flows in and out of here. but also a lot of common folk and some rugged adventuring types.
But this is summer, right?
Summer, June.
I know clouds commonly haunt the mountaintops here. Do you have a clear view of Zermatt?
You have a magnificent view of the Matterhorn, which is essentially Zermatt is at the base of it. There is some upper elevation areas that you remember in the summer are either meadows filled with wildflower, grazing areas, a little bit of small wheat farming, and it is small because the oxygen is there. A lot of dairy cows in this area, a lot of larger dairies. But once you get above Zermatt, you know that the little hamlets and burgs, if there's any kind of civilization, a lot of them are just individual farms that dot the upper slopes that lead to the mountains. Matterhorn is infamous in Burgundy. Its summit is more than 14,000 feet high. It was summited in 1865 by Lord Wimper, a Mycenaean, a crew of 7. The tragedy is that 4 of them died during the descent, which only fueled mountaineers across the world to come and scale Matterhorn. Matterhorn claims generally 100 climbers a year can never make it either up or down. We do know that further to the east, there is a pass called the Gotthard Pass, and it is a high mountain road that actually crosses into Lumpania, and there's a small border crossing, a small customs office there. Apparently, there's also a tiny hotel pub for travelers that are crossing the Alps into Lumpania or into Burgundy. You, Blanc, actually never tried to take an airship up here. Your family always boarded the train that you saw below, called the Glacier Express, in Visp, and rode it all the way up to Zermatt. And as you see the electric vehicles, something from childhood reminds you that there are no combustion engines allowed anywhere in Zermatt because of what the pollution will do to the spectacular views, and because anything cloud-based tends to hang in the air up here. So everything's either electric, horse-drawn, a lot of people bicycle, a lot of people walk. The locals up here are incredibly fit.
We need to find our way to Mr. Paul Claremont. I don't know how far we are from the airfield. I've never come here by airship, so this is new for me.
Looks like the airfield is right at the corner of town. Imagine your town is a square. Airfield occupies like the upper left corner.
Well, if I remember my briefing, we need to. Claremont should be in a farm in the area with a blue barn. So we need to find the blue barn. You probably talk to some locals, Blanca. What do you think?
Have I heard of the Blue Barn? Is this something of note?
Means nothing new.
Okay. Let's make our way downtown. We could get some direction from there. If we just there should be a ski bus nearby or something we could take to get back to the center.
Hey, Blanca,
Hmm?
did you bring the camera?
Yes, I did.
Danny, get over here.
You're going to take a picture now?
We need to have a picture, all of us. And we're gonna here. I'm gonna give it to Dave. He's gonna take a picture of us up against this leaf.
So you barked at me and commanded me to come over to you. Shall I call you your lordship? Now I'm a photographer. Yeah, I am.
If you are a photographer, you know what? Do You like tips. I'm going to give you a tip if you can give a shot. You like shots, right?
Master Elephant, don't work for tips.
You work for cash.
For a moment, locked himself away in my head for the entire journey. Who doesn't understand that I'm a contractor, so I'm as much part of Knockrichter as you are. Will not be treating me like the help.
Who's mission late?
Me?
Blanca is.
Blanca, could you oblige?
Danny?
If you were to ask me politely to take a picture, I'd be fine.
I'll walk up to him, doughy eye. Will you take our picture, please? Hand him the camera.
I will. He has you all crowded together. He takes a picture. You will later find that he cut Danny's head off at about your nose.
Wait, if he cuts off Danny said, what happened to Bjorn?
Bjorn always crouches in those things. He's always kneeling in front. Generally like this.
Yeah. I didn't need that part of my face anyway. Anyway, I gracefully bow and realize that this guy is a contractor, and I won't actually say much else. He's special. He's special. Bjorn used to be special. Now he's magnificent.
So at 1 o'clock in the afternoon, the town seems to be pretty bustling. And everyone you see seems to have a smile on their face.
They're used to the altitude.
A couple of you are still struggling with it.
Ringing ears.
Yep.
Yeah,
Can't
sure.
you put yours to pop?
Yeah. Nothing. Let's go.
It happens. So where are you eating this, Blanca?
Let's get some food first. There's a little chalet by the river crossing where we get to town. Let's grab a lunch and just make a plan.
So you have the option of either heading up the main street or cutting down First Side Street. One, that's the one that you remember because on the ridge on the other side is the Seymour River Hotel. You know that they have a exceptional restaurant inside, but you also know that your parents dragged you into every little pub there was in this town. Every pub's there's food, and they're all cozy.
Let the bus get back to city. From there, walking distance to a municipal site. Something in view of the river, which is everything.
So there are no buses here.
What?
The whole town is no more than 6 square blocks.
Hmm.
Everybody walks everywhere.
Oh, good. Well, the good is someone should stand out if they don't really fit in. I guess.
The only buses that you see are the ones that come up the mountain road and stop at Bahnhof or continue through from the Bahnhof deeper into town. You don't know where they go after that. But every bus has clamps for skis on the sides, just like they do in Utah. But still, most people are walking. It looks like the horse-drawn carriages are for the romantic inclined twists.
We'll skip that and
You
walk.
do see only 2 policemen as you're walking along. They're just smiling and greeting every single person they see on the street. Looks like they're either saying hello to tourists or they already know everybody. And about a third of the people you see are either the ladies are wearing the traditional rindi, which is the skirt and the blouse with suspenders over it and the apron. The men are in lederhosen, jackets, the alpine cap with the feather, shorts, high socks, and shoes.
Benny, this feels like your bailiwick.
Wait, you mean you want me to dress like this? I used to dress like this.
I know, and somehow I want you to do it again.
Bjorn says,
No.
do you yodel?
I am natively from the plains of Switzerland. Yes.
Where do you?
India.
Are they speaking Hamburg here?
They're your
Yes.
people.
Are my people? The Highland people are a whole lot different than the lowland folk. But I do kind of feel at home, just a little. Mountaineers. Good stuff.
You travel. Did you turn toward the St. Marie, or did you continue on Main Street?
Now, for briefing, Paul, where are we most likely to meet him?
Blue barn. We need to find a farm with a blue barn. That's where he's at.
The police officers that were making them through, can we flag them down?
Oh yeah. They don't seem to be in any hurry. Catch up with them quite quickly, and they turn and look at you with genuine smiles.
A little gassed, like took some energy to catch up to them. We're meeting some friends. We don't have an exact address. What they indicated that their property had a blue barn on it. Can you indicate the direction of the blue barn?
They speak to each other in straight Alani, and then what language are you speaking to them?
Allemanberg.
Do you speak Alamani?
Yeah, we're all broken though. Well, I am broken.
And one of the things you remember is this is very much an Alamani speaking part of the country. Whether it's transplanted folks or not, it's just what they tend to speak. There's also a lot of people that speak pure Latin because of proximity to Latanya. But the interchange that they had together was, is this girl serious? And then they come back to you and say, you will have to be a bit more specific, young lady. The blue barn is it's not an unusual iconic image. The blue barn is
Shrug defeated. This is going to be very difficult.
Your friends, are they local citizens of the canton, or are they visiting?
Visiting.
Do you know? Are they staying at the hotel? The hoteliers may be able to help you.
Do I have a recollection from our briefing how to narrow the search?
I don't know. Do you have any recollection of how to narrow the search?
Nope.
Blue barn. From the note I took on the briefing, that's all we had to go on.
Thank the officers and excuse the intrusion to the group.
I wish you well for searching.
This is going to be harder than I thought.
If you don't mind saying so, you look exhausted. Perhaps it is altitude. Do you have a tell?
And I'll rattle off the days that we normally stay.
You always stayed at the same Moretz. It's the best.
It's actually summer season, so there should be availability.
Yeah, you one block this way over the bridge. The hotel is on your.
Yeah. So we will be staying at the San Moritz until we get better acquainted with our destination.
Good to know. The police station is right there. It's on the same block where you're staying.
Everything's within a block.
Yep. Once across the street to the clock tower, that is town hall. A block and a half this way is the square, the tram, and the road to the other resorts and villas.
Excuse me. Sorry, Blanc. I don't mean to interrupt.
No.
She mentioned our friends are out of town. Have you officers made any notice of other out-of-towners? I mean, it's summer season. It's pretty uncommon for you to have visitors this time of year.
They chuckle and they say, "This is your first time to Zermatt?"
It is. Yes.
Then it's not unusual for you not to know this. The skiing is year-round, and the summer is the only time it's safe for the mountaineers.
So you are full of out-of-towners.
It's very busy year-round here. If they're not mountaineering, then it's winter festivals, and it is a good place to visit. You've come at an excellent time of year.
That's fortunate.
That's wonderful.
That's fantastic.
Do clothing gentlemen, do they end up going to particular locations? Do they have a particular favorite? The towners that we're looking for in particular from Clovia.
Well, it's they speak to each other in Romani again. If your friends are here, they're no doubt. You say they're staying at a hotel or they're staying at a bar?
They must be, taking shelter with some friends of theirs. Barn-like area.
Barn near the foothills.
That's blue. That's blue. Like all the other barns.
The other friends from Colombia, they're staying and taking shelter in the barn.
They are
not to be understanding.
They're borrowing the place. They have made previous arrangements. They are staying at a location, a house that has property with a blue barn on it. That's my understanding. Honestly, Clothians are a little mixy. I don't usually understand them all that well.
Is this your first time to Zermatt?
I haven't stayed. I've done some mountaineering, but it was a very, very, very long time ago.
I'm not wondering if you were going to climb the Matterhorn. Perhaps you're not familiar with the area. I will illuminate them.
I had a lot of guides. Please.
Zermatt is the highest town in Burgundy. Above us are some tiny hamlets to the east, to the west, and to the south. There are Ricola, Chalet Bleu, and Gonegra. They're all farming and dairy communities, very, very tiny. Scattered throughout the countryside and across the meadows of the glacial zone are farms. Most are dairy farms, and they can be found anywhere around these smaller villages, or even beyond. Some of the farmers only come into town once a month to sell their goods. Also in each direction are the 3 ski resorts where you can ski year-round. If you are a mountaineer, we always direct you to Cervinia, the village square here. You can take a tram up to Cervinia, and that's generally a big camp for those who are climbing the Matterhorn. As far as the Blue Barn, the people of this region are very passionate about life, and they paint their barns and chalets in many different colors. So I do not mean to be offensive, but that Blue Barn is nothing strange up in the upper country.
Well, it's understandable.
If you could tell us whether they were east, west, or south, perhaps we'd help you some more.
Well, we're just going to take our time. I assume that's going to be the best way to do it. But I thank you for that information so far. Does anybody have Any questions that can help us? I mean, you must have listened to the directions better than I. Any indications? Which direction?
For the farm might be at the foot of Matterhorn. I don't know for sure, but with that, if it was at the foot of Matterhorn, I'm assuming that's in the direction of Chalet Bull.
That is the nearest village.
There.
For base camp, it would be up at Cervinia.
Well, we're not looking for a base camp, a farm with a blue barn in that direction.
Does the trim take us up in that direction?
The tram will take you all the way to Cervinia.
Can we get up at the...
There is only one stop, and that is Cervinia. You will travel over. Perhaps you will see a blue barn from there, but the problem is that there are no roads down from the ski resort.
Or you can get it back down.
Yeah, you were right. It's back down into Vermont.
But then
If you take Southern Road,
but then we might see the blue barn. That sounds good.
Oh, I'm up for a hike. Who else is up for a hike?
I suspect you will see more than one, but
Benny, I appreciate your zeal. I am still beyond tired.
Exhausted too.
Let's go eat. Thank you, gentlemen. It's been a pleasure, and we hope to see you on the streets later.
Right.
We'll share a beer.
we will be here. That sounds wonderful. Thank you, and welcome to Vermont.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Blanca makes a good point. We don't have a timeline other than possibly beating possible theoretical upper echelon agents to the area. So all four of you included, are looking a little rough.
I feel a little spry considering the fact that I was looking through a hole at the forest floor for a long time.
We've only had maybe 2 hours that stretch of this.
Your idea of a portal really is disturbing to me, Danny.
You don't reach through it. You just look through it.
Nothing comes through it.
There's a fine hotel here, just a couple blocks away. Let's see if we can get lodging. If Echelon is here, they're going to have lodging too. Let's apply our strategies, looking for them, and maybe they can get to him.
I don't feel like we should give up on the base of the Matterhorn.
Oh, I don't think
thing.
so.
That is something I recall from our briefing.
You mean the
Cornell, you well rested, right?
way?
Sorry, right?
So you mean way instead of the Chalet Bull?
So that's the direction. Cervinia is at the base of the Matterhorn.
Mm-hmm.
So that's the direction we should, if we're going to manually search for a farm, that's the direction I think we should search first. Okay. Unless we have another strategy that I haven't thought of.
Like maybe the closest to Cervinia.
Well, according to the officers, there may be handfuls.
Right, at the closest. What are you throwing a dart for? What?
Yeah.
We might as well just take a map and throw a dart at it. Finding
at least it does with a direction instead of all of the directions.
Agreed.
I think if I get to high ground and give me a map, I can start documenting blue barns for one. And if somebody comes up with a better answer, let's go with a better answer. But I think Savannah is a grand idea. After you eat and
what was the nice hotel you mentioned, Joe?
Maurice?
The Smurfs.
Saint Maurice. Is anybody in your party not exhausted? It should be the storm, right?
Yep.
Okay.
Oh, yeah. Really? I traveled and then more.
Dude, we got no rest.
You guys took like an hour car ride.
Right.
You took a Chromador, took a 1 hour train ride, took a 30-minute taxi ride, took a 2 hour blimp ride, and now we're here.
Plus 3 hours in the train to.
And
Oh, yeah.
And then Angelica, looking at us, basically leaning against the wall, looking like shit, said, "You need to go."
Yes, you guys have not had sleep.
No.
You guys, in fact, left Magnetia at like, what, 3 a.m.?
Son of a bitch.
Because it was an emergency call, 911.
I still have a chunk of ruby that's like.
What I want to know, so no, that got, yeah,
It's some-
but the green gun got shattered. But a question I got for you: where is Boz with Broom?
It's gone. It would disappear. It did not. I put it in my. I put it in my saddle.
Yeah.
And when I checked again, it was gone.
Oh, I missed that. Okay, cool.
Yeah, it was gone early on. It was gone almost immediately after I put it away. And I have a feeling that our friend
Merlin,
Mossy Beard took it.
Mossy Beard.
Or disappeared it or something. He said, these people should probably not hold the bags of our living.
What?
Allegedly, Merlin. I know.
Allegedly. Yeah, that's why I said the Mossy Beard guy. Because legends. Did you guys throw the sword back into the water? Did you find water to throw it in?
No, actually, we gave it back to the Colonel. Actually.
We did convince him.
We didn't talk to the Colonel about it, actually. Exhausted.
We weren't thinking straight.
I think everybody else forgot about it based on how it.
Besides that, he came and snagged it back, right? So we're assuming that basically we're going to put it back over the mantle.
Yeah. We. Damn it.
He did ask for it.
He did. Icenia will continue not to be. There will be no return of Arthur. Oh well.
Unless the Colonel decides to get really, really creative. But that's fine.
That's not him.
He's a little
Yeah.
too conservative to be creative. Are you trekking towards St. Moritz?
Let's do it.
You are passing a lot of happy folks, even at this early hour in the afternoon. Many of them are tan, a little bit sunburned. You notice that the people that are not locals dress generally in knickerbockers, sweaters, leather jackets, caps. They look very much like the folk that you're more used to, but a little bit more rugged. Kind of on the lines of your hunting, fox hunting garb. So you're all still dressed appropriately for that. You don't stand out too much, especially not in a place full of tourists. You pass some boutique-like shops, like a small ski shop, a clothing shop, a photo studio, a taxidermist, and then you cross the bridge and you see the St. Moritz Hotel on the left side. Looks like it was transplanted from Paris to be here. Looks extremely elegant, a little bit out of place for the rest of the rustic look. And directly across the street from it is a what looks like a hunting emporium of some kind.
Good for Arctic wear.
Divert over to the shop. Looking for a Burgundian army knife.
You going to the hunting shop?
Yep.
I probably have one. What?
Do you have staff for a Burgundian army knife?
Actually, yes, we do. Jojo
Really?
carries one. Jojo carries one.
And so y'all just all like that for it? Like
All the tools.
It's a camping setting.
There is a significant display case filled with Burgundian army knives. All the classic red with the white cross.
I stop and I slump and I just stand there.
What's wrong, Benny?
Tired much? What are we shopping for? Come on, I know that we see shops
Where
inside
We're on an alpine adventure. You can't go on an alpine adventure without a proper army knife.
Bjorn is walking the back aisle, looking at all the firearms and breathing in the smell of shells of ammunition. Maybe lifting his kilt just a little bit.
Hands free.
Hands free. Miss Robin's under there.
We're now feeling much more wired than everybody else in the party. Takes both Blanc and Bonnie by the shoulder. He kind of pauses for half a second on touching Blanca, but then he's like, "This is gonna be fun, buddy. Come on, let's see what the locals have." And the motions them both forward.
Robin will follow, feeling zeitgeist.
Ask the proprietor for a multi-tool, something with all the little fiddly bits that she's seen Cornell use in the past.
I stop and I turn to Cornell and say, multi-tool.
Multi-pass?
I think everything I've seen is now pales in comparison to what you have in your pocket right now.
Does he still?
That's what he said.
Yeah, do you want to check?
The proprietor immediately brings you down to the end of the cabinet where the big ones are. The ones that have 32 different features to them. Everything from toenail clippers to surgical instruments and everything in between.
Cornell is just shaking his head like that thing would never actually be useful because it's so clunky, but he's not going to say anything. He's going to let Blanca do what he wants. But he's over on the edge counter like...
You can't even identify.
Yeah. Well, Blanca is putting on her best Cornell, and she's like, this thing would be awesome. Awesome. And find the fattest multi-tool in the cabinet.
Oh, but the one that has complete submetric mechanics to it.
Yeah. Tap on the glass, point to that one.
It's this big.
That's right. And they are oversized. And so this is our finished model. You have magnificent taste.
Look back at Benny and Cornell with a shit-eating grin, like, I'm going to be in the boys' club. This is awesome.
I cringe. I am not here.
It is 250 silver.
Reach into my pouch, fumble out, hand 3 gold coins.
He takes it away from you. I do believe that you do a little bit of change, so he comes and
Ignore the change and clutch this prized possession.
he says, "Would you like me to wrap it for you?"
No! Hold that thing to my breast. Now let's get to sleep.
And please be aware that on the underside are nail clippers specifically for dogs under 25 pounds.
Yes.
This is perfect for Bixby. Wait.
That is for Barnabas.
Barnabas.
Friends.
Barnabas is under 25 pounds.
Yeah,
For sure.
definitely.
Toss the knife into my partner bag.
You open up your bag, you catch a rather unpleasant odor.
Oh. He is back-trained.
Oh, shit. Is he really in there?
Yeah.
You actually...
He wouldn't let us without him.
Benny?
What?
Any vital stuff that's mine, except for Bixby and Barnabas, and loot over Benny.
As you look inside, you see Bixby and Barnabas are not in the bag.
Right.
What is in the bag is a fairly small pile of doggy doo. It seems to have a tiny little note stuck to it.
I reach in. And you know what? Thing's not bad. You have a tissue. Or a handkerchief. I'll buy a handkerchief. Just give me a handkerchief.
proprietor snaps out a handkerchief and hands it to you right away.
Like, this will probably go in her mouth. I reach in there and I pull out the poopy.
You see it's a tiny little hand scripted notes to it.
Can I even read that? Let me see magnifying glass on your. Exactly.
Yeah, exactly. See, it's pretty useful.
Blanca, do perception.
Money well spent.
21.
The paper that the note is written on looks really familiar to you. It's a really high quality heavy parchment.
My book! You little shit!
You pull out your spell book, and in one of the blank pages near the back, a tiny little square has been torn out and used for the note.
All weariness is washed away. Those little bastards have crossed the line.
Under the magnifying glass, you see Bixby's elegant scripted handwriting. It says, "Sorry, I didn't have a bag. We'll make it to you. Here's."
Tegan, did you bring a bunch?
What did it say? What does it say, Tony?
Says, sorry he didn't have a bag. He'll get up to you. Cheers. I was when he said cheers. I was thinking old Tegan. I don't know. Is there? Did you guys? This poopy seems a lot more than it should.
It's
Probably
rat
outside.
size.
And
It's
the
rat
dog,
size. Amazing.
dog's only the size of like a cantaloupe, so
Yeah, but I mean it's like extra potent, however dense poop can get. Anyway,
that's their dog poop.
your dog poop, it's just mirrored on a door and it's there for everything. Just
I mean, she fed him whatever came on the cart. So,
Damn it. Damn it.
I shake out the handkerchief. I take the tiny little note. I don't want. I offer the handkerchief back to the proprietor.
He clicks his heels, takes it from you, and drops it in a wastebasket without raising a brow.
Okay. Do you want this? If it's yours, Blanca.
I think it's time we find our way back to the hotel, the San Moritz.
You could probably stick it in your spell book.
Just goes
tape
right in
it
there.
just so like
I'm sure that the runes and incantations will merge well with this, and I'll be able to cast a shitstorm tomorrow.
It's so little. It's so elegant. You should really keep this.
Yeah.
I don't think anybody would have anything like this.
That's a witch spell. That's for cursing, not for spell casting.
Canon's magnificent shit.
very nice handwriting though.
I'm going to ask for another handkerchief, and I'm going to drop it in there and wrap it up and stick it in my pocket.
Fold the lens back into my new acquisition.
Well, that was useful. Hey,
Already?
already useful. Next time I find a note, scroll with a very, very tiny script.
Well, it has a removable, reusable toothpick.
I love reusable ones.
True.
Look around everybody's jugular.
Why don't you just use the plate? I mean, come on.
Which one?
Blanca, is there a nail file there? A nail
The saw one.
nail
Like the saw, you got a fish fillet knife, you've got the Ginsu blade. Cut.
Kinsu.
They will never come back.
It cuts right through a tomato. It's amazing.
That's right. Damn it.
I'm sure the adrenaline from finding poop and getting the knife, spike is wearing off, and sleep is the only objective.
Yes. You're all rather hungry. The last time most of you ate was on the train. And then you've had a whole lot of alcohol after that. And a lot of
Basically, Cornell has night watch. I mean, day watch. Wait, what?
between booze and the altitude, you're all feeling it. In Cornell, it's probably the altitude and the liquors got you a little lightheaded. The proprietor has pocketed your 3 gold coins. He handed you over your fancy Burgundian army I can ask you if there's anything.
No. I mean, sorry. No, thank you.
Bjorn catches the proprietor's eye and thinks he's making a joke and reaches into his jacket, pulls out one of the Yeti shells and puts it on the counter. Says, "Do you have anything calibrated in this, chained in this?" The proprietor doesn't even bat an eye and says, "How many boxes would you like?" Bjorn didn't expect that.
Any Yetis around here?
Looks over.
It's Yeti country.
And that's what the proprietor says. It is Yeti country.
Get a box. Fine. It's like all expensible. We can expense it. Does this happen to come in any particular fashion, like iron or lead or what? Cold iron?
The proprietor says, iron? No, lead.
Yes.
Absolutely. I heard that there's a Pawnee on the Pawnee side of Alps that is working on an incendiary round.
Oh, great. That's all he needed to hear.
You see Bjorn's eyes glitter with lust and covetousness.
So is that on the border? There's the little town up there. Tell us about this little town on the top. It's near Savannah?
It's not really a town. It's a custom station. There's a tiny hotel and restaurant. But there's no passport required to cross between the Pawnee and Burgundy at that particular station. And if you descend the other side, you are in the Pawnee.
Hey, are there any, and I know this is fairly common, are there any particularly stellar blue barns in that area?
There are no barns that high up in the Alps.
Just
There are no farms above any of the ski resorts. And you only have 8-week window to reach that crossing, that border crossing. It's closed the other 10 months of the year.
and we are really close to that. How long is the window till now?
It's another 6 weeks, 7 weeks perhaps. Depends on how severe the weather.
Understood. That's good to know. Thank you so much. Sounds like a great place to be. Have you been up there yourself?
Of course.
You gone over to the Alpine side? Is it crazy over there?
Crazy? I think we have different definitions. There's really nothing outside Zermatt that could ever desire.
Well, that's good for you. Good day. Thank you.
Cheers.
Manny, can you get us checked into the hotel? Instinctively moved closer to Cornell and just kind of get against him for support.
It's a comfortable and position. We did it for weeks, and he falls right into it.
Cornell, let me ask you a question. Did you speak at all while you were in the shop, or did you stay quiet the whole time?
I didn't hear anything.
He stayed quiet the whole time. He was obviously real confused to Walker's choice of multi-tool, but he did not say anything.
Multi-pass.
The fact that you make your way out onto the street, and there is the Super Ritz Hotel directly across the way.
Okay. Blanca, I'll oblige.
Thank you.
Yeah. You're not the only one. We're all run on razor's edge right here.
I know.
Cornell looks around and is like he's feeling it just because of the altitude and alcohol that he drank with Danny, but you are all looking like shit.
Oh, God. So let's I'll take care of it. But do you know anything? I mean, customs or the tips and all that stuff, does it all apply I have to play that game.
Just pay what they ask. You don't have to tip extra here.
Really?
Yeah.
I mean, not extra.
Yeah, otherwise, aside from a few quirky local customs, those of you who are Burgundian, this is home. This is like going to Alta.
Okay. Yeah, that's great. But I can take care of this. Do you have something, Bruno? What's that?
No, I was just going to let you know that you had this. I wasn't too worried about it.
No, yeah, it's just fuzzy.
Look in the lobby. See if there's a Banny Elkind tourist guide in the bookshelf.
So the first thing you notice is that it's clearly a 4-star, probably working its way up to a 5-star hotel. It is nowhere near the elegance that you experienced in Budapest.
That means the Cornell.
And that's kind of been your gold standard. Plus you've stayed until after that. It's charming, but it's not the Hotel Budapest.
It's great for Robin.
Oh yeah, everybody else thinks that it's just fantastic, and it's kind of like a B location for you. You are looking around specifically for any Elkin book. You don't see anything lying around on any of the tapes.
Is there a gift shop?
There's not a shop.
I will find one in this town before we leave.
I don't know what she's looking for. I don't care.
I want Banny Elkind's Guide to Zermatt.
I don't know if I
10 years ago
wrote that. I don't think. I think I traveled here with her family.
Listen, you were blacked out for 10 years of your career. You don't know where you've been.
Yeah.
It's not true. Yeah.
That's probably a fair statement.
It is what it is.
Can't hide a burgeoning divorce in whatever texts or guides you put together.
And this is where I hate myself all the way.
Don't stay in sweet because some bitch will leave you there.
I never felt so alone in my life.
It's the angry Risteves.
The food all tastes empty.
As you move into the lobby, you see that there is one party ahead of you to get to the desk. It looks to be made up of about 6 men, 2 women, tons of luggage, but the luggage is all the same type. It's all black, burble, with a lot of heavy clamps on it. If everybody rolls a perception, anybody landing 20 will recognize what you're looking at.
You have to land a 20 as a total or with a roll?
As total.
Oh,
I'm too tired. I don't even care.
Cornell was too focused on being comfortable, but not comfortable with Blanca.
yeah, laying on top of
He's got a lot going on in his head right now.
It does. It's pretty awkward. Now, how did you do, Annie?
Pretty good.
What, you rolled it now?
Sorry. Yes.
He just assumes pretty good.
It's not a big of a roll.
It's 29. So, okay.
So you got two rangers in it.
Robin and Danny recognize that you've seen film equipment before, and this looks like a whole buttload of film equipment. One person seems to be checking the group in. They're all talking at once. A couple of them are quiet. They look like roadie types. And stand off to the side with a female assistant. Everybody roll a perception, please.
Yeah.
That would be awesome.
Cornell is 100% focused on not being uncomfortable with Blanca. I rolled a 1. He has no attention for anything else other than his situation
And
next door.
whatever that thing is stepped on that is now stuck to your shoe.
Oh man, when I shook it off,
If only you had Burgundian army to get it off you.
I know somebody actually.
It has its own specific tool.
The gumshoe tool.
Did we have anybody hit a 24 or better?
Yes, I got a 20.
Oh, now Luck is paying attention.
Well, she's bracing weight against Cornell and intentionally pushing her body warmth against him as he looks towards the film crew.
So Blanca actually perks up a little bit because you see that the man standing off the side, first of all, he's movie star gorgeous, and you all recognize him as Jason Fogg, who is a international explorer, mountaineer, and celebrity. Any of you recognize him because he's written a few books. The guy is always in the papers. He climbed this mountain. He discovered this in the Amazon, this other lost tribe.
Oh, I actually have owned this one. This is a little too close to home. This is a little overshadowy.
Plus the fact that when this guy smiles, you get that bing.
Yeah, the theme.
Suddenly, denting strikes you in the face.
Oh, yeah.
The assistant looks at him like he's a living god. He sells a whole lot more books than you do.
Bastard.
Well, I look like shit. I feel like shit.
Yeah.
I'm checking into a hotel. He's ahead of me.
Right.
That in itself. I'm just glowering. I can't help it. I can't help it.
Is there a Captain service line?
You're just waiting your turn to get to the desk.
Probably didn't notice.
I glance over at Blanca and see if she's got a little in her eyes. Because I figured she would
Recognize Banny's in royalty proximity for his field of work, and it's time to represent.
I just pinch my face and
Robert, you don't know who he is, but you just recognize the beefcake standing over there on the side.
Fair enough. With cameras.
With camera equipment.
They're at the counter in front of us checking in, is that correct?
Yes.
The clerk behind the counter that's working with them, they're fully attentive?
Extremely attentive to this particular group.
I think it's time for a little distraction. Excuse me, miss? Call over the back, the command spell.
There are two clerks. One is male, one is female. They're both good looking. The female is drop dead sexy, and every male here has noticed her back there. Got the perfect teeth, perfect figure. And when you say miss, she breaks away from the group and comes right over to you. Do you still have the command spell?
Is she one talking with Miss Fogg?
Looks like she was just assistant clerk who was helping that group. Mr. Fogg isn't doing any of this himself.
His clerk or attendant, whoever is attending to his group, that's who I want to get her. If it's not her, I dismiss her and focus on.
Wait. So did it get the attention of the very attractive woman when she said that?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, she came right over.
I
shut her down. If she goes, no, not you. No.
Go ahead, Benny. I'll demur. Go ahead.
She looks at you and just oozes sexuality. Like no hotel clerk you've ever met.
It's kind of like a nymph, you know.
Not a hotel clerk. She can't be. Are you helping this ensemble?
She gives you just a winning smile and says, "I'm helping you right now, sir."
Well, we're looking for a room. We've got actually 3 rooms that we'd like to book? Is there 3 rooms available?
I'm certain that we can find a room for all of your needs.
That is absolutely insane. Do you work here?
She's dressed in the hotel uniform and has a name tag that says Marguerite. She's ready to book you in. She says, "Oh, you're teasing me."
Oh, you should be with them. I'm the leads.
He actually does not wave them off. It would be incredibly rude, but she kind of looks at them disdainfully and says, "You have my full attention." She swings the ledger book around. "Will you sign something?"
I take the pen from her and write Benny in an elaborate script as best I can.
It asks for name and home city.
And I put in, I think I'll put it Stenstad. Stenstad, because that's Benny's home city.
It is hotel policy that everyone in the party needs to sign. Terrible.
Oh, by all means. I take the pen and I wave it to anybody who will take it. Okay, now, first.
I am escorting Blanca. She's still leaning on me.
Yes,
We
but
will walk up as a pair.
I hand.
I'm still eyeballing the other party, but holding your arm.
Colonel's noticed, but he hasn't said anything.
And the pen to Cornell, my friend.
We get the gist. Why don't you step over to the side, Bonnie, and continue your conversation. We'll all get signed in.
My party, we intend to 3 different rooms.
Would you like them all on the same floor?
Yes, please. With consecutive numbers, if possible.
Very good. She starts jotting a few things down.
What's your accent sound like?
It sounds like
Albany?
Alpine.
Oh,
Almond,
Okay, nothing expected.
with a hint of Bavarian.
Cornell sighs and holds the pen up, and after Blanca is still staring at the other party, he elbows her slightly to take the pen.
she did, and she scratched it out fast.
Blanc, how did you sign it?
Blanca Bess with huge bees.
Hometown.
Rick.
Sorry. Cornell, what did you sign in as?
Her life,
Hometown?
Zurich.
Robin, are you signing in too?
Yes, Marianne Durand, and Golf is my hometown.
Do I notice her signs, Marianne?
I don't think so. Hands it to.
You seem frustrated and moved away.
You're right. I'm not paying attention. Never mind.
You're on then.
You know.
He elbows you out of the way.
Can you sign? Can you sign? Do you need to sign for you?
Just draw a big X.
I'll take care for you, big guy. It's like Bjorn.
Bjorn is smarter than I am. A lot.
That's funny.
He hides that, though.
I do.
Reaches over and dips a thumb in the ink well.
And what is your hometown?
His teeth on front.
I was going to say, he takes out the jackal and slaps it on the face.
That could be good because then they'll be able to. Yeah.
Marguerite thinks it's all just delightful and charming, and she asks, "What brings you to Vermont? We in town long?"
Yeah, we'll be in town for as long as we need to. Enjoy this wonderful scenery.
Are you here
And
to
I-
sightsee? Seeing, climbing, skiing.
I gesture over her as I say this wonderful scenery. And anyway, we intend to go skiing, climbing, a little sightseeing. Go to the highest point that we can go with trams because I don't think the rest of them could manage up that hill. But maybe visit the base camp just to get that sense of adventure.
Plenty of adventure to be found in Zermatt. And if you are around this evening, there is an evening beer festival that's not to be missed.
It will not be missed.
And you have just a quick image of Marguerite in a
Little
rusty beer wench.
yeah. For whatever reason, it's like 2 jugs that.
Yeah, it's like she would fill it out quite well. She says, perhaps I'll see you there.
Well, probably definitely.
Gives you a shy, demure look, hands over 3 keys. And will you be responsible for the bill, Mr. Helkin?
Yes. What? What?
Veronica, beside you, it looks like the film crew is hoisting their goods and shuffling off toward the elevator, followed by the female assistant in James Fogg.
I turn to Blanca. Why has she got such a sour look on her? Why are you looking at it? What's your face doing? I don't understand.
Just tired.
You're tired. God. I demur to Marguerite. We're going to pull away from the front desk, but I want to pull Blanca off the side and say, is she actually that hot? Just give me an answer, because I don't know exactly what I'm seeing here. She is.
I'll clutch your hands and let me check. I'll be right back. Move up to the counter. Put my hands on the counter.
That's short.
Marguerite,
Yes, ma'am.
my friend,
Oh, fuck's
is enchanted by you, and I don't want him to be disappointed. But
She gives a little blush.
we are. I heard something about a beer festival.
Yes, every evening at the fountain in the town square.
Will you be joining us there?
I try to go as often as I'm able to. This evening I'm free.
It would be a great honor to us if you would join us.
I will absolutely look for you.
Do we have keys?
I gave them to Mr. Elkin.
Look over his direction. Forgive me. I was distracted in the film crew.
And he gives you a little finger twiddle.
Back his direction, slug him in the arm. I think you have date.
I start walking up the stairs. Just move towards the stairs at this point. As
You
soon
are
as I
on
get,
the second floor.
there isn't a lift. There is an elevator.
Yeah, it's being occupied by the film crew and all their luggage.
We're strong, capable people who will walk up. I'm that mountaineering soul that I have. I'm gonna walk up those stairs.
Gone.
You see that there's also a small cocktail lounge and a small restaurant just off the lobby.
Cornell's
Down
more worried about food than rest right now.
Yeah, let's go drop everything off, and we'll come back for food. Is that okay? Sorry. It's, when we get to the first laying, I say that. I look to Block and say.
I let the porters take our luggage, and I looked to Cornell, who suggested that he wants a little bite before he retires. My mischievous nature has belayed any sleep order I have. I got Cornell and we head to the restaurant. Get settled. We'll see you down here in a minute.
Bjorn says, I can eat.
Join us.
Ow!
I'm shedding.
Reject my hand for the hardened Bjorn. Indicate which way you should go. Don't push in that direction.
Bjorn shakes his head. You all think I'm just a big, stupid bear. I understand. But when the Jabberwocks come,
Cornell,
Save
Cornell,
me, Annie.
Cornell, you should have heard us. We played for Satchmo. Bjorn played for Satchmo.
yes, I am an accomplished pianist. Among
Plays
many other things. Benny,
pianist all the time.
Benny, the woman.
I am sure you know how to play the pianist. I have no doubt of that, Bjorn.
And
no
also
doubt.
prudent cantaloupe.
I also believe that. Nothing you're saying to me is surprising right now. I believe every word you're telling me.
A simple, uncomplicated soul. Benny, you should do the right thing with that. The girl behind the counter.
The thing that I can't do because I'm married. But what? What am I? Blanca.
What?
I forgot.
What happens on a mission stays on a mission.
Won't tell us.
You don't realize. Okay, we aren't talking about this right now. We're not talking about it. You guys go get some food. I will be down a bit. I'll verify that the rooms are safe.
Vermont is perfectly safe for whatever liaison that you plan to have.
Rooms are spectacular. Each has its own wooden balcony that overlooks the town. Has a magnificent view of the Matterhorn, the rest of the mountains. You can see the cable car climbing up the mountain off to the left. It looks like a postcard right out your window. And it should for the price that you're paying.
We're not paying.
Rob
tucks her arm around Warren's arm and
Is it time?
inviting, take her to the restaurant.
Oh, the restaurant. I thought you wanted the Viking to take you. We are such a tease.
Always. This is a secret, you know. Now, the thing is, I don't know how we allocate these rooms. This is a problem.
What is the problem?
You snore loud.
Not if you keep me up.
Even you look tired.
The group makes its way down to the restaurant. Fanny, are you lingering behind? Is that what I understood?
I'm just going to make sure that the porter arranges the rooms or delivers the bags. Make sure that everything gets in the rooms that they want to or that they should. And we're going to put Blanca and Robin together.
Okay.
Cornell and Bjorn together. And Ben's got his own.
So you put. Yeah, okay, I was going to say, so you're going to keep Cornell.
Hang an owl on the door.
Yeah. Well, whoever wants to swap can swap. But
Right.
anyway,
But the way design is that Cornell is separate from Blanca.
Yeah. Well,
Just laid plans.
That's why everybody can choose their. She is the team lead after all. I'm just an observer.
Which support staff?
Casual bystander.
You're all straight men for her comedy.
That's an awkward truth.
In the hotel restaurant, you are attended to by a young lady in classic Bierfrau costume, spilling out in all the right places. She's got the Heidi type pigtails, very traditional dress, but with some modern accentuations. She seats you all at the same table, asks you if this is your first time in Zermatt, if it's your first time in Burgundia, next to the small chit chat. What brings you here? Maybe skiing, maybe mountaineering.
Blanca's sleeping as she's sitting.
Yeah, basically, eyes are open, but not open, just like Rob's.
I'm gonna start trooping downstairs, by the way.
Since nobody seems to want to chit chat, she shifts gears and asks if you wish to see menus. Would you like her to make recommendations?
What's fast? Do you have soup? Soup is good.
I need to get that down fast.
Soup, please.
Of course, we always have soup.
What is fast nourishment?
She says if you'd like a brio, some traditional Burgundian dishes, traditional Alpine fare.
Alpine.
Alpine.
And
Lock his head up on the table.
shall I bring beer?
Wait. Sorry, I have to wait for half a second. We at the restaurant right where we were.
Yeah.
All there.
Except for Danny, he's behind us.
What one beer, please?
You're gonna say that? Yes.
2 beers. 2 beers. Got everybody else off.
That's 2 beers for him and 1 beer for him.
She looks at Annie.
I look at the table. Why are we here? I will take a beer. I like one of your ambers. I know you're different.
Is what you're doing? Is you
Do it.
I know you have different
it's
beers.
and she even gives you a lovely lean in as she takes your order.
I realize what's going on. Like, I would.
Not that I log. It's the season to be merry.
I have the logger, please.
I have come to loggerheads with this one. I like an amber.
She splits, and when she comes back, she is carrying 5 enormous beers in her fists. She puts amber down in front of Danny. She gives 2 to Bjorn and 2 to Cornell. She disappears, and she comes back with spatzel, which are dumplings, Schlutzkrappen, which are cheese stuffed noodles and sauce. She comes out with kraut, some schlitz, which is mushroom ravioli with olive oil, and then she brings out an assortment of breads.
Is this like because of that Lupin border, we're getting a little bit of the pasta mix in here? Is that what
There's a lot of pasta in classic Alpine cuisine. I was surprised to see. And a whole loaded dairy. You can't live there if you're lactose intolerant.
You'll have nothing to eat.
Thank God.
You
These
can't,
beers are enormous.
you can't become lactose intolerant if you grow up in Burgundy.
Exactly.
You're inoculated from birth.
The food is
This is your cow.
filling, delicious, and did I mention heavy?
That's
If it was comfort food, this is supreme.
Autumn just vacuums up as quickly as possible, and she's like the orphan who wants to make sure that she scarfs up enough before anybody else gets more, and then she just like
There's always Wonka's plate cut. It's pretty much untouched. You can just go for that, but you got to fight Bjorn for it because he's always reaching for it.
but Blanca has strategically placed herself between
He lets you have it, but he wears his teeth. Cornell, how do you do with those two enormous beers?
The first one's probably not a problem, but the second one is probably a problem at this point.
Yeah, you're feeling it.
And the altitude.
No, that's what I'm saying. You know, I drink with Danny on the Zeb, on the Bladeship.
Hey,
few times.
are we?
Bjorn is still buzzed from Magnet. Yeah.
I'm just trying to catch up with Bjorn. To be honest
Still-
with you. That's what I'm trying to do.
He and Cornell stagger off to the men's room together.
We're peeing in the same urinal because we can't manage anything else.
It's like sniper training.
Did you see the breasts on the waitress?
Do you think I'm blind? I guess my arm is probably up here. That's all.
I have yet to.
Well, one up here, one down here.
Stabilizer. Just the stabilizer.
Hey, those are my shoes. Be careful.
The wash.
The waitress sachets past and tells you all to save for dessert. You already feel like you're gonna pop.
I look at the table. No, there's no fucking way. We're doing this. Where did Bjorn and Cornell go?
He comes back with
Alpine.
Cletton, which are sweet rolls with dried fruit on top of them.
I look at that and I put them on Blanca's plate. Sort of move a couple over to Blanca's plate. Hey, you haven't eaten a bit. Get to it.
Even one looks full.
Yeah, I start handing one to Rob, and I see her eyes just bulge a little. Yeah, so I pull back and nibble. I do a Blanca and nibble just a little bit.
Bjorn comes back to the table. Cletton!
I shift them all over to his plate real quick. There you go.
He shoves a few toward Cornell. There's always room for Cletton.
There's always room for a Clutson.
Robin lets out a belt that's not ladylike, and she looks around like, where did that come from? Oh, God.
Bjorn just grins at her. Partially Cletton out of his beard. Your
rooms
meal
are safe.
what's up? Are you off to explore the tent, or are you off to explore the inside of your island?
I
We have
point
boys.
there and say, our bedrooms, I checked them all. All of our bags are in there. I've got number 331, 332, 333. And
Bjorn
Cornell.
throws a plot around your shoulder. Don't forget, when you meet the young lady, put a towel on the door. So no one wanders in. Or, so that when I blunder in, I will be certain to see something.
I'll try to keep her as naked as possible. I mean, no, this isn't going to happen. Why does everybody assume?
She wants to see you.
I wanted Blanca to.
You want Blanca?
She's too beautiful. There's something wrong with it. I can't. It doesn't work. There's something wrong. I don't.
Benny. You've put your standards for so long.
Whoa. Maybe. But no. Okay. I'm on to bed. I can think straight. You're in charge. I point at Blanca and start moving my way. I stand in front of the table and start walking.
Where's Ben going?
Same place I'm going. Well, almost.
Who's?
31.
What are those?
Blanca, go to sleep. Go to bed.
Yeah. It didn't take much lullaby.
Bjorn's spell works.
As you go to sleep, you have the distinct impression that every time the waitress passes by, Bjorn flexes. And you also notice that she seems to notice.
Okay. Okay, we have 3 rooms, right?
Yeah.
Blanca and Robin.
Yeah.
It's obvious. Who are the other 2
Cornell
rooms?
and Bjorn.
You are
Bonnie has his own room.
Bonnie has his own room. Which
Okay.
Needs.
Okay.
This is by design.
That's what I was wondering. Okay.
He's done this before. Magic things happen. He didn't really intend for those things to happen, but it did happen.
All right. I was just checking.
Blanca put me up to it. She is the one who said
No. Don't piss on Blanca. It's the Bonnie
No.
situation.
Bonnie just is taking care of himself. She put me in charge of setting up rooms. It is tiring.
True. And therefore you did it.
Uh-huh.
Therefore you did it. Yes.
Okay.
Anyway,
I was just checking.
Robin's asleep face down, room 3 what?
Bjorn puts Blanca over his shoulder in a fireman's carry, trots up the stairs with her, dumps her in another bed of your room.
Cornell just laughs like, thank God I don't have to do it. Not my responsibility. As he
Yeah, this time.
You are alone in the restaurant when Bjorn comes back, and you see the waitress winks at him. He follows her into the kitchen. You hear a feminine squeal, the sound of broken glass, laughter, and then he ducks his head back out and says, "Don't wake up."
I just raised my mug. Don't say anything. Just raise my mug.
Ducks back in, and you sit there at the devastation of a food table, working on your second beer, wondering just what is the altitude? Is it possible to just float?
I think if you're drunk enough, you could.
Is that the direction Cornell is headed?
It's been a weird day for him. There's been a lot of things going on. He's gonna have one more and then call it. You think? Because he's pretty sure he can handle that and still be functional tomorrow.
Pretty sure.
Sure. He's like 70% sure, and that's good enough for now.
That's really good odds.
Yeah.
The person that fed you this beer is a waiter, and he's looking rather annoyed. He's trying not to show it too much. He's very cordial to you. Brings you another enormous mug of beer, but your regular waitress is not present.
I'm not worried about what he has going on right now. Listen, just give me my beer. That's all I want right now. I don't care about his problems because I just need another beer. Give me another beer.
Listen to what you're given. The rest of you sleep. Did anybody set any wake-up calls?
No.
Nobody said
No. Nobody. Everybody just kind of just.
At 9 hours, Robin awakes.
At some point, Cornell realized that you have either been deposited into your bed or you made it upstairs and don't remember it. And you don't know what time it is. There's no sunlight coming through the windows, but the door bangs open and you hear heavy footsteps followed by the crash of body armor being taken off grenades hitting the floor, battle harnesses of weapons being dropped, boots kicked off,
And a
knives,
Viking song?
axes all hitting,
I think it's
followed
the
by
hum.
the crushing creak of a massive body hitting them.
It's a hum. It's a hum.
I appreciate the ritual. Just
You drift off asleep again.
yeah.
The walker's down.
Most of you sleep through the night. Sleep through the afternoon into the night. Walk up. You wake up at 10 o'clock at night with your eyes locked. You feel quite rested. Robin is still asleep next to you. It is full dark.
Wait. So did they just sleep? Like,
Everybody's asleep right now. It's slept from about 2 in the afternoon.
It was in high school we started to see that because he insisted on the whole Prince Valiant kind of haircut
Yeah.
and started getting thinner and thinner on top. And then I never saw him without a baseball hat. But then
Right.
I think when he went into the Air Force, he started to adapt to getting rid of all of it. But he must have been 45 before I ever saw him without a hat.
Oh,
By the
Mm.
time
I mean,
comfortable enough around friends to take his hat off.
that's not too surprising. All through up until I was about 25. I mean, I had hair down to here,
Right.
which is kind of the same thing that Dave did in high school. I mean, I didn't know him, of course, at the time, but clearly, I'm losing. I'm on my way.
Yep.
So
Damn you!
no,
Yeah.
it's kind of like that thing where you have to, if you're not comfortable with it, it's really hard to start losing hair. It's really, 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 really hard. Like my hairline used to be here. When I started losing this, it was real difficult. At this point, I'm like, yeah,
You accept and
I'll hold on to this because I haven't become an I'm a peninsula. I'm not an island.
You're a Mohawk.
Yeah,
It's a faux hawk.
exactly.
Mohawk. Yeah, there you go.
I go with that Jude Law haircut, where it's usually slightly longer up here.
Yes.
I started losing mine at 24, and by the time I was 29, it was done. And that's when I really had to embrace Bruce Willis made it cool.
Yeah.
Bruce Willis is a badass.
Yeah. I was able to embrace that. But if there were times I'd be in a security office, and we always had cameras in the security office,
Yeah.
you'd be scrolling through the different shots, and all of a sudden you'd see yourself, but from a position you never see yourself from, above and behind.
Yeah.
And you're like, who's the fat guy with the bald spot?
God damn.
And it's not even. It looks like a Hawaiian island.
Oh my god.
Indicator to just incentive to keep it skinned.
Time to go. Yeah.
Yeah. Can't hang on to it anymore.
Blanca's awake. Is the Twitch stream back up?
It's back up, but it's all fucky.
Let me work on that while Blanca gets the business going because
You wanna work the stream and I'll just shut it down and you can start it up?
Yeah.
All right. I'll end it.
Do you have a picture for Cornell?
I do. Well, do you?
I
Ryan?
don't. You'll have to send it to me.
It's on the website if you don't have it.
That is true. That is true.
So you can just pull it from there.
Okay, I'm gonna have to. I have to work some stuff to make it happen. Oh boy, this will be fun. While I'm a little bit.
My internet got hit by a bus.
Really? Nice.
Twice. It needed 8 hours of rest.
Time to just shut down the boys, right?
Yeah, they're torturing you. Yeah, they're destroying it.
Oh, I don't know.
Yeah, it was cruising along at only 60% CPU for a long time. I was doing great.
You managed.
Speaking of, I'm gonna
PRB.
up some stuff on this. I need to prioritize my computer so it doesn't have conflicts.
Yeah, we were talking about hair loss. Is that what I missed out on?
we were talking about it.
Yeah.
We were talking about Dave. We were talking about John's. We were talking about mine. You know,
Oh man.
it's a whole journey.
Well, yeah, I'm watching the March of Dimes here.
Oh, see, you have a better hairline than me or John. So
Yeah. Yeah, my dad put that curse on me.
yeah, mine's thanks to my grandpa.
Well, I mean, my father literally cursed me because I was teasing him about.
He said the evil words to you.
Well, I was teasing him about his hair loss, and he very matter-of-factly said to me, "He goes, well, your hair will fall out faster than mine did."
Ow!
Was your maternal grandfather bald?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, that's where it comes from.
Oh yeah.
You're on your maternal side. That's where hair loss comes from.
Yep.
Maternal grandfather.
Yep.
And
This is the exact pattern my grandfather had. This
So
right
clearly
here.
it's got to be some odds thing. I'm not saying I'm not going to go bald. I'm just saying, though, that
It's not an odds thing. It's
genetics. Yeah,
It's
Robert
genetics,
Bruce
100%.
Baker, my grandfather on mom's side was bald.
Well, and because of divorce and things, I had never met my maternal grandfather until his funeral. So I guess I still didn't meet him. But when I saw him in his casket, I saw his hair or the lack of it, and I went, fuck. This is what you leave me, you bastard?
Thanks so much.
Your genetic lineage?
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah, my mom's grandpa was pretty well bald, but it all went to Norm.
Yeah, he did. He lost it fast.
I mean, he hit about 30, and it was like, there's no bringing that back. That afro is just a halo.
That's horrible.
All right, so speaking of hair, I just sent you all a photograph to show you what once was.
What was?
Oh, yeah,
Oh no! Oh no!
Let's see what was.
Oh wow!
Dude.
That's like a full-on bowl cut there.
1983, baby. Wearing my dad's sport coat for my senior picture.
Okay, so you're 17, 18 there. Okay.
I was 18 there.
I hadn't quite met him, but I knew about this guy. There was the legend of John Campbell.
Legend.
You had met me.
What? How old are you here?
I'm 18 there.
Oh, so you're a senior.
Yeah.
Have we met? I think.
We didn't meet in junior. Well, we met briefly in junior high.
Uh-huh.
And then we hung out sometimes during high school, but most of the time your mom was too afraid to have me be around you.
Yeah. John needs to tell you the story about the high school assembly where he was on stage for hypnotism. That is legendary.
What?
Yeah, I don't know.
Wow, that sounds amazing.
So you fell for the hypnotism.
Oh yeah, I was told that I was absolutely 100% on board, and Dracula.
No wonder you have this affinity with
vampires.
Vampires.
That's where it came from, right there.
Oh God, I knew John a little bit at this point. I knew him mostly through the friends that knew him.
Right.
But we had this hypnotist, John Lithgow, that would come to our high school every year and put on an assembly. And John had been selected randomly from the crowd and had gone up onto the stage. I think this was our junior year. Pretty sure.
Could have been. I don't think it was senior year was when I did the grass skirt. Hawaii
Good
dance.
God.
They get John up onto stage, and they put all the chairs up along there. So you got all these like high school chairs lined up. There's probably 14 people on stage, and he's one by one making his way down the line of people. And he gets to John, and I'm kind of excited because I know John a little bit, and I know he's kind of a gamer geek, but I also kind of know he's in debate, and he's kind of this like super smart guy. I'm like, God, okay, what's he gonna do? John Lithgow brings him up to the front of the stage and starts to talk to him and interview him. He's like, all right, who we got here today? Who am I talking to? I'm Count Dracula. I'm like, oh. Is that true? Well, is it true that you can turn into gas? And in front of the entire student body, John says,
in Utah.
That's bullshit.
That's amazing. That is amazing. No inhibitions whatsoever.
I'm like, the whole auditorium just erupted. Like, it was the greatest, funniest moment in the student body. So immediately John Lithgow's like trying to recover from this, like, cross the line somewhere. But John was absolutely convicted to explain to this hypnotist what vampires can and cannot do.
It's fantastic. Let me show you something. Let me tell you what's up.
But yeah, for like the next year, that's bullshit was like the thing you said to John.
That was the catchphrase. That's bullshit.
Oh,
Which
man.
is just what all the Mormons wanted to hear.
Yeah.
Oh, God. That was funny.
That was pretty much honeymoon's over. John's going to be my friend forever.
Yep.
The year was 1987 or 1982.
1982.
82. God. That's a long time ago. When I'm feeling really morose, I go back to our graduating class and look at all the obituaries. He's gone. He's gone. He's gone. Oh, damn, he's been gone a long time.
Yeah.
Yeah, they have a page for our high school on Facebook, all the people who have passed, and I'm like, I can't go to that page. It's just,
it's
like
pretty morbid. It's pretty morbid.
Although I am Facebook friends with Nicole Sylvester, and I must admit I do enjoy going on and looking at her 56-year-old yoga breast implant body. She looks hotter than the cheerleader she ever was. That's not wrong for you to be the same age as the rest of us and look like that.
There were a few people there, Nicole, Celeste. We had some like raving beauties that were just completely untouchable. That you fantasized about.
Yeah.
Actually, Nicole actually reached out to me a couple of years ago because she has a Control-4 system.
Uh-huh.
Oh, wow. So, yeah, she's got money.
Well, her ex-husband got it. She doesn't know how to work it.
Oh.
She has an ex now?
Yeah, he's a doctor.
Of course. Yeah. And you should see, I don't know if you've seen her daughters, but you're almost burned to cinders to look at how beautiful these girls are. Like, oh my God.
Yeah, she had good genes and she passed them on. I get it.
Yeah. Yeah, she sure did.
Alrighty. Look at that.
Blanca, you are awake. It's 10 o'clock at night. Nobody else seems to be awake.
10 o'clock. Shit, we did have that we went to bed early, Magnetia, woke up for dinner. This feels a little bit earlier than dinner.
Yeah, it's weird. Your body clock is shifted into a nocturnal pattern without you wanting it to.
But you're ready for mid-shift now. You're great.
That's right.
So Robin's here. She's sleeping. Kind of do my accounting, even though I'm a little foggy. step out into the hallway and just do the number math, check the rooms.
So you see that your group is in the next 2 rooms.
Okay. Head down to the lobby.
Okay. You go down to the lobby, and there's a bit of a little bit of entertainment going on over in the cocktail lounge. You see that there's a couple of the film crew, looks like the older guys, there with Jameson Fogg and his female assistant. The rest of the film crew doesn't seem to be here. They're enjoying drinks, laughing, nothing too rowdy or raucous. There's nobody else in the lobby. The restaurant is closed, and there doesn't seem to be anybody else in the lounge.
I haven't studied my spells yet, so I'm still stuck with the handful of enchantments that I've managed to hold on to. Oh, shit. I probably should have messaged somebody before I left. Well,
They'd be
too late.
asleep anyway.
That's right.
Move into the lounge, sit across from the group, and observe them for a bit.
They immediately acknowledge you coming in, and Jameson stands, gives you his movie star smile, and immediately snatches a chair from another table and whips it around to their table and says, "Join us."
Stand from my isolation across the floor, his direction, sit in the chair. Mr. Fogg?
He takes your hand and kisses it like a gentleman. And your name?
Blanca? Blanca.
Pleasure to meet you. He introduces the 2 film crew guys whose names you forget immediately, and he introduces his assistant, Brandy. And all she needs is a saucer of milk, because she gives you the cat between women, because Jameson has pulled your chair between him and Brandy.
She ceases to exist for me as she did for him.
He asks what brings you to Zermatt, and why in the world are you down here by yourself, unaccompanied?
Couldn't sleep. My friends they've all turned in for the evening, and I don't know, my sleep schedule is a little messed up. We're planning to go for a hike tomorrow, but I saw you and your company at the check-in counter.
Yes, they're my film crew is here. We're doing a bit of a documentary. Nothing too exciting. A bit of a Yeti hunt.
A Yeti hunt?
Yes. Most people don't realize that this part of the Alps are rife with Yeti. But they're elusive creatures, and they hide. And, of course, I know how to track them and find them. So we're going to be doing a documentary on it.
Is this your first Yeti hunt?
Certainly not. Perhaps you saw my film, blah, 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 blah.
Is that the one with yada, 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 yada?
No.
I'm mistaken.
Well, we'll certainly have to arrange a screening for you, won't we, Brandy?
How many days are you scheduled for your shoot?
I think we're in country for 10 days. Of course, it depends on the Yetis. They're not very reliable when it comes to film schedules. I'm certain it'll be entertaining.
Toss around a couple of the hikes that I had gone on as a child that I hated.
He tells you that he actually anticipates that you must have been very young when you went on those hikes, because they're fairly novice hiking courses. But certainly, and he locks eyes with you, if you're interested in some adventure and have the time, perhaps you could join us on our adventure.
I'm sure your filming schedule is quite rigorous.
Certainly, but there's always opportunities to enjoy nature and all the thrill of the hunt?
It's an intriguing invitation. I would have to clear it with my friends, of course, but I'm intrigued.
Certainly, your friends will be invited too. We're going to be filming out near Theodule Glacier. We leave in the morning, and we'll see what we find, or what finds us. Should be quite thrilling.
Among your camera bags, I imagine you're well armed to repel such a beast.
Oh, of course, I'm quite skilled. I have my beluga with me.
Beluga. I'm not familiar.
You're familiar with the weapon that's named after the Yeti?
Yeah.
The beluga is chambered in the same caliber, but it's only a double barrel over-under. Much more elegant weapon, much more attractive.
Have you a Yeti in your collection?
I've hunted them. I've wounded one, but he escaped into a glacier crevice, and I was never able to bring him back. But this hunt isn't so much to kill and bring back as it is to film them in the wild. And of course, I'll get extremely close, dangerously close, but that's my business.
We did arrive in preparation for some low-level mountaineering. Would that be adequate for this expedition?
Yes, I don't imagine we'll have to travel too far up on the glacier. In the summer months, the Yeti do tend to migrate down toward the meadows, looking for the sheep. In the wintertime, the sheep are all herded indoors. They're more difficult for the Yetis to get to.
For them, it's all or mutton.
Charming. Isn't that charming, Brandy?
Oh,
God.
what are you drinking?
We're drinking beer, of course. The rest of the crew is out at the festival. But I'm a little too well known. I don't want to be swarmed.
I can understand that notion. Would you like to catch some fresh air?
Oh, certainly. He looks at his two crew members and his assistant with his dazzling movie star smile and asks them to excuse him. Brandy shoots you daggers. He stands, pulls out your chair, holds out his arm.
Knowing the night streets, there's a nice incline that goes up through Old Town.
Oh, yeah. It's nothing but incline from the Bonhoeffer airfield all the way up to the plaza at the top.
Take him on a tour, whether he wants it or not, of kind of the old section. Show him some of the older chalets that were built here hundreds of years ago, point out the new construction versus the old, and kind of show him around town the best Blanca knows how.
He seems quite enchanted with your company. He is every inch a gentleman. And you get acquainted a little bit more with the town and what is here. You see that there are a couple more hotels, probably not on the same level as the St. Moritz, but on the town squares, the Royal Arms. Again, pubs on many different corners, ski shops, mountaineering shops, clothing stores, very few government offices. And it's probably about 11 o'clock by the time you reach the plaza. In addition to the roads into the town, there are 3 roads that leave the plaza to the east, the west, and the south, which you know from looking at your map that those go to the 3 villages and then the ski resorts beyond those. Across the plaza is the tram station, and it's still running even at 11 o'clock at night. The fountain is lit, and it is called the Alpine Fountain, and it looks like a couple of couple of mountain girls, very well formed. They look a lot like beer fraus themselves, prancing about while the water spills out all over them. And most of the plaza is filled with pennants, and tables have been brought out. You hear some polka music going on. People are dancing. It looks like this is the congregation place for the tourists. There's probably a couple hundred of them here. The beer is flowing, a lot of happy singing. Everybody seems to be doing quite well.
Take his hand and knife through the crowd to the center of the dance floor and join in the festivities, frivolity, and just get lost in the moment.
If he's invited, he will join you in your hedonistic pursuits, and you party like an alpine rock star for the rest of the evening. Do a perception for me.
24.
At one point, you see someone that just doesn't look right to you. He's got some kind of heavy, meaty features. He's not dressed like a tourist, but he's not dressed in the alpine. It looks almost military, the way he blouses his boots, the leather jacket, and the cap that he has. But it's more his demeanor. He looks big. He looks meaty. And you see him talking with a slender blonde man for just a moment. And then the two of them are gone in the crowd. You cannot see which way they went. There's something about that guy that it was all in gray with a black leather jacket, just didn't feel right to you.
Try to angle the frivolous dance that we're doing so that I can get a better look. When I recognize that I've lost them in the crowd, start winding things down.
About that time, you feel a light hand on your arm, and you turn to see Marguerite, the desk clerk.
Mm-hmm.
She is no longer in uniform. She is devastatingly beautiful and filled out, almost to the point to make you feel a little inferior. She's around in all the right places and wears the appropriate clothing, but she seems very, very polite and sweet. And she says, "I'm so glad that you came out to enjoy the festivities."
Marguerite, oh, sorry, didn't recognize you out of uniform.
Oh, most people don't. Is your friend Mr. Elkind with you?
You know, we had a long day of travel, and I tried to convince him to come out, but he was exhausted. Perhaps tomorrow night.
She says, "Can I make a confession to you?"
Blush and
it's
sure.
Totally inappropriate, and I'm sure I would lose my job, but I was the one that arranged for him to be alone in his hotel room.
I wondered how that happened. You know, I asked him when he made arrangements for the room to take care of things, but it's not normal. I take that back. You should tell he's had a room by himself. You know what? That is totally in keeping with his character.
Well, I was hoping that he wouldn't be in there alone, if you know what I mean, but he didn't come out with you.
That means he's still in the room. What are you doing here?
I don't know. I just didn't get that feeling from him. At first, he seemed extremely interested, and then I thought I was being too forward when I invited him out, but then he didn't come, so maybe he didn't find me attractive.
I'm sorry, I've been terribly rude. Mr. Fogg, this is Marguerite Marguerite, Mr. Fogg.
Jameson Fogg, can I have your autograph? And of course, he's only too happy to smile and produce his own pad and pen and snatch off a autograph for her. And then other people start recognizing him and start surrounding him. And she takes his autograph and she says, Did I do something inappropriate? Are you too?
No. Take his hand, invisibility, and then lead him out from the crowd.
You just vanish in front of the girl. Yep. In front of Marguerite. We'll leave the holy shit moment behind you.
Yep.
You turn
Let
him
remain
into
the
the
courts be damned.
and start pulling him through the crowd. And he's like, What? Where are we going? What?
I didn't think it was appropriate at this hour for you to have to sign autographs. We were having a moment, and I didn't want you to. I mean, you stayed at the hotel for a reason, and I wanted to respect that. Let's make our way back.
Certainly. Autographs are part of the business, but that's fine.
Angle back towards the hotel.
You head back toward the hotel. Do a perception.
Nope.
Okay.
13.
No. And the two of you return to the hotel invisibly?
Well, he's invisible. I'm not.
Oh, I see. So he has no idea that he's not visible. Do you take him back to the hotel?
When we get closer, when we get away from the crowds, I dismiss the spell so that people don't bump into him or they don't think I'm pulling air.
Okay.
Back into the lobby.
Into the lobby you go. It's very quiet. It looks like the remains of his crew dispersed. So there's only one night clerk. The cocktail lounge has been closed down. It's quiet.
Make my way over to the front desk. Ask if I can leave a message.
Certainly.
Scrawl on a piece of paper Banny's room number and Marguerite's name. Slide it over.
What a bitch.
You slide his room number, Marguerite's name, over to the clerk.
This is one of your coworkers. I've been leaving a message for her. It's of a personal nature. Could you see that she gets it?
Certainly.
I don't know if she's on shift again tonight, but at least in the morning.
Of course.
Jameson, thank you for a wonderful evening.
The pleasure was all mine. I do hope. Did you let him become visible again, or are you just speaking to...
It was outside before we came into the hotel.
Okay. He kisses your hand again. He tells you that it was a wonderful evening, and he hopes that you can see each other again soon. The invitation to the film shoot is a legitimate one. If you wish to join us or bring your friends.
What time does your crew depart?
And we'll be departing early at about 0700 hours.
Very good. I'll do my best.
He gives you a little salute and shoves his hands in his pockets and moseys toward the elevator.
When we part company, do a loop through the restaurant back to the front door and try to hang back. I'm guessing like the restaurant's maybe closed at this hour.
It is.
Hang back in the darkness and watch the front door. I kind of got spidey sense as I was moving through the crowds. I want to see if we were followed.
Do your perception.
25.
You do not see anybody following you. And where were you positioning yourself to look for this?
The restaurant adjacent to the entrance,
Okay.
for the view of the front.
The only person that you see is Marguerite walking in from the street. She makes her way up to the front desk, and you see her talking to the night clerk, You see him slide across a piece of paper to her. She looks at it, looks all around the lobby, folds it up and puts it in a pants pocket, starts to head for the stairs.
Follow at a discreet distance. Mischief needs a witness.
Oh, what mirth.
She stops, turns, goes back, slips behind the desk, does one of these, and grabs a room key out of the box. Then she goes back to the stairs.
I'm going to get a good night's sleep.
Do you follow close enough up the stairs for her to see you, or you just let her go?
I let her go. Mission accomplished.
Blanca, you are a bitch.
What a naughty little nymph is Blanca. Let us count the ways.
Oh, and he ditches. He just runs off. He just leaves.
Manny, roll a perception. I'm going to put you... Were you drinking much?
I did not drink much. I had that one beer. I was
So
exhausted enough.
You're at a -4 for your sleepiness.
On top of sleeping, which is like -10.
So -10, -4, so -14, which is exactly my number, 14. But I have a +15 on perception. So probably hear the knock.
You are asleep.
I'm asleep. Oh,
You do not hear the key in the door. You don't hear the door quietly shut. You barely register the springs of the bed. Start to realize that you are being straddled, and start to come full awake when you feel something very cold and sharp at your throat. You open your eyes in the gloom of the hotel room to see Marguerite. She is straddling you. She's got your head held back, and she's got some kind of blade at your throat. You are in very close coup de grace area.
okay.
Oh, this is your fault. This is your fault, Blanca.
She says, "Shh. I will ask you questions, and you will answer the questions. Do you understand?"
I knew you were too good to be true.
And her Burgundian accent is gone. Now you're hearing pure Clovian.
What did she sound like?
She says, "Your young girlfriend, Mage?" Pressure, pressure.
Hugh, what do you think? You know who she is. She signed the book.
I will ask the questions. Mr. Elkind, have you found Monsieur Clermont yet? No, you are too new in town. Do you know where he is? Answer, or I will end your life.
He is at the farm with the blue barn.
Yes, yes, yes. We have that as well.
Well, thank you very much, because that's all I've got. You want to race? Let's race.
She says, "You do not want to speak to me this way. You are attracted to me, and my dagger is attracted to your carotid artery. How many of you are there? Are there only the 5 of you?"
The 5 ride like legions, but yes, there's 5.
Very poetic. Are there any mages other than the girl?
Yes.
Which ones are the mages?
The big man can see through all sorts
You
of
are a
magics.
fool if you think that I will believe that. That oath.
I rolled an 18 on a deception.
For your deception?
Yeah. 18 plus, sorry, let me modify that. It's a rolled an 18. It's a 30. 12 plus 12 on deception. He is much more than you think. Come on.
How do you oppose a deception attempt?
Perception.
Perception.
Yeah.
So it's like their DC of it. So 10 plus what?
It's their perception plus 10. That was his DC. So
30 was.
And what did you roll?
30.
30.
She just nods.
Just
And
hold your blade.
who is your team leader? Is it you?
Magic user, of course.
You are foolish to stay by yourself on such a mission.
Oh.
How long have you been with Nock Richter?
Very, very short period of time.
And I'm certain they will not miss you then.
Are you sure?
You should not have come to Zermatt.
I
Taking a dice for initiative.
yeah.
She's going to have a wee bit of a advantage.
I will be grabbing for that arm, but let's see what we got.
A mounting, if you will, advantage.
She at least will not have a full coup de grace on me, but that does not.
Perception.
I
It doesn't hurt.
really wish we could have used that previous deception roll because I'm at a 19 perception.
Technically, that if you can argue that is your initiative roll.
If I would have, that was my previous roll. It was a 30 with the deception.
But it's you fooling her into saying that's what you're doing, and then
Yeah, but I rolled.
Yeah, I guess that's like at the time it was you weren't entering initiative. If you had been, it would be a new roll.
It's either
a
a 30
new roll.
or a 19. 19 for perception.
Well, she absolutely believes that Bjorn is a mage for whatever that's worth.
Right, but Bonnie wasn't trying to enter initiative at that time,
Yeah.
so it would be the new roll.
And
So
that
you
is 19. And
You
not
are
awesome.
slow on the draw, and she plunges with the knife. Because she didn't kill you in your sleep, that would have been the true coup de grace. She's going to have to actually roll it to hit. No armor. I'm not sure what all the minuses are when you've got somebody
I'm prone
pinned to the ground.
and
He's flat-footed.
flat-footed, so -2 AC.
Okay.
I'm not bad off though.
Let's see if she's a
Got a lot of depth.
rogue. Is she a rogue?
She is.
Then she gets sneak attack.
Even though, yeah. God.
So that is a 6
Fortunately, has it been 8 hours of sleep, John? Does he get any hit points?
plus 9.
It's been 8 hours of sleep, hasn't it?
It has been 8 hours of sleep.
Were you injured? Because we never did much more to you.
Well, I was injured, but it wasn't by an extreme amount. It was less than 10 points, and I'm sure I got that back. I'm at 51 currently.
But we never covered that. But yes.
So 16, 25.
And 25, my AC is 26, but you do have some advantages against me right now.
Yeah, that was just her proficiency with the weapon and my roll.
Which, if you're flat-footed, you are a
Minus
23.
4. Or minus, 23.
-2 for flat-footed.
Okay.
But no armor on, right? I don't know what you wear.
I don't actually wear armor.
Oh, don't you?
It is a hit.
Yeah.
And of course, with rogues, it's always the first one that does the most damage.
Yeah.
Well, flat-footed, you get your sneak attack either way, which should be 2d6, unless she's really high level.
No, I got 2d6.
Yeah.
All right, so we've got the knife. 2, 3, 6.
What is your AC?
26 is my base.
I haven't calculated that on my sheet yet. Hold on.
It's like Robin's.
I got a
that's
+4 on Dex, and my proficiency is 12. I really and
it's the same as Robin's. Also, yeah, I'm with you.
Yeah.
Now, if you are flat-footed, then her strike is a crit.
Which does double the. This is something we actually talked about in the last session the other group had. That doubles sneak attack damage because that's not crit dependent.
Yep.
So does it only double the sneak damage, or does it?
It doubles the sneak
across the
damage. It
board?
damages the weapon of the actual weapon itself. It doubles whatever strength bonus she has. It doubles if it's fatal but not deadly.
Gotcha. So let me just add that.
I just killed my friend.
There's a fair chance of that. Yes.
I mean, it's only dying one, but nobody else is there to respond.
A rogue getting sneak attack with a crit is pretty deadly. There's not much more deadly than a rogue getting sneak attack.
I could have either re-rolled my initiative, or I could have re-rolled my dying status.
Well, you get an automatic. I'm not
And if
dying.
I hadn't rolled like absolute shit, she probably would have cut your head off. As it is, you take 32 points of damage.
That's it?
That's it.
Oh, you're lucky.
My dice were for shit. She does twist the knife as she brings it out of it actually hits you in the collarbone area. It's deep, and you are bleeding. And I also need you to make a will save.
Will save.
I'm sorry, it's a fortitude save.
That is a 25.
Okay. And now it is. That was her first action. She's gonna just
again
stab you again for second action, but this one
totally Sharon Stone
is not flat-footed. I don't think.
Well, it's well, you don't get the sneak attack again, but it's...
No. Hold on. She got the sneak attack because you were
flat-footed.
Flat-footed. Are you still flat-footed? That's the real question.
You don't get sneak attack twice in a single round.
You can. If you know how to do it, you can.
How do you know how to do it? Penguin.
Does that count as knowing how to do it?
Well, so actually, this is a really interesting conversation because it's the dichotomy of first edition versus second edition. By definition, in first edition, he would still be flat-footed. I don't know if that's how it works in second edition, and that's why it's interesting.
I thought that you could not perform.
So it's not just the first attack thing in second edition, maybe?
If you strike a creature that has the flat-footed condition with an armed...
Sneak attack applies to any attack you do versus a creature that's flat-footed. It has nothing to do with flourish. It's not a one-time use. It's not an action. It's not an action on its own. It is applied to any attack versus a flat-footed creature.
Right, and the flat-footed condition, though, does it last until that character or creature's initiative comes up?
So and again, that ties into the interesting thing I said about first edition is yes, it would. I don't know if it does in second edition.
So here it is. If you strike a creature that has the flat-footed condition with an agile or a finesse melee weapon, an agile or finesse unarmed attack, or a ranged weapon attack, you deal an extra 1d6 points of damage. So I would be flat-footed the entire round. Is that what I'm hearing?
Typically, yes. That
until
what page are you looking at?
I'm looking at page 181.
Oh, you're just looking at sneak attack.
I'm
Yeah.
looking at sneak attack.
Well, what you really need to be looking at is probably conditions. Well,
If a rule doesn't
I'm
specify the
I'm
condition,
pretty sure you're still flat-footed for whatever reasons you are flat-footed because nothing has changed in your condition. So if she attacks you again, you're still flat-footed.
So
I could be wrong.
if
but-
she's on top of me and she's got the blade and she hacks once, hacks twice, hacks 3 times, it's a agile weapon, but it's -4 for each one.
Yes.
Right.
But the aspect of me being unable to defend myself after the first attack doesn't change. I'm flat-footed for the entire round.
The
And I
definition of flat-footed is you can't defend yourself.
If a rule doesn't specify that the condition applies only to a certain circumstance, it applies to all of them. For example, many effects simply say the target is flat-footed. That's under the flat-footed definition.
And that's just a -2 penalty to AC in this case, but the fact that I'm flat-footed for a rogue means that it's
They
much
get
more
sneak
devastating.
attack. Yeah.
She may not crit again because she's -4.
But she will still get the additional 2d6.
Yep.
is it 2? That's her
Yeah,
level?
For her level, it's 2d6, yes.
Yeah. I think Banny's flat-footed.
Yep.
I-
Seems like it.
And at least until his initiative comes up, Raj.
So he's an armor class 24?
22? No, 24.
Is
He's
20
-2 for
24.
being flat-footed.
So it's 24 like you said.
But she's -4 for
She's -4.
the next agile attack.
So what's your final number?
No, it's 20. My AC is 24, but you're -4.
No, you're
Next.
flat-footed, so you're -2.
He's
So
26.
that's why
now.
24.
My AC is 26.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
Sorry, I missed that.
All right. So
24.
Next round.
she's
24, and you have a -4 to your second attack.
Don't roll a 20. God damn it.
So I'm actually looking for a total of 28, yes?
To be
No.
able to hit, yeah, with the -4.
She has to hit a 24. She has to hit a 24, but yes,
Right.
-4 for her. Yes.
She
That's
needs
28. Yes. What you said is right. Too bad it rolled off the table. And
The 12. She stabs the pillow.
Oh, God. Okay, one more time.
-8.
She rolls off of you and moves across the room, like scuttling backward to put some distance between the two of you.
Do I have? Am I
you're
bleeding? Yeah, I'm.
Bleeding a lot.
I am going to hold that the entire round to see if I can staunch the bleeding, and I'm going to call out, Bjorn! I'm being attacked!
Meanwhile, next door.
Well, hopefully anybody within range, everybody's in adjacent rooms.
Right.
Who knows if that screaming actually helps at all.
So you are using your full round to try to staunch bleeding.
Yeah.
Plus scream, the power.
Use your free action to scream out Bjorn's name.
Yeah, because who else? Really? I'm sorry, Robin. I'm sorry. You will hear it too.
Cornell, roll a perception, please.
I rolled a natch, so that's going to be 34. If you want initiative, it's 36.
Your eyes snap open, and so does your bedroom companion. You sit up just a bit faster than he does, and you heard, Bjorn, I'm being attacked, coming through a wall. What was your number?
36 if we're talking initiative.
That's good for initiative, right?
Blanca has not yet laid her head on the pillow. Does she hear it?
Did you say 36, Cornell?
Yes, sir.
Holy God.
Yeah.
I rolled the natural.
Roll a perception, Blanca, and Robin. You're both at a -10.
-10. Well, she's not asleep. Blanca's not asleep.
Oh, Blanca's only at a -5.
Okay.
What do I have to do to staunch bleeding? Is it
It's like a flat.
11?
It's a flat check.
I thought it was like 11 because I
If you're
heard
just
that in-
applying pressure to yourself, it's an action or whatever.
It's 3 actions, right?
It's 3. Is it 3 actions?
I think it's
Hold
3
on.
actions, but I remember hearing it's 11 flat check for staunching bleeding if in the Pathfinder rulebook. But
So the default rules is you get to roll that check every round. If you want to just stop it on your own, then that's the Burgundia rules of applying pressure. You automatically get to roll that flat check every round. Because that's applied to any persistent damage, whether it's the bleed, whether it's fire, whether it's acid. You automatically get to roll the chance for it to stop.
got it.
And that's under persistent damage in the core rulebook.
Okay.
Robin, that's before your -10 for sleep.
Well,
Yeah, total roll of 25.
I rolled an 11, so I'm just checking to see if that works.
You rolled an 11 for staunching the bleeding.
Staunching the bleeding, and I'm
What was
looking at
your
bleed damage.
What was your initiative? I thought it was your initiative roll. Like you're fucked, dude.
19.
I'm sorry, you're fucked, dude.
So that happens. You roll that at the start of your turn,
Oh. Well, I did.
or the end of your turn.
Well, I rolled it at the start of the turn as I yelled out to the rest of the team.
Bjorn!
Yeah.
Blanca, how did you do on your initiative roll or your perception roll?
How's an 8 strike you?
Oof.
Oh, fuck.
Blanca drifts into Dream World and Robin stays in Dream World.
25? Insufficient?
Well, it's a 15. You're at a -10.
Oh, no. That was with my -10.
Oh, well, in that case, you wake up. I forgot how fast you were.
Light
You wake
sleeper.
up and hear your roommate cooing as she snuggles into her covers.
She's like face down. Blanca, that's Banny. She rolls out of bed. Goes
It's
to the
enough to
door.
wake you up, Blanca, but you're slow, and with an 8, you're probably going to want to shower, have some breakfast, iron a clean shirt.
Eat only a little bit of the egg.
I forgot to remove the turn down chocolates from my pillow.
They're stuck to your face. Okay, Cornell, you snap awake in the next room.
And I'm immediately aware that I heard Bonnie scream out. Yes.
Yep, you even caught the words. Bjorn, I'm being attacked.
Then I'm gonna stand up, head to the door, and open the door, and that's gonna be 3 actions.
Okay. I'm presuming that you're not dressed or
I'm in boxer briefs essentially.
gotcha.
I probably sleep with a gun under my pillow, and I pick that up when I headed out.
Fair enough. Bjorn rolls out of bed right behind you. He sleeps only in boxers, and he grabs the axe and joins you at the door. So he's right behind you. Banny. Marguerite does a fast draw, pulls up a silenced Ragnar, fires at you twice.
Ouch.
Oof,
Not a 20, right?
not quite. 28.
20. So she hits me. First one.
Yeah.
But it's a
First bullet.
straight hit. Straight hit.
Great hit. 6 points. And she fires the second time. 19 minus. Are Ragnar's agile? They are agile.
Yes, sir. They are agile.
Minus 4 is 15, 25. How's that do against you, Banny?
25 does not, actually. Now that I'm mobile.
Are you still on your feet?
I'm in the bed. So if I'm prone, she's
You're no
at
longer
a distance.
flat-footed because you've had your turn.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah. So I'm at 26 still, but I'm also prone, and she's stepped a little a ways away from me.
Technically, if she's firing at
Ranged.
you with a ranged weapon, you're actually
-2.
at a +2.
Yeah. She's at a -2. I'm at a +2, I guess. So
Yes.
I'm at a 28 right now. So she misses me.
My question was, are you still alive?
I am. I'm at 7 points.
Okay. She is going to squeeze off that last round.
Worth a shot.
Holy shit, man. It went from a natch over to a 14.
Because I'm supposed to live.
Punches a hole in the wall next to your head.
We don't want Blanc to live with that guilt for the rest of her life. She's got such a long life in front of her.
Robin, you couldn't make out the words, but you just heard yelling.
Good enough. Did I know it was Banny's kind of voice?
Yeah, you definitely can tell that it was Banny. Somebody was yelling. You don't know if he's yelling because, well, he is having an interesting engagement with the desk girl.
You wouldn't yell Bjorn for that, though, to be clear.
Hot.
You
hottest thing you could do.
You might in the situation. You might.
Bjorn,
In the circumcision?
I need your
In
power.
a certain
Everyone yells my
situation,
name in the
you
throat.
might yell Bjorn.
All right, so she's not going to be able to do too much, actually, because it's going to be like, get up, move action to door, open door.
Right.
Yep.
Does she have her pistol with her?
Oh, yeah. She flopped flat down onto the bed.
Okay.
Never got undressed.
Gotcha.
Yeah, so she's exactly where Cornell is. Can't do shit.
Right. Just like, that didn't sound good. Door.
Banny.
So I don't know if I actually staunched the bleeding from last time.
Yeah, did you?
With an 11?
I don't know if that worked.
I mean, you
Okay,
spent 3
okay.
actions. Do it.
I'm-
Look this up.
But that's how much damage am I taking from the bleed?
You took 3 from the bleed
God dang it.
and 2 from a burning sensation at the wound,
Man,
which is starting to run down your right arm.
it's
Burning is not a sanitizing feeling.
I am looking for where I left my satchel, because there's some Chiron bars in there.
The satchel's probably in the chair where you tossed it.
I am going to dodge roll. I'm going to run over to it, open it up, find that bar, and see if I can get a bite. But that's a move, a use, and another use.
Just FYI, Banny, the apply pressure requires a flat check DC of 15.
Okay, I did not make it.
We made it so hard to stop the bleeding.
You are making a mess. Your
Well,
bed is a mess. The floor is a mess.
any persistent damage allows you a free check every round for it to just naturally stop. But yes, apply pressure if you're yeah.
So what's the
I'm
what's the
curious
freebie check?
what is that free check? because I'm looking for it and I don't see it here.
It's somewhere under persistent damage. It's somewhere. Hold on. let
See,
me
damage
find it.
types, precision damage, energy damage, bleed damage, another type of special damage. This is persistent damage that reflects persistent
Hold on.
damage.
I'm grabbing it.
Persistent damage rules. Assist recovery.
Yeah, it's there. There are
That's on
specific rules for it.
621. 621. Reduce.
Yeah.
So,
Till it runs its course.
Sorry, 621.
yeah, 621.
That's for persistent damage.
Okay.
Flat check of 15.
Oh, sorry, I was in the wrong book. That makes a lot of sense. 621. I was like, there's not 621 pages in this book. I was in the advanced player's guide.
I'm not seeing a specific number. Where are you seeing that? Reduce the DC of the flat check to 10 for a particularly appropriate type of help, such as dousing you in
So
water.
after you take persistent damage, you get a DC 15 flat check to automatically end it.
If you recover from the persistent.
Well, hold on. After you take any persistent damage, you get every time you take persistent damage, you get a DC 15 flat check.
So he's got to take the damage first.
You 100%.
I already did.
You can also in Burgundia, we added a 3-round action to stop bleeding.
That's
And
the thing
if
I
you
tried first.
If you do the 3-round action of stopping bleeding, you don't take the damage.
I was doing the 3-round action of stopping bleeding, but it did not stop itself. Do I still take damage?
It does not. No, you don't take the damage because you did the 3-round action. If that's all you did is stop bleeding, you don't take the damage.
So holding,
So you get back 3.
I get back 3 points from.
But how do you stop it though under that rule? Sorry.
It hasn't.
So you either make your DC 15 or you don't.
So it's kind of like you just temporarily stop it.
But if you apply pressure, you don't take the damage that round.
So if he stops holding it,
then he starts taking persistent damage again.
Interesting.
Gotcha.
But he will get still the flat DC 15.
So I'm still holding. I've been holding my
technically
wound the whole time.
If you're holding the wound, then you're spending 3 actions to hold the wound.
I did,
Right.
and I used my free to just
which means you
spout
don't
out.
take persistent damage.
So
But
I'm
if you
still
jump out of bed, go digging in your satchel, you're not spending the full 3 rounds or 3 actions holding your neck.
Right.
Exactly.
But subsequent to taking the persistent damage, you do get the flat DC 15 check again.
Yes, the entire point of spending the 3 actions is to prevent the damage.
Right.
Interesting. I didn't realize that was how it worked. So I didn't take the 3 points of damage the first time, but I am going to take the 3 points of damage as I rush to my bag. And
yes, as soon as
pull it
you
open.
don't spend 3 actions applying pressure, you will, at the end of your round, you will take persistent damage, at which point you will then get an additional DC 15 flat check.
Okay. I'm going to do the DC 15 flat check at a 9, and then say I reach into my satchel, I grab a Chiron bar. And
No. Persistent damage takes place at the end of your round.
Okay.
And then you get the DC 15. So you have to take your 3 actions, and then persistent damage happens, and then you get a flat check.
Okay,
so
it's pedantic, I know, but that's
no, it totally makes
bar.
I run over to the bag, which is an action. I open up the bag, which is an action. I grab out the Chiron bar and eat it. I search my bag for the Chiron bar, and the third round the third action I eat the Chiron bar. Does that sound right? Appropriate?
Take the 3 points of persistent damage.
Well, he heals with the Chiron bar, which ends bleed.
Before the end. Well, before the end of the round, I held it the first round.
Do you think the Chiron will stop the persistent damage before
Yes.
he takes it.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. And then how much is a bite of a chiron bar?
It's a
1d4.
1d4.
1d4. Okay.
What would you do for a chiron bar?
Shut up.
I'd do about 1d4 of anything for a chiron bar.
Good God, yes. Okay, and what do we have? We have a
Oh, yeah.
2.
Or we have no bleed.
And no bleed. So that means I've preserved 3 points and got 2 points back.
Correct. That puts you what? At 4?
7?
That
7?
puts me back at 7 because I had calculated back. And I turn to her and I say, "You are so fucked."
Blanca.
We have a Hulk.
We ride like legions. That's all I
I
have.
was in the depths of happily thinking of Banny's extramarital affair, which I had arranged for him.
That's right. When you hear muffled through your slumber,
Robin saying,
Robin.
"That's Banny."
A sinking feeling goes all the way to my toes, and I am mortified. Immediately, wide and full awake, I didn't bother to study any new spells yet. I'm rested, but not rejuvenated. I see the doors open to the hallway.
Sure,
Yeah,
Robin is
holding
it open,
heading that direction.
frozen in time.
Roll out and dash into the hallway. I'm.
Are you in your nightgown?
Yeah, I've changed.
Yeah. All right. So one action to roll out of bed.
Can I roll out of bed as part of my move action?
Well,
No.
I didn't take such cool
The-
advantage.
Can I use
A stand up. A stand up
Stand
is a
up.
move action, unfortunately. Unless you have kip up.
I don't have
Stand
kip
up is a move action.
I'll stand up, move to the hallway. Damn it. Can I get to where I know Banny's door is? I know exactly what I'm looking at.
Yeah, you'll end your third action outside his door.
Hey, can you open the door for me?
Yeah. So
We
my
like
move-
exchange.
My move's 25. I'm guessing my third action is that last bit to get to his door.
Yep.
Scream. Just scream out of frustration outside the door.
Okay. You scream in frustration, and then we are back to the top of the order. We'll do one more round and then call it for the evening.
You teenager with your angst.
Cornell, you are the fastest. You are at an open door. You use an action to open the door, yes?
Well, I did last round, yes.
Okay, so you got an open doorway in front of you. You just saw Blanca in her nightgown, barefooted, go running past. And you've got your 3 actions.
Yes, I have 3 actions, but I also have a locked door in front of me down the hall.
Actually, it might not be locked because she opened the door.
Oh, that's a good point. That's
We
a
don't
good
know what
point.
I don't know. It's up to John.
Yeah.
Well,
Okay.
John thinks that if an assassin slipped into your room to murder you, she's professional enough to lock the door behind her so that she's not disturbed.
I require a wisdom check. No.
Cornell very wisely holds the door open for Bjorn as he rushes past Cornell.
So you're going to hold action or?
I'm going to hold action.
You hold action, and in the room, Marguerite hisses mad and fires twice at you.
You should have gone flat again.
Play it again, Sam. Let's see how it goes. Ouch! Really? God damn it! You and your fucking 20s. Ugh.
I don't think I've rolled a 20 tonight.
Yeah, that's fine. No, it's usually Bjorn, which is lovely, but god damn it.
Yeah. Okay. Hey, at least it's the pistol and it's not the knife.
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah.
Roll them.
With sneak damage.
2.
I don't think it's sneak. It's
No,
not.
I'm saying
Yeah.
a knife with sneak damage.
Oh, yeah. So
Oh,
2 and 1 is 3 points of damage. How impressive.
I have actually had that experience before.
3 with 2 dice? That's incredible.
Yeah, the Ragnar's only a d6.
Yeah.
And she rolled a 1 and a 2.
Oh, God damn it.
You should probably add 2 to each of those.
Yeah.
Proficiency.
Yep.
Which
yes.
puts me at 0.
So 4.
I flop back.
Her weapon specialization is +3.
Oh, is she
expert or
master?
Master.
She's a master.
Oh, we're dealing with somebody that's pretty high level.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
She puts me. I'm in dying 1.
Dying 1. That's what matters. There's no negatives. It's just 0 and dying 1.
All right. Let me do a. Yep. Okay.
I crumple to the floor because that is -2.
You drop. And here comes Bjorn. He thunders through the doorway that you held for him.
Conan the Barbarian music plays.
Rushes the 20 feet up the hall. So he's going to use 1 move to reach the door. He's going to use a 2nd move to hurl himself at the door. So he'll make an attack on the door. That'll do it. 18.
He always rolls an 18 when attacking doors. You notice that?
He does. Holy shit. That's going to be a knock the door flat kind of move.
Splinters go everywhere.
Yeah.
And then with a roar, he's going to thunder inside with his axe raised, and that will end his round.
Cornell wants to go right now, right after Bjorn.
Okay.
Boom, 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 boom.
That door is going down. Your friend has disappeared into the room.
Cornell is literally shadowing Bjorn out that door.
Got it. So you will use 1 move. What's your move? 25?
Right, 30.
30?
Yes.
It'll only take you 1 action to get into Banny's room.
And then I will enter Banny's room with my Ragnar drawn and shoot her twice.
Let's do a perception to see if you know who or what there is to shoot.
That's fair. That's fair.
Thankfully, he's rogue.
Banny
20.
gets shot 3 times. Just kidding.
20.
All right. So if somebody is hiding.
She's not hiding, though, is she?
She was shooting with... we don't know where she was.
Yeah, she did.
Did she spend a stealth action?
No, she didn't. She shot me multiple
She shot
times.
you once.
1 whole time.
Oh, that's
She
true.
still had 2 actions left.
Ooh.
That's true.
In that case, I move into the room, don't see an obvious attacker. I spend a or a search action and don't find her. Or I don't see her coming into the room, and then I need to spend a search action to find her.
You burst into the room. That was your first action. What was your perception?
20.
You see Banny down near the chair, near his bag. There's not a lot of light in the room. There's enough from that you can see he's bleeding. Are you going to do a search action? Something hurt him. And he said he was being attacked.
How close am I to Bonnie?
10 feet probably. 10, 12 feet. You'll use an action to get to him.
Yeah. I don't need to be the hero. I'm going to spend the move action to get to Bonnie and use medicine to make sure he stabilizes.
Okay. Does that require a roll, or that's just the skill?
It does. It does
Stabilize
require a
one
roll.
action thing.
Which 22
Wow.
medicine.
Wow. Good God. That's nice. That takes 10 minutes. Are you doing battle medicine or are you?
Yeah, I have battle medicine.
Oh, fantastic. Yeah, that gives me a pretty sizable chunk of hit points back.
I don't have it in front of me on what it is, but
It's
do
like-
have
Are you
it. Hold
doing
on.
medicines like stabilize, right? Medicine.
Well,
No,
he's-
it's battle medicine.
medicine.
It's in combat.
It's
right.
basically a medic drop right there.
Hold on, let me pull up. No, that's wrong fucking book.
While he's doing that, Robin,
Oops. So she has a move of 35 feet. I don't know how far away it is to Banny's room.
so
The door's
you can
open.
use, it's 40 feet down. So one move will get you within 5 feet of it, and that's roughly where Blanca is, I think.
What is it?
In the room.
So a second action is to move all of 5 feet into the doorway and see Banny on the floor, Cornell over him, working battle medicine. I see the giant Viking in front of me, splintered door everywhere, look left, look right.
He has hearts on his boxers.
Hot.
Just thought I'd tell you that.
Take note.
Thought I'd share that.
Now I know he's a learned man.
Oh, he is a wonderful man.
34 is her perception attempt, moving 5 feet of her 35 feet into the room.
Okay, you move 5 feet into the room, do a perception, and get a 35.
34 is the result.
I'm sorry, 34. Okay. You have one action left.
Bonnie, you regain 2d8 hit points because
Roll it.
I am successful because it's only the typical DC is DC 15.
15. Yeah. 2d8.
Yeah, one action
Roll
left,
'em.
John. That's it.
Okay.
It's your life. You roll them.
No, you're healing. You're healing.
All right. I'll roll them.
Think damage. Reverse.
3 and 5. You get 8 hit points
Do I do it from 0 or do I do it from minus
from
2?
0. You have 8 hit points.
Yeah. You are wounded one.
You're wounded one.
Wounded 1.
And
Stricken?
you are
Stricken. Yeah.
Stricken.
Okay.
You know,
John.
Keith. When I was looking at Cornell, that was one of the things I considered dropping.
good thing you
Was
did.
what? Battle medicine?
Battle medicine and medicine training in general.
Yeah.
He's been through
But
so
I
much shit.
remembered that you mentioned that you guys are lacking on
Right.
Healing.
When
Healing.
Keith let me level him up, I remember that I gave him that. I'm like, yeah, we're going to need this because Bjorn.
I'm going to ask you guys a quick rule question.
Sure.
You can hold an action, correct?
with
No. You
extra
can't
actions.
hold an action. You can hold a turn, or you can ready an action, which takes 2 actions to ready, and then you get 1 action later.
Right.
Okay, so if I ready an action, then I'm waiting for a trigger,
Yes,
correct?
correct.
And I
But-
pick what the trigger is.
You have
declare
to
the
declare the trigger, and if it happens, then you get to spend 1 action.
And
Gotcha.
to be very
One.
clear and transparent, if she spent an action
Stealthy.
after she shot, if she hid, she had 1 action left, so she couldn't have, say, readied an action, wait until I'm spotted, and then I shoot the person.
Correct.
Yeah.
Okay. Robin, as you're scanning the room, you see that the door went flat. You look left. You see Banny's on the ground. Cornell's over him. The Viking is right in front of you. and whether it's a shadow you see in the mirror into the bathroom that's off to the right, you see something in there that just doesn't look right.
So I still had 30 extra feet of movement free. Can I get a closer vantage before spending my third action?
Let's see. One action to get to
the door.
5 feet away from the door.
Right.
Another
5 feet to get
action
me in the
to
doorway.
move into the room,
Mm-hmm.
and then you did your perception. Is that correct?
Right. If your perception is going to be a full action taken away, then yeah, I'm all done. I just yell out and say, "Over there." But
No, you still have one action left.
So I stepped 5 feet into the room. I spotted it. I'm going to move closer.
Some kind of movement in the bathroom, maybe.
Okay. I'm going to move. I'm going to go on that instinct. I'm just going to move towards that.
Okay. You can reach the bathroom door or even into the bathroom if you want to.
Bathroom door is probably sufficient. I'm going to quick draw and fire if I see a target.
You can't move and then quick draw because you only have the single action left.
Yeah.
Quick draw and fire is one action.
But you only have one action left.
Quick draw and fire is one action.
But you have to move to the door.
That's my remaining 30 feet of movement.
All right. So you moved to outside the room, moved inside the room, did your perception, and then you have one action left. Now, if you want to quick draw, you certainly can. But if you fire from here, there's nothing to fire at. You would have to move to the bathroom door in order to see something.
So I'm lightning fast, but I'll just stay there, I guess. I have nothing to shoot at, or I can move into the doorway where I can be a target.
Yep.
Okay.
Because when you burst into the room, you did take a moment to
look. Right.
Look.
I'll just treat that as an
evaporated.
I'll just treat that as an evaporated action then, because of looking. That's fine. I'll just clear the doorway because people are going to come in behind me, I think, and I'll just point in the direction of the bathroom, saying, "The bathroom." That's it.
Okay.
Nothing to shoot at.
Nothing to shoot at. Banny. Did you get some hit points back?
I got some hit points back.
Awesome.
I'm at 4.
You come conscious to Cornell straddling you. It's much different than what you remember the last thing straddling you.
You slip back to 0.
I grab his crotch. I mean, wait. Oh.
He slips back to 0?
Yeah, you feel this. It's almost like a cold burning. It's now in your chest. It's running down your arm, and you roll your eyes up in your head and fall back to the floor.
That's
I go to 0.
Dying too?
I drop and go to 0.
Technically,
it's still
if it's persistent damage, it happens at the end of his turn. I don't hate to nitpick you, but technically he gets a full turn before he takes persistent damage.
Fair enough. I got to learn these rules too.
I look over to. I actually do a quick perception check to see what is going on around me, and I roll a straight 1. And I am completely bewildered as to why I'm on the floor in the first place. I look around and flail for a bit.
Is that you?
Yeah.
There's a convention in your room, and everyone's been poking you with pixie sticks.
I froth for a little bit, and then I feel something happen to me, and I basically flop at that point.
Boom! You hit the floor.
Yeah, I technically do have 3 rounds, but that was a really bad roll.
Yeah, it sure was. Blanca, you're the only one out in the hallway. Everyone else has run into the room now.
So I heard movement inside the room. I heard bathroom from Robin.
Yeah.
I probably hear Cornell doing chest impressions.
Stay with me, Benny. Stay with me.
Spend a move action to go into the room. Look past where Robin indicated into the bathroom.
Do a perception.
18.
You startle yourself by seeing your own image in the bathroom mirror.
Can I see if there's like soap or just like the normal stuff that's in a bathroom in a hotel room on the countertops?
Yeah. Yep, it looks normal in there.
I just out of sheer frustration grabbed those components and just tossed them across the bathroom using telekinetic projectile to try to strike at anything in that room.
Okay. Go ahead and roll an attack.
She is so riddled with guilt. I rolled a 2.
Oh,
You make a lot of noise in the bathroom.
That's the end of my turn.
Now, Cornell, you are actually at the top of the order again. Since you
I did held my action, so I'm permanently after Bjorn.
Okay. That's what I was thinking.
Which I think lets her go first. Yes.
It does.
Yeah.
Blanca, you've just thrown your little magical temper tantrum. Probably about, would you say you're 10 feet away from the bathroom door? 8 feet, 5 feet?
5 feet.
5 feet. Part of a face and an arm with a silenced pistol comes out around the bathroom door and fires twice at you, young lady.
Is Blanca unaware of this attacker? Was the attacker hidden?
Yeah, she was hidden.
Then Blanca is flat-footed.
That's kind of what I thought. Because
Yes.
Blanca hasn't seen the attacker. She didn't see any movement. All her perceptions were for shit. First
Shit.
bullet. That may not do it. 14. First bullet is a 17.
Remarkable. How did you miss me?
Plus, well, you're at a -2 because you're flat-footed.
But still,
That's still a 20 for armor
Okay.
class.
Fair. Just double check it.
So the pistol barks. You feel it hiss past your ear.
silenced marks.
Hey,
At that range, it's still loud.
that's right. You still hear the clack of the action working. She cuts loose with a second round. That is a 16 minus 4 is a 12 plus 22. You're still flat-footed. 24.
Hit.
There's a hit, and you are classified
She gets her
critical. So she gets the double the sneak, or
Well,
just
it's not a critical, but it's a
just-
hit.
It's she gets her sneak attack bonus, so 2d6 on top of her damage.
Because she's flat-footed.
She does have weapon tricks.
So that applies critical specialization whenever you crit. So you technically, if she hit Bonnie with I believe it was a knife,
Yeah, that's her specialization.
then he took 1d6 bleed damage on top of everything else.
Okay.
But that would
But
have
I
been
was-
healed by what all happened, so it doesn't matter.
Gotcha.
Yeah, because I was holding the wound during.
But
that
so it wouldn't apply to Blanca
Got it.
because she didn't critical. She just sneak attacked.
Okay. So she gets the sneak on top of the weapon.
Yeah.
Sneaky snake.
Blanca, how many dice? You take 8 points of damage.
Oh my god, you are so fucking lucky. 2d6 sneak attack damage, plus
Yeah,
weapon damage, plus
weapon
2.
damage.
Well, +3, right? Because she's
Oh yeah, that's right.
She's a
plus 3.
master.
she's.
Did
a
you roll
master.
straight once?
Actually, I may not have added in all the dice. Let's see.
+3.
So you should be
I've got
+3, plus
the weapon.
2d6, plus weapon.
Okay, so plus 3 more. I didn't add in the
Okay.
weapon specialization.
Got it.
And she used one move to step to the door, second to fire and miss, third to fire. She's considered partial cover at this point. Not that I think that's going to matter much in a moment.
I hear Conan music coming again.
Bjorn lets out a roar and practically puts Blanca through a wall as he shoves her aside, leaps into the bathroom in a barbarian rage. One action. Swings the battle axe in close quarters.
Natch. Of course.
Does he have Vorpal Blade on that battle axe now?
He does not.
After 3 natches in a row, it develops it.
And as much as he wanted to probably grab the Yeti on the way out of bed, he's a Norman, and I think that the axe is instinctively the first thing he grabs.
Oh, yeah.
It's,
No doubt.
It's almost as devastating.
Pretty-
Now, what he needs is one of those runes on his axe. He needs to. Who does he talk to in management about that?
Well, talk to Cornell. He took it.
Okay.
I think there's one more.
Unfortunately, my dice rolls continue. So there's a 3 plus 4 is 7, 8, 9, 10.
Talk nice to Felix and he can make them.
It's a crit, so it's doubled, yes?
Yes.
Haven't seen Felix in like a year.
That's by
Feels
choice.
like it. Feels like it.
No, I've been on vacation with Blanca. Vacation.
And he's in a rage, so it's plus 2. Does 29 points of damage with the first swing.
Oh, she is.
That doesn't sound structural. That sounds body.
Banny was correct when he said she's fucked.
He swings again. 9 minus 5.
Oh,
4, 22.
He
He's
moved
still-
rage and then swung.
does rage take up a? It takes
No,
up an
he doesn't. He doesn't have to. It just comes upon him. He doesn't have to spend an action to go into a rage.
I
Oh,
thought-
you have the class feat to make it instant.
Yeah, he's got all kinds of nasty barbarian shit.
You can
Nice.
instantly go rage.
Yep. Last
That
time he
was-
fought, he was able to kill 2 red caps at one time because of his brutality ability.
We have 2 rangers and a ranger.
Rager,
Two
Rager, and
Rangers.
Rangers.
And a thunder beluga. He hit exactly what he needed for the second one. He got a 22. Where's his dice? 6, 10, 13. Not a crit.
You're a good man for pushing this an extra round.
Yeah, I know. He said 1 extra round, but I was like, wait.
Yeah, that wasn't cool to just stop it like that. You see him go in, swing, you hear a scream, swing, one more scream, and then you see him straddle and just go until he begins painting the ceiling, the walls, himself, out into the bedroom. Still in his rage, just transforming her into something that is not recognizable as human.
Cornell's over on the bed straddling Bonnie, and he's panicking because Bonnie should not still be unconscious. He's pretty positive he's done everything he needs to do to make Bonnie conscious, and he doesn't
And
have
you
any
are
more
seeing-
tricks left in his bag, so
you are
he's
seeing
panicking.
a greenish froth come out of Bonnie's mouth.
Is it a poison?
Are you
It's-
asking me or are you asking me?
Asking Cornell.
She's asking out loud to to Cornell. who's
Cornell is
panicking.
going to make a medicine check to see if it's a poison. He rolled really good. 29.
Oh, it's
Medicine?
it's definitely a poison.
It's a poison. It's a poison. I don't have a medicine bag though.
Bjorn wonders if he has a fairy.
So
item.
somebody run to my room. It's in my pack.
Well, Robin's fast. She'll run over to Bjorn's room. Go to the pack.
Bjorn is looking through his own haversack. He's come out of the bathroom now. He looks like
He just had trousers on.
he's just got his heart boxers on. He's
the heart boxers.
he is painted with
They're a little red.
just painted with it.
She's looking for the mint leaves inside of the pack that Bjorn had.
How many did he have in there?
3.
Two. She can feel 2, I think. in
We cure poison. We got 3 mint leaves. She can feel 2 mint leaves.
Never mind.
Never mind. Those are the nuts.
That's right. She's
Yeah,
not
those
going
are the
after
nuts that she
anymore.
was going
You
for.
do find the mint leaves.
She's running as fast as she can, like a sprinter. I don't know
Blocking.
if that's going to take 2 turns, and it's like Banny's like dying.
Well,
Blocker, you take a point of damage from bleed because you got shot.
Actually, he slips to dying 3.
well, I am using my hero point by the way. By the by.
To stabilize.
Yeah, I still got that just sitting right here in this little spot.
No roll required. Does
You
that?
didn't use it to improve your bowling score like the stupid
Yeah.
shit that we normally use it for?
Yeah, that's.
But I wanted to break 100.
I really, really want to roll another 20 just for no reason. Just.
So you use your hero point to stabilize?
Yeah, before I hit hero or before I hit dying 4, yes.
So what does that do with poison? That's a question.
I know that it saved me from dying while I was going across the channel. That was
So you can't take damage while you're dying unless you specifically take damage.
from
Usually.
an outside source.
Yeah, like somebody has to stand over you and specifically damage you. Typically. I mean, you can always DM overrule it. There's a fireball cast on top of them, and they, of course, die. Type stuff. But poison is a whole other thing. So I there's no rules on that that I'm aware of.
Well, it
If-
says your dying condition increases by 1 if you take damage while dying, or by 2 if you take enemies critical.
Yeah.
So I think that if you brought him back before the poison was neutralized, it would start to work again. For
Yeah.
poison.
I think we are in agreement
Okay.
there.
Yeah.
Okay.
So if you've used your hero point to stabilize and you administer the mint leaf, you'll neutralize the poison.
I mean, Robin runs up, grabs
Safe.
grabs Blanca to the in her night shift over, and because she doesn't feel comfortable using fey magic mint leaf, but like puts it towards his mouth.
I'll dose him, and it comes with a bucket
Move the
load of
jaw.
tears.
I mean,
Daddy.
get my healer's tools and I can just treat poison, but that's really what I was sending you for. But the mint leaf works.
Yeah, I know. You're like, what'd you get a leaf for?
Blanca, did
You're like-
you get that you bled one?
Yep.
You're
Got it.
gonna bleed again.
Don't
Wait,
care.
give him his flat.
You get a DC 15 every time, but yes.
Yeah, she's still bleeding. Run over to Banny with the mint leaf that Robin brought. pry open his mouth and just push it down his throat. I don't care if he chokes on it. And just soak him in tears. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. This is all my fault.
The rest of you see that her nightgown is rapidly turning red. She's been hit.
Oh, shit. So now,
Cornell immediately changes his focus from Bonnie to Blanca.
Bonnie is still unconscious. He's got the leaf in his mouth. You're not seeing
Work the
any
jaw.
reaction, but his chest is still rising and falling weakly.
if Cornell,
I don't
start
have healer
turning to
tools on
Blanca-
me. I don't have my equipment, and they brought a fucking leaf instead of my tools.
Push my
I
finger.
can't do anything here.
Yeah,
I can't do anything about this.
He's speaking broken Kurg or whatever. Anyways, Robin works.
Don't
his
give me
jaw.
a fucking leaf when I tell you to go get my tools from my
I don't know your
bag.
tools. Shut up. This is Fey magic.
Call a paramedic. I have this leaf.
Jesus.
I got
Push
it.
my mouth up to Banny's mouth and blow the leaf down into his esophagus.
So he's not poisoned, but he chokes to death.
Yeah.
Okay, well,
It's
it's good
done.
to know.
We're all done. Here. Yeah. Roll the one. It's not going anywhere.
Bjorn says somebody needs to unfuck themselves and tend to Blanca. Benny will live or he will not. I will keep
Blanca,
watching
lay down.
Valkyries.
Stop it.
Just death grip on Banny. I'm sorry. It's all my fault.
Hey,
I'm sorry.
I'm right there next to her. I'm stronger than her. I'm just going to elbow her over. Calm down. Let me look at this.
Yeah, she's got a bullet wound in her.
Bjorn, go get my healer's kit. It's
Okay.
in my bag.
He goes
Any reaction for Banny?
running off. Danny, you're still what? Where did you stabilize? Dying what?
I was at dying 2 at that point.
Dying 2. So you're still stabilized. You don't know if the poison's been neutralized.
I'll do the medicine on him while he does the medicine on her.
Is he breathing?
No, heal the kid.
Is he breathing?
He is breathing.
He's breathing. Just relax. Let him take care of you.
Bjorn comes back with your medical kit.
Okay, now we can do stuff. 27 on Blanca, which will be another 2d8 hit points, and we'll stop the bleeding.
Have you been medically treated in the last hour, Banny?
Yes, by me.
So there's a resistance, right?
You can't do a treat medicine on him, a treat wounds on him, because I did one while last round with battle medicine.
Yeah.
Okay.
Have you ever suffered bleeding ulcers? Have you been to Mexico in the last 10 days?
Blanca, you get 8 hit
Have you had
points.
sex outside of this particular country?
Outside of your doggy marriage.
Yeah.
21 treat
See, I didn't.
poison.
I didn't.
That's right.
Is the poison's DC 21 or lower?
The poison has been neutralized.
Oh, then okay.
He coughs up what's left of the leaf, but it looks like his saliva worked on it for a bit.
That's what this was for. Don't worry about that.
And how many hit points did you get back?
Me?
Yeah.
He can't be treated.
He doesn't get any from the leaf, and he was already at 0.
Correct. Nothing from the leaf. That just neutralized the poison.
Right. And he has to be an hour before he can be treated.
I'm at 0 right now, so I'm stable. I'm still
So
breathing.
he's stable, but he's out.
I'm out.
Blanca, your bleeding's been stopped. You got some points back, yes?
Yeah.
And it's about the first time you notice the Viking is there in his heart underwear, just fucking covered in blood. He looks like somebody from A Clockwork Orange. It's bad.
Let alone what's in the bathroom.
He looks like Carrie on steroids.
Good God.
Put a hand up.
You, let's see. nobody fired any firearms other than the silenced type, correct?
Yeah.
Didn't get a
Correct.
shot.
I don't
we
think
did not-
anybody would have heard.
We do not have staff or other guests running toward you because you had your own wing on the second floor.
There was a bashed-in door.
There was a big crash. Could have been a party, but at this point, you don't have anybody running in your direction. Banny is down. Blanca is bloody but stable. And you've got a butcher shop floor in the bathroom.
Cornell does want to recover her silenced pistol, which should have like 5 or 6 shots left.
Yep. Let's see.
If possible, he wants to convert the silencer from her pistol to his pistol.
Do you have a Ragnar?
I do.
It'll convert.
You need
She
tools.
has
You could borrow the one that Blanca bought.
so 10 round.
Cornell's a crafter.
Yes, he is.
The tools that she brought, though, the Swiss Army knife. I mean,
He has all the
Burgundy Army
tools that he could need.
Cornell, you recover a magazine with 6 rounds. The corpse has a leather pouch at the small of its back where the back used to be. It has 2 more full rounds of 10, and you recover the silencer.
Which she fired, what, 5 times? 4 times?
I think it was 4, so she's
Fourth,
got.
I think.
That's the 6 rounds in that magazine.
So I would expect the silencer to be good for another
6
6 is it 6 or 12? I can't remember off the top of my head.
And that, gentlemen, is where we're going to hit the pause button for this week.
Okay. Robin's going to wait for an hour before trying to treat Banny.
Danny, after looking at what she was capable of with a sneak attack with that knife,
Yeah, that was lucky damage roll.
the fact that she missed with the second stab
Oh, God.
and the shit rolls, you should have looked like sushi on that bed.
Yeah. I absolutely understand what I just dodged.
The suppressor should have 2 good shots left.
Okay.
Oh, only 2. Crap.
Mhm.
They're only good for 6.
8?
6 on standard ammunition, 3 on high caliber. They have rubber wipes. Early suppressors use rubber wipes to suppress the gases, and they wear out.
Yep. Copy that. All right,
Wow.
fellas. We went later, but I couldn't leave you in the midst of that. So
I appreciate that, and that was beautiful, John. Thank you.
my pleasure.
Thank you.
I'll see you guys next week.
All right.
Thanks, John.
Good night.
Good night.
Blanca fucked up.
Well, she did, but she didn't. You had a good moment. You followed it, and it just ended up bad because John.
I mean, teenage mistakes. Yeah, teenage mistakes.
No, that's not even teenage mistakes. That's being a good wingman and not realizing that you're playing against John on that moment. It's a completely different thing. John's gonna do what John's gonna do. He's gonna do anything you do good. He's gonna make it bad.
Well, I mean, we were all suspicious of her.
I
But-
wasn't. I really wasn't.
I was.
I didn't like.
absolutely
I wish I could have gotten
She
even a
was way
perception
too
for
hot.
like. Yeah, I wish I could have gotten
Oh,
a perception
you know,
against
Way
deception.
too
I
hot.
guess she would've
Sometimes
won.
you just gotta believe. Sometimes
Well,
Yeah,
I
you could have been
wasn't.
dead.
I
I
believed
wasn't suspicious.
well enough. I believed, but yeah, I felt.
Robin still suspects Cornell. What are you talking about? I'm
Well,
kidding.
if you want to make it beef, he's game.
No, it's a joke. I'm just saying she's a very suspicious person. I wish I'd gotten a chance against deception, but she probably speaks fluently in Alamani.
Well, you should,
Yeah.
because that should be your. Well, no, you should be at least broken on that. You might not.
Yeah,
be
Alamani is
fluent.
broken. I don't know if she was speaking Allenberg to be able to match in with us or what.
Most of them are speaking Alamani. I think that was a misspeak by John. I think they are holding on to the old language,
Yeah.
Yeah.
Maybe,
which would be Alamani.
Yeah. They're probably all working in the high Alaman, just putting on airs.
Yeah, that was my impression.
That was my.
I think he just misspoke that slightly.
Yeah. Well, we had a lead.
Yeah.
We still do. No, we still do. Like, here's the thing: is Blue Barn in the direction of the Matterhorn foothills gives us a search vector. Like, we have a vector. There can't be that many Blue Barns in that direction. There's got to be 5 or less. You know.
Now
It's
we
like,
get
yeah,
the satellite photos.
No, it's a day of hiking.
Well, yeah, and it's a day that Benny is absolutely okay with doing. He's, oh man, totally screwed up the visuals here, so you guys are gonna have to deal with it. But yeah,
But we do know. So no, the useful thing is we do know that Echelon is in theater. That's our confirmation.
absolutely in theater. Yes.
And we've already executed one part of the plan. If you find Echelon, kill it.
Well, yeah, but the more interesting thing is she was probably not a lone agent.
Of course not.
So she was also a deep plant.
She
Yeah,
was.
She had
everyone
been
knew
working
she was here
at this
for a while.
hotel. Exactly. So
Had to have been.
there could be either someone else that's a deep plant, or there could be an Echelon agent coming in town making contact with her.
Mm-hmm. And considering how good she is, she's not just a casual, watch things.
Yeah, based on her expert attack proficiency, she's higher level than I am. I'll tell you that.
Yeah, I felt it. I felt it too.
Literally right here on the jugular.
Yeah. Oh, believe you me, that jugular, the sensitive spot when you apply a knife to it.
Yeah.
Ken, I should have done what you did and done a recap of at least the last half hour of our previous session, because I came in cold and I'm like, I don't remember what the hell happened.
With what?
Last session,
Yeah.
I was like, John's describing all this stuff. I'm like, I don't remember any of that.
What happened? Yeah, I went to Woodford. It's the Angels. What's the Angels share? Yeah.
Yeah, the Angels share stole my memory of last session. Like, what the hell happened?
Somehow we're all still alive.
Well,
that wasn't that bad. That was easy. That was the opening. That was the opening salvo. If you're worried about that, Ken.
No, that's not my point. My point is that we're still alive. We haven't been dying in a little while.
That's true.
Last session, Robin died, but that was the other reality before Merlin gave us back another chance.
I don't know. I think it's just our last close call was everybody was dead except for one person. Well, we were stable but all dead.
Dying?
Because we all saved our hero points to stabilize.
Okay.
And one person was alive, and with 2 hit points he killed the crab.
Oh, right.
So I mean, I think that was our last close call, so this does not seem like a close call at all. This seems like
this is
no
Bandy's,
big deal.
Bandy's personal close call. That's really what it is. It's Bandy's
he was
personal.
at risk for that poison, finishing what we couldn't stop. I think that was extra drama.
Yes. Yeah, it was.
The poison was a little nerve-wracking, but other than the poison, one assassin that we were aware of Not too big of a deal. Not too big of a deal. It's manageable, I guess. Is
You're
what I'm
so
saying.
jaded.
No, it's not that I'm jaded. It's manageable. That's a manageable threat. That is John saying, "Welcome to my adventure."
I hate to say it, but
We're going to get started now. Yeah. Oh, and by the way, let me send all of you intentionally to be basically not fatigued.
Oh,
But
he let you all rest before that happened. If he was a real dick, he would have made that happen before you got rested. He would have made you carry over that curse you guys all had.
I didn't even give Robin her hit points for the 8 hours of rest. Good point.
You haven't technically rest. Well,
I did. No, I forgot to roll that because we were jumping from that.
Yeah, technically you guys were 8 hit points higher. That's a good point.
Oh,
you should add that. You
the rules are level.
Level
your constitution
times. Yeah, you should be level times constitution higher. Yeah.
Yeah.
Every one of you should, except for Bonnie.
Well, yeah, of course. He had a late night encounter.
An altercation of sorts.
An altercation that saved his marriage. Because
yeah, see?
His would be
Did you have a memorable night?
Well, it definitely was memorable. Son of a bitch. I feel funny inside.
Blanca's just like, mission accomplished, memorable night.
That's what it's about.
Yeah, that's going to cause a little long-term damage.
No, she's all right with that. She's going to brush that off and be like, my heart was in the right place. I was trying to help Bonnie.
No, this is what's going to make her the next Sack Best. This is what's going to make her the next Sack Best. This is the flashback, Mike. This is the flashback.
No. This isn't
old Blanca.
You're completely off base here.
Oh, I'm totally right.
This is not what is the trigger moment.
I trigger moment. I completely disagree.
You're not listening to me though. The trigger moment is stuff like the Elspeth fight. That is the fuel that fucks her up.
That was bad because I said horrible stuff to her.
You said horrible stuff and actively fought her while she killed herself. And you know what she did after the fact. You know what happened. Some of the rest of us might not actually understand the logistics of what happened, but as a caster, you understand what happened.
Yeah.
So that is the kind of moment that fucks you up. Tonight, things like tonight are like, oh shit, I probably should have vetted that. Awkward. Everybody's okay. Awkward. This isn't a character making moment in my opinion.
No, but
okay, that's your call. I would say that if it wasn't for Banny, my response would be if Banny hadn't gotten out a cry out of Bjorn, then it's like literally it was a split second from death, and that was all because of her actions. So I'm not saying that this immediately affects her. I'm saying that in the future, theoretically, if she's Sack Best, I could see this being a flashback of something like, I need to make smarter decisions to protect my people, you know.
Yeah. That was mischief. That was pure and simple mischief. And
she's done a lot of mischief though. Yeah. With deeper repercussions because the ultimate the immediate repercussions of this were drastic, but the long repercussions of this are small. And I guess that's a bigger picture look at the situation.
Yeah. Well,
I don't know.
Because honestly, she did not realize what was going on. It's
not like she did this. She didn't do this intentional.
No,
Well,
this
she
is
didn't do
not.
Elsbeth intentional.
No, but
There was a lot of intentional with Elspeth on a lot of parties. You included, Dwayne included, Blanca included. There was a lot of intentional on that fight, and if you want to get into it, we can get into it.
Dwayne
No, I don't get into
knew,
it. I mean, Robin's the one who lives with that guilt.
Yeah, Dwayne knew that she was being controlled.
Dwayne knew.
But I mean, that's all I have to say, really. After that point, Dwayne knew that she was under control and that
Dwayne
she
was the second, third wrong in that fight. There were 3 issues before. I don't want to get into this because it's a lot of history and it's a lot of disagreement on what happened with that fight. But there was a lot going on in that.
everybody screwed up,
Yep.
myself included.
There was a lot going wrong with that fight, and we probably shouldn't break it down because it would probably lead with a lot of
More scars than there already are.
yeah. And it's not worth it. It's not worth it. It doesn't matter. It's in the past. Honestly, I think that's one of the things that I've embraced the most is shit happens in these games and you can't your characters need to carry those scars, but as a person you can't carry those scars.
Yeah.
You need to move past them as best as you can.
Well, if it's good role-playing fuel, that's fine. If it causes other problems, then that needs to be addressed outside the game.
Yeah, no, that's a good point. That's a good point.
It's a whole lot like playing Diplomacy. Diplomacy is one of those games where you backstab all the time.
You never make friends playing Diplomacy.
No, you never do, but you know the character of the people you're dealing with. Even
Eric,
when they are backstabbing you.
have you played Ken, what's that fucking space game?
Twilight Imperium, 4th edition.
Yes. Have you played Twilight Imperium?
No.
Yeah, I think you'd enjoy it.
Maybe.
There's lots of politics in it. It isn't just exploit and destroy.
I don't. You see, Diplomacy is one of those guilty pleasures that I'll participate in every so often, but I do not like backstabbing, and that game requires always requires a little bit of backstabbing, just a little.
Twilight Imperium has some backstabbing.
It certainly
but
can.
But it's more politicking than backstabbing. Usually.
Yeah.
Usually.
Diplomacy really is politicking. It really is. So I sense it. I feel it, but I can't say that I.
But I mean, you can win in Twilight Imperium from doing some crafty things, politicking wise. It doesn't require necessarily a full just
smash.
Just a full on. Here's your backstab.
I'm gonna be honest. Next time we play, my goal is to 100% fuck Tom because fuck him for doing what he's done the last 2 games. So my goal is.
Are we talking Scythe?
No.
No. Okay.
This is 2 games after Scythe. So me and Tom had a really good conversation about Scythe, and there was very clearly a disagreement on what was supposed to happen that night.
Yeah.
And then we played. Yeah, we played Twilight Imperium with Ken, and then we played another off night. I think you were out of town, Ken, because we talked about it in the group chat. So it was just me, Ryan, Dwayne, and Tom.
Right, 4 players.
And Tom pulled some of the same bullshit that he pulled before. And
like, don't worry about this. This isn't going to make me suddenly win. Just relax.
Yeah, fucking with the new players. That's gonna fly.
I see how that plays. Okay, I get it.
So when we play again, not if, when. My sole strategy is going to be to fuck Tom up.
I'm making a pact. I don't need to win. I just need to totally fuck Tom.
I don't care what else happens. I am not going to let Tom win. because he's won the last two. On
He didn't win the first game, though. I don't know
no,
what happened.
at a technicality, he did because he had the highest points.
Oh, when we had to stop playing?
Yeah.
Okay.
That's rough.
So he's gonna
Kinda
end the next game with 0 points because I'm gonna take his homeworld.
That just means he can't score any secret objectives.
Yeah, but if I do it early, then he's screwed. I'm gonna like take the Embers of Muwa, start with the War Sun, start next to him,
go straight.
Research warp technology, and go straight for his homeworld. Like that's gonna be my entire strategy, and it's gonna screw me for the game, but it's also gonna screw him, and it's gonna be real funny.
And the best part is, we'll all just be going, "Oh, I see where Michael's going with this. Mike's going that direction."
Everybody go. Just let it happen. Don't
Just
struggle.
let it happen. Shh.
Yeah.
Just tears. Or no tears, only dreams. Just
exactly.
Hey, Eric, you weren't on yet, but Amazon has a new hardback edition.
Oh, yeah. Let me go ahead and order that.
So,
Really?
Wait, is it available?
Yeah.
Give it a couple days, and it'll be available.
Okay.
Well, the whole I ordered the author's proofing copy. They deliberately send those on the slowest train in America.
I got scratch. I got scratched as burn, so I'm probably good.
Well, you are now the promised third copy. I think me and Ken have already promised copy 1 and 2.
Absolutely.
Okay, let's see.
After getting burned by this crap edition that just totally turned out.
Oh yeah. I was really
so
expecting
much.
to see that in person. I am surprised you didn't bring it.
I'm surprised it's not burned.
I am so hurt by that. Just hurt.
Well, that was through Drive-Thru RPG, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I'm like, those guys should be fairly reputable. I get this piece of garbage, and I call up their support line, 0 returned calls. I'm like, really?
Yeah.
You send me this piece of garbage, and you won't return my calls?
That's
So-
bullshit. Yeah.
I know. I'm like, that was damn near $40 thrown away. I'm like, thank you.
Yeah, no joke.
I know. So I'm crossing my fingers that Amazon has a better thing. They're in beta, right? They just barely released their hardcover editions.
Oh.
It's probably come out this week.
They're beta testing the same printers that Drive-Thru RPG uses.
I wouldn't be surprised.
Oh.
But I had to go
horrible.
through every page of the document to make adjustments so it would fit the new build because the book's thicker.
How much of an adjustment was it?
Margins. Every margin had to be adjusted a few pixels, and the cover had to be bigger because it's got the wraparound edges.
Sure, that makes sense.
That's at least a little bit more guidance, I guess you could say, than.
Yeah, there was
bit
nothing
better.
on Drive-Thru RPG. They sent me a template. I met the template, and it failed entirely. I want to throw this away because it's just like a burn scar.
Yeah.
You need to hold on to it.
You need to hold on to it or you need to
hold
burn
on
it
to that
ceremoniously.
No,
I-
hold on to that scar.
I'm not seeing
Cherish it.
Phantom Radio associated with this. I'm looking at it right now, and I'm not seeing the connection between Phantom Radio and Burgundia.
I just
On
ordered
Amazon?
it. Yeah, I
On
did a
Amazon.
search on Burgundia. I found it as like the 4th or 5th item down. I just
So I
ordered it right
found
now.
I searched for it earlier and I found John's novel and Phantom Radio, but I didn't see the campaign setting.
Yeah.
Yeah. Did you just put in the word Burgundia?
Yes.
I put in
Yeah.
Burgundia.
I said Burgundia source book.
Yeah. Sourcebook will bring it up, but I think Burgundia alone, I don't have the search right. I go to KDP.
Well, it should.
I think I need to.
It should connect your Keith Haney with both.
If
So
you
should
search for
see
Keith
both.
Haney, does it come up with both?
Yeah. That's the weirdest part. And
Burgundia,
right at customer
source-
review.
I'm looking at the keywords, and I have Burgundia by itself for both. So
Searching for Keith Haney comes up with both, and John's book. Searching for Burgundia
Cursed, a paranormal angels and demons romance.
does not come up with the source book, the campaign setting.
What?
The second one did, but maybe that's because I already ordered it once. I don't know.
yeah,
That's the
I
second
don't.
one down
And
for
it
me.
used to come up. I don't know why that one's dropped off because it's not even in the first page.
This is the mobile. So I search Burgundia. I get an exciting novel I
good
don't want.
God.
And then there it is.
That's weird.
Here it goes. Eric is drunk enough to drop his drink.
Uh-oh.
Well, it's better than being, ice picked by Sharon Stone in bed.
If you
Son of a
specifically search
bitch.
for Burgundia campaign, it comes up. Colon campaign. If you do colon space camp, Burgundia colon.
Yeah.
Burgundia colon comes up with it, but Burgundia by itself does not come up.
That's
So
weird.
you might have a lingering colon in your search terms or something.
I
Don't talk about my
always
lingering colon.
have a
Right.
lingering colon.
That's right. Have you,
You
had
know
your
what?
colon examined?
You know
Hey,
what,
Mike,
Keith?
how old are you?
You
What?
know what, Keith? I'm going to
What?
tell you all about colons right now. And I have some footage to share with you.
I'm
I
hanging
hope
out.
you get-
Do we have to go through this right now? Do we?
50% of colon doctors say that you should begin your colonoscopies before the age of 50.
So if you have to do them every 3 years, is it a semicolon?
Yeah, I think that's how that works.
That's bad. Well, I did some damage, at least in form of drink. That's pretty decent.
Yeah.
Here, I'll flip this around so you can actually see the level it's at now.
So what are you consuming
yours?
tonight? Oh, I've not seen that one. Oh, tequila.
Oh boy.
Oh, you're gonna be messed up.
No. Hold on.
Uh-huh.
Are you seeing this part though?
Tequila. What is that?
And
Anejo?
yellow.
Anejo.
And yeah.
Does that mean bendejo?
No.
So no. So with tequila you have blancos, which are the silvers. You have rispados, which are the golds,
the gold.
and then you have anejos, which are darker than the golds,
Mhm.
and then you have mezcals, which are smoky like a scotch. So anejos are aged, so they have a lot of vanilla flavor and oak flavor. They're really some of them are really good.
Okay.
I love
They're good enough
anejos.
to drink straight.
Okay.
Not all of them are, but they're a very couple
Well,
ones are good enough to drink straight.
Patron.
How would you compare it to Patron?
Yeah, Patron Silver is fantastic, and Yeho I have not had.
I've not had same. I've not had. I can drink Patron Silver straight. I can.
It's beautiful. It is.
I have not had a Rispado or an Anejo Patron, but I would imagine it's pretty good. The one thing to take into consideration there though is you don't necessarily get better Anejo flavors with higher quality tequilas.
Interesting. Okay.
Oh yeah.
I've tried about 4 or 5 now, and this is my favorite at the price point. There's one that's like $10 more that's just as good.
Mhm.
It's the Tres Generations Anejo. It's just as good or maybe better, but it's about the same, but it's $10 more. So I usually go with this.
Right. By the milliliter, this is still better.
But yeah, I've tried 2. I think I've tried 2 other ones, and they didn't capture enough of the vanilla,
Mm.
and so they were just more the harsh tequila flavor.
Yeah. because the aged is supposed to give it just a little bit of extra lenience. It's not as punchy.
Oh yeah, this isn't punchy at all. I think you've had this. I think I've given this to you.
Wouldn't be surprised because I love añejo. I think it's
I'm
amazing.
pretty sure you've tried this. I'm not positive, but I'm pretty sure you once or twice when you've been over that you've tried this.
Sorry.
Again,
I'm
I
a
can't be
little
positive, but I
distracted.
think so. Cleaning up your mess?
What? What mess? I have a dirty mess.
You're no longer bleeding. Relax.
Son of a bitch.
Relax.
You're alive. You're alive. It's okay. Everything's fine.
We
God
go
damn
from
it.
Vanny ending the universe.
I give so much. I give so much. When I show up, if it's blood, it is blood. If it's
No, here's the thing: is these guys asked me at the start of this session, they're like, "Can you play Bonnie?" I'm like, "No, I can't play Bonnie."
what are you gonna do with Bonnie? He's just a mess of a person. He's a mess.
Eric is who Bonnie is at this point, and he brings something special, and I'm not that special. I'm not that flavor of special.
I'm not that flavor.
I'm barely that flavor of special. Bonnie is a force of really irrational nature. He really is Rick Steves because he has this sort of awkwardness that's like, is he gonna fit in this situation? Not necessarily, but he's gonna try.
You were just innocently trying to sleep tonight. That's all you were trying to do.
I really just wanted to go to bed.
You need better friends.
Yeah, you really do. And that's coming from us, your friends. You really need better friends.
It's like, wait, who's this? Oh shit, she's got a knife. Oh,
but
I knew
if
it
she
was too
didn't
good to
have
be
a
true.
knife,
No,
that could have been really awesome.
It could have been something. But
if she didn't have a
Banny
knife,
knew. He said, check her out because she looks way too good. Whatever she's doing over there, whatever lip gloss or contouring she's doing is way too good. For
John set the bait, and and every one of us took it.
Well,
I didn't like her name, Marguerite. Marguerite.
I asked Blanca to check her out because she was just too good. There was something wrong.
I checked her out and I approved.
Sign me up. If there's going to be a triple or quadruple date on Banny.
That's right. What a way to go.
Respect the marriage. I know it sounds awkward. Before Banny, it's just like, I'm trying to be as wholesome as possible. She was hot, and he felt it, but he didn't.
A monster marriage in a Calderari camp is not a legitimate form of ceremony.
Not at all. What church exactly recognizes
Blanca
this?
does not recognize your marriage.
Yeah.
The Church of Banny, which doesn't actually exist, because Banny doesn't have any sort of church or religion or anything.
Well, here's the thing: is Blanca does not recognize the Church of Bonnie, so she's gonna do things like this, and it's up to you to prevent
to monitor it, to verify.
In the moment, it's up to you to stop it.
I hate
just
to say it.
Only you can prevent Banny fires.
It happened. It was prevented ultimately, but
because she stabbed you.
Well, yeah, it was kind of a reversal.
When she stabs you, you're like, ugh, you're no longer hot.
I hate you. I hate you.
Down -10.
You're still really hot, but god damn it, that hurt. I'm bleeding.
This is not my kink.
So really the good news is that...
I don't like pain. I don't like pain.
The really good news is that like all of those secrets you divulged went down with the ship.
Would those secrets have helped anybody at all? Because so far,
she already knew.
Yes, because they would know exactly who was in theater.
Yeah.
Oh,
we
yeah,
are
because of the
definitely
five.
known to them.
Yeah, but we are totally known.
And they would have known that Bjorn is a real spellcaster.
Well,
She fell for it.
They might have had
she fell
their
for
intelligence
it.
report wasn't complete, right? He could cast spells too.
It's like,
Well,
damn.
maybe he's a druid.
I mean, well,
He
right. I mean, he kind of
kinda
can. He can turn
acts
into a bear.
like it. He acts like it to a certain extent. Yes. Yeah.
He's full Thomas Dolby. I scare myself.
I scare myself.
And the heart boxers.
That was a nice touch.
But I think it would have been more valuable for us to take her alive than it was for her to die.
Sure.
There
was
totally
only-
agree.
Sure.
Take
But
her.
I mean, like, it's kind of like the last encounter we had. Bjorn just like destroys everything. So
Well,
what are you gonna do?
Well, so I mean, we've had that conversation in the other group, and it's stop fucking killing people.
Bjorn doesn't know how to stop.
Yeah. He wasn't in bear form in that whole situation because in
He
bear
raged.
form, but that doesn't bear form.
can
He
rage without
pretty
going
much.
bear.
Yeah. If he
Right.
does bear form, you have no chance because I
Mhm.
felt it.
Literally swapped.
Yeah, quite literally hit the ground after he swiped me once, and it's like, oh, it's a crit. Oh yeah, he did a lot of damage. Oh,
Hey, I'm
sorry.
one.
Do you have that whole reroll thing, that hero point? Because you're gonna need to stabilize. Fuck you. Anyway.
But no. When he rages, he doesn't play.
Yeah, he doesn't play, but when he rages in bear form, he doesn't play. When he rages in general, you can get something out of him. But I didn't expect
Some teeth, maybe like
no,
a
not
finger.
Teeth. No, not teeth. You can get him to stop doing
Cornell
the
is not above putting a finger inside Bjorn to get him to reason.
Whoa,
He will put a finger inside of him if that's what it takes to get him to reason.
That's right. It's like, oh,
If that's what it takes,
wait,
he'll do it.
what?
Is that a
going on?
Naruto?
Yeah!
1,000 years of death.
Goodbye! Yeah!
Is that the Shaka? You got the yeah. Anyway.
No, I mean, I guess my point is in the other group we have come to the agreement of killing people should be a last resort, and it has been to our detriment occasionally.
That's Banny right there. He's with you all the way. He would save everybody.
Well, that's where JoJo's at. JoJo is the same position. If he's a boxer, he's not a
Yeah, he's not a
cold-blooded
killer. He's gonna knock somebody out. And he's
not adverse to violence. He
pick him
welcomes violence, but he doesn't kill people unless he can help it.
Yeah, knocks him out and then picks him up and says, "Okay, let's dust you
Which is
off."
literally what we just did in Zurich. We literally just did that, and we made a great potential contact.
Oh, cool.
A fantastic potential contact in Zurich, in the Zurich Underground.
Very
Well,
similar
maybe
to
JoJo
tonight's
can talk
encounter.
reason. Sorry.
It's very similar to tonight's encounter. Really, somebody trying
Isn't it?
to act somebody.
It's actually really, really, really similar. Like the logistics of how it happened are different, but it's very, very. There are a lot of comparisons to what happened. The difference is this group went in very, very heavy, and our group went in. We're gonna capture this bitch, except for Axel, because he doesn't go in soft.
Right.
That's
And
why he goes
actually-
in first.
He actually dropped her, but the rest of us were prepared to save her, and we actually saved her and talked to her after the fact.
Oh.
Arm bars.
Yeah.
I think
JoJo kept her from falling 5 stories to her absolute death.
It was this close to her dropping to her death, and JoJo caught her from slipping off a roof that she was on.
Wow. That's
But
phenomenal. That's phenomenal.
it was like the overall situation was very similar. Lone assassin taking out a single character, the other people all meeting up and then fighting her a little bit, her maybe trying to get away. The bones are very, very similar to what we just did on Thursday, actually. Keith makes a great point on that. Handled very, very differently because it is very different people.
Yeah. Well, it's funny.
It is just interesting.
We're normally the ones who subdue. Because
I
Banny
think
can't
you
help
guys.
it.
I think you guys used to be the ones that subdue.
Well, you also have Bjorn. And Bjorn is outside of our control, and there's not really a whole lot we can do.
Which is a whole other interesting point.
Yeah.
Yes.
Blanca is
when he's a PC,
he's a
when he's a
different
PC,
animal.
Bjorn is totally acceptable, right? But as an NPC, he sometimes forces our encounters.
I noticed that. I noticed that, which is interesting. I don't think it was necessarily bad.
It was totally in character.
But it's interesting to see how John works him into John's narrative.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
John and Bjorn is beautiful and amazing and has all.
I think the word you're looking for is magnificent.
Yeah, I'm not knocking on Bjorn's magnificence. It's just interesting to see him work directly into John's narrative.
Yeah.
Bah!
Yeah.
Well, and that we should kind of expect because Bjorn is his voice in this party, and as things evolve, he is really just asserting his amazing prowess.
Which the party voice is something I think I've commented to Keith about this, is he does not have a dedicated party voice in the other group very often.
That's not JoJo?
That's true. Well, no.
Why would that be JoJo?
It's an NPC.
In the other group?
An NPC would be a party voice.
I'm JoJo in the other group.
Yeah.
I thought you just said you don't have a party
Keith,
voice as in
Keith
is not playing.
Keith
an
doesn't
NPC.
have a voice.
Yeah.
I don't.
Okay.
I haven't been running a constant NPC with their group because their group was larger.
Right.
And so they get cameos at best.
Yeah.
Einstein. Hey, you got Einstein.
Einstein was good. We just had actually a really good interaction with Blanca. That was a lot of fun. And then you kind of played Phoebe as a party voice, even though she's an anti-party voice. But
that's fun because it's like an inside joke.
Yeah, I bet it is. I bet you really enjoy that.
Stab.
Yeah.
Knife hand.
I've got a few more sessions before that joke goes away.
Yes, you do. Yes, you do.
I want to ask, but I'm not going to.
Ask.
Phoebe, is this your ex?
No, so Phoebe, if you remember the one-off that JoJo and Bonnie did, we discovered that information from the druids in the Keurig Union.
Oh, she was the girl who was a turncoat.
She's an echelon plant.
Yes.
In Obelisk that has latched onto Axel.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my gosh, you figured it out.
But technically, our characters are 3 months prior to JoJo and Bonnie's mission. So we're playing with the meta knowledge that Phoebe is the plant right now. Dwayne doesn't know this. The rest of us know it.
Oh my
Dwayne
God.
doesn't know it.
Oh my God.
So it's like this whole thing of like, oh my God, I can't believe we're dragging this bitch along with us because she's giving it all the way to Echelon.
That is amazing. That is amazing.
It's pretty fun.
This is really a first in like 40 years of gaming. This has never happened.
Well, it's,
Where you
it's two
know
groups
who
that
we're
are
dealing
on a
with.
time disjunction situation. Yeah.
It's delicious. It's so much fun, and I'm sure for you guys it's entertaining too, because having that little nugget of knowledge feels
Oh,
like an upper hand.
Oh shit! I mean, look at Tom's face every time he talks about Phoebe. He's the one that's gonna give it away. Tom is the one that's gonna give it away. If anyone does before it's time, it's Tom. Tom is gonna give it away.
And that's
he
when
loves
Dwayne.
that little nugget.
That's when Axel goes, "Wait, what are you guys all doing this about? What is?"
I think he actually suspects, because Tom kinda was overly suspicious this last session. but we're no longer with Phoebe. We're going to be focused on something else now. So maybe it'll be forgotten, and it'll come back up shortly after this mission. Because
when
Phoebe is an in-between mission situation.
Oh yeah, it just shows up in between. But
Yeah.
you know, how much information does she get from?
A lot sometimes. A lot. like who's at the castle, who's leaving the castle, where we're going, when we're coming back. all of the details. She gets all the details sometimes.
Good.
Wait, this just in.
This is fantastic. That kind of stuff.
It's so shit. I hate it so much.
And we found out, but did we act on it at all? Did we do anything?
So Jojo and Bonnie reported it to the commander.
Yeah,
and we didn't play further than that. So
yeah,
we don't know what the outcome of that is yet.
There's so many of those items right now, because there are two Rincani that have been making their way to the castle, and they have been delayed in many different ways.
I'm assuming those are the Rincani that Einstein helped.
Oh, son of a bitch! Really?
Oh, yeah. Really? Oh, nice. The linkage continues.
Should we press for more, Keith, or should we just let that go?
You guys have lots of information, and eventually it will become relevant.
It's like Stranger Things, when like the PCs finally get together and they say,
is there are two groups that have different information, and sometimes when we have streams cross, it's really revealing.
Yeah, well, okay, so the two Rincani that we've been working with, actually it was Simon who encountered them, and he documented the whole thing where they are moving towards the castle. They're moving towards Habsburg.
So these two Rincani were originally lost in the Middle Welkin.
Yes.
For an extended amount of time. They eventually made it out. I don't know what they did between getting out and meeting Einstein, but Einstein sheltered them for a period of time, and then they left basically the week that Knockrichter showed up to talk to Einstein.
Okay.
We missed them literally by a night.
Mm-hmm.
So when they were lost in the Middle Welkin, Benny and Bjorn show up and fight them briefly. But Benny says, this is not a fight. We don't want to fight this. We want to leave. And so Benny pulled Bjorn back, and they went back through the Middle Welkin. They found the silver thread that the Parawixia left, followed it back to where they were, and then hoped that they knew the direction that they were traversing to get back to the breach that the Rincani left behind. And so they exited, but it was because of Archimedes. Archimedes said, "What are you guys doing? You're totally off course. This is where you need to go." And he actually let us out. But we did run into those Rincani.
Right.
Later, Simon.
That was actually Jojo remembered reading that report, and that's why those Rincani were
in his head.
He actually really was interested in talking to them when Einstein mentioned them.
Oh, and the thing is that Banny had that in his head the whole time, but was not able to act on it because Bjorn just wants to kill everything. So
Right.
it's one of those push-pull type of things.
Sure.
Pulling was the best.
It's the theory of rinkivity. Rinkivity.
Rinkativity.
Rinkativity.
Yeah.
The Rincani, though, in the situation where we're up in the Alps again, we were up in the Alps and it was in a very cold situation. They showed up because they came through a breach that was left by a ghost.
Oh, so that's where they exited, and then they made their way to Bern, and that's where they met Einstein, who sheltered them for a week or so.
Interesting, because Simon said that they could not make it.
Simon says
he couldn't make it to that location because there was just too much to go.
Simon says go to Bern.
Anyway, so Simon actually talked with them and said, there's no way to get from here to there easily. You could travel overland, but you're not going to make it that far because overland, you're just too different. You will run into problems. And they disappeared when we encountered a ghost and we dealt with the ghost.
So either they traveled overland or they found a different exit in Bern, which is closer to Habsburg.
Yeah.
And I wouldn't be surprised if there are still Rincani that are operating in that space, so they would have been able to do that. We ran into some near the old Viking restaurant that was there, and there was an active breach available. But I think that was closed up. Archimedes actually was the one who moved freely through that space. But it was all Rincani that were engaging there. And that was when Angelica lost her pendant that we had that whole experience.
We weren't really involved with that, so
no,
we don't know the context of what that is.
She lost it. We found it again in Paris, in Paris, in Clovia. When we went there, we had an encounter with, what's her name? Curly hair, blonde. Shirley Temple. We had an engagement with Shirley Temple. I was outside waiting at the car. Bjorn?
It sounds a lot like Phoebe.
Bjorn, I don't know why he was the one who was chosen to go inside and work the theater, but he
have you seen the picture of Phoebe?
Phoebe and Shirley Temple?
Have you seen the picture of Phoebe?
I haven't. I don't think.
Pull that up real quick. Let's see. Go to... What's she under these days? You can find her under a journal entry. I know that. She's pretty far down, though.
She's under a journal entry? Phoebe?
Yeah. Yeah, she is.
Oh.
Yes, she is. You have to scroll pretty far back to see her, though. But you can get a picture of what Phoebe is.
Wait, not her. You mean like Axel's old love interest in...
Yeah. Possessed.
Oh, no.
Possessed.
The businesswoman?
Yeah, she runs the bike circuit.
Oh, man.
I forgot that was her name.
I haven't played in this space for a very long time. What am I looking for?
You can just scroll all the way down to November 24, 2019.
In the
Possessed.
old days.
Possessed by Phoebe Caron.
Show more.
I guess I can just send a link.
I mean,
Here's this.
Whoa.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah.
Yep.
Let's see if
That's
I can actually
Phoebe.
deal with that.
That's
Deal with
Phoebe
that?
right there.
Or spot. No. There.
Well, I mean, at least Phoebe had her own report.
Yeah.
Well, see, here's the thing is is, if you remember the context of what this was the first time that they got feet into the castle. We brought her into the castle.
Yeah, that's right.
And by we, I mean Axel.
Axel, right. That's
They
fair.
arrived sans clothing.
Yeah,
Yeah,
riding
and I
naked
recall
on
that was
bicycles.
that was kind of a big deal for Commander Bess.
She got as far as the infirmary. I don't think she got.
She didn't get any further than that. They turned her away after checking her out at the infirmary and sent her back down the road.
Right.
But still, getting eyes in through the gate, it's changed significantly since then.
It's gotten a lot more fortified and stuff since, but
yeah, that wouldn't fly these days. But technically, Echelon has had eyes inside the gate.
Yeah,
at the castle.
Way more intel on us than really we've had in on them, unless.
But that's always been the case. We're the newer agency. We're playing an uphill battle.
Absolutely. I smiled and made small talk with Axel, playing the part of a good companion in our newly forged relationship. Yep.
Are you reading the journal?
Wait, what?
Yes.
What do you mean?
I could make out.
Yeah, have you read any of these early journals? It's actually really interesting to see how some of them played out.
I gotta hit the head. I mean, hit the head, hit the hay. I guess both.
Yeah.
A little bit of both.
Good night, guys.
Later, man.
Good night.
Good night.
And there were 3.
Yes, I'm just looking to see what my schedule tomorrow looks like.
Just
forget it
Beautiful.
all.
I don't have a meeting until noon.
I don't have any meetings tomorrow that I'm aware of. The only ones I have just show up on me sometimes. Those send the meeting out 15 minutes before the meeting type situations.
Of course. Those are absolutely lovely. I actually have a pretty intense meeting that's happening later, but APIs and REST protocol and all that. Wow. Especially because I don't play in that space. It's totally not my job, but I'm going to be doing it anyway because I learned a whole hell of a lot by brute forcing it. And of course, I've got to deal with my mom, who's in proximity that away.
Yeah, sorry about the COVID. That sounds awful.
Yeah, that it is what it is. If it wasn't her choice, that would be a different story. But it is entirely her choice, and that's what really sucks. Is everybody who listens to the wrong people. It's not like I can do anything about it. But yeah, there was ivermectin in the house though.
Was there really?
The horse dewormer.
Did she take it?
Not through her mouth. Rubbing it on her feet was considered good enough. But I wonder. I mean, this is the beauty of it. I talked to the doctor, and the doctor was like, "These are the 3 things that will help most. It's water, and it's rest, and it is the medicines that we prescribed, which was basically Tylenol to do fever reducer and." I don't know what the other one was, but it's really simple. Thing is that it's viral. So when the doctor first talked to us, when we went to the ER the first time, he said, "She's got a slight bit of pneumonia." And I'm like, "A slight bit? So tell me what that means." And he's like, no pneumonia. But he was basically lying to us because it's viral pneumonia. If he would have just said that, I would have been fine. Viral pneumonia is not something that you can apply antibiotics to.
Right, it's viral.
Yeah. So if they would have said just a whole bunch of the second doctor that we ran into at the ER was so much better because he explained all of these different things and he broke it down for us. I was coherent enough to actually perceive what was going on. The first time he didn't say anything to us. He just said what we needed to hear to go in a particular direction. It's like, what about this treatment? What about prednisone? What about all these things? And he's like, prednisone won't work because she's already getting enough oxygen. She doesn't need any more. The other one was like, why the anti-nausea medicine? Why did they prescribe that? And it's like, well, anti-nausea may improve the desire to eat in general, because while it doesn't feel like nausea, it may be just an aversion to eating.
Well, that's interesting. It's kind of almost a side effect.
Yeah. And
Clever.
so there was a whole bunch of little things that the doctor, the second time we went to the ER, explained that said just made all sorts of difference for me. And so I was taking all these different mental notes since I didn't have a pad of paper, and also I was in a state. But
I can only imagine. Yeah.
Man, I didn't have a lot of hope. He gave me a lot more hope because she is at the 9th to 10th day of having this, and usually it's around that time where things dive for the worst, and she is actually really stable. She's really stable for that time.
Good.
Man, it is brutal. I can't tell you exactly how tired I am, but man, I drank a lot tonight, and I'm so happy. So happy. I really needed this. I need.
I can. Yeah, exactly. I can tell you, I was real happy to see you show up.
Happy to be here. Always. Oh man.
Sorry, I almost killed you.
Well, you know what?
Sorry,
Story.
sorry, I had a fight at your Black Panther party.
I don't know how did the whole mansion evolve? What did you guys go into the attic? Did you clear things out, or what happened?
We went down into the furnace room. The whole estate was kind of in this state of stasis.
Yeah.
And we'd heard a noise that came up through the ventilation system, the ductwork. So we made our way down into the furnace room, found this skull-headed thing in a child's body. Kind of wearing a nightshirt.
Oh, that's the same thing that was attacking, that took Robin's voice.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep. So once we slayed that, all the little blue light fairy things, all the curses, everything kind of went away, including Robin's voice returning. So after that, we kind of just made a quick exit. Oh, I got a phone call. Yeah. I received a phone call, which I forwarded through the butler to myself. I didn't know it was for me.
Well, man, we really should have taken that sword and thrown it into the lake somewhere. We should have forced him. We should have charmed the ass off that guy and made him do it.
It's not too late. He still has it. You can always go back and do it.
Yeah, we can always have that moment. And who knows,
Yeah.
I might actually make a visit to Drachenfels. That place.
Yeah.
Fuck that place. Really. It is just a pit of all sorts of misery. So I don't know if you heard about Ismay's study, but the fact is that he has a whole bunch of artifacts from the Titanic going down.
I heard the gist of it. Yeah.
All of those artifacts, half of them are haunted. The little doll that's in there is haunted. And you smell sea salt, and you see a woman holding her two children's hands. And then Banny went forward to talk to her and said, "What are you doing here?" Because she seemed to be out of place. And when I approached her, they walked into the wall, and Banny just went, "Ugh," and sat down.
So tonight we found Bruce Ismay downstairs on the main lobby, and he was talking again to that mother and daughter ghosts.
Yeah.
Or at least they were talking to him, and he was, he was apologizing. Apparently, he had locked the doors between steerage and first class.
Oh.
So he was holding the key that he used to lock the doors that didn't allow them up. That's why he's haunted.
No kidding.
Yeah, I took the key from him and they disappeared, but he's effed.
Oh no, he's so beyond hope at this point. There's no saving him.
Yeah.
Oh, that is brutal. There's a slight bit of redemption that could possibly be there. Slight bit. But
I don't know how.
No.
I kind of lost any empathy for him. He's getting his just desserts. The family's suffering.
But what is the family suffering from other than acute
being
wealth?
Bad family?
Yeah. Acute wealth and being a sucky family. They suck as people. And
Yeah.
I mean, we did save the child. So the changeling is no longer the changeling, but she's going to be broken herself. It just doesn't go away. All of these situations, Hyacinth will find some sort of peace. Constance won't have any understanding of what was wrong.
She's too aloof to be damaged by that
Vacuous, absolutely, just completely untouched. And then you've got Victoria, who again didn't know that there was a problem to begin with, so it doesn't really matter there either. So any way you slice it, it's like we did nothing. The thing that's going to happen though is that the tier are going to go out to the fields and such and said, "Oh, there's the anise floating in the river. Oh, there's the big old brutish chain. What was his name? The guy with all the chains and the heads on it.
Somebody in chains.
Oh, Jack and Chains. Jack and Chains. So the Jack and Chains is dead with a severed head and a big pool of blood around him, and it's got to be an enormous pool of blood because that guy was huge. And it's like all these people going, "Carry on, do it, just clean it up. I don't want to see it. It smells horrible." You know, it's just this horrible, haughty thing that's happening there, and I really wish I could have been there. And I'm sorry I couldn't, but son of a bitch, life happens.
Well,
it's in the recording.
Yeah, it's in the recording.
It kind of felt that they were trying to wrap it up quick, though, to be honest with you.
Yeah, I would have. I absolutely would have strong-armed the Colonel into something more, because
if John let you.
Yeah, if John let me, but I tend to camp on those things a little bit more than.
Yeah, it would be interesting to see that. It's just interesting to sometimes observe John's play style. Yeah. Not that it's bad or anything. Well, he just enforces, well, I'm done with this moment. Time to move on.
It's unresolved, but it's unresolved for a reason. It's unresolved to
I guess I don't know.
A sort of tension in the environment, and it's like Benny has so many scars from all these moments where like Bathory's castle. I can't tell you. We saved like 2 girls from that, and he's carrying the body of one of the girls home to her family that he killed. Really, he killed her. Because he threw a thermite grenade in that space, or a white phosphorus. We thought it would hurt Lady Bathory. It did not. It just killed everybody else. So we have the body that I had to actually pull out of the thing, and I had to lay her flat in it. I had to basically unsocket things from joints in order to lay her flat so that I could carry her.
I was just gonna say, if she was burnt by WF, she's not really much of a body anymore.
It was by proxy. It ovened her place that she was in. She didn't actually get direct exposure, but because of how hot the air around her cell happened, she basically cooked at 300 degrees.
Yeah.
300 or 400 degrees in that space. I can't. Benny has such damage to his mental capacity at this point.
What's the slang term for white phosphorus? Willy something?
Willie Pete.
Willie Pete. Yeah. Okay.
I didn't know that.
Willie Pete.
Well,
Yeah.
I dragged her out, and the whole place is burning because I set the fire. I totally forgot about that. I set the fire to the place that started burning the whole thing up, which brought all the police to the place, and the whole place is collapsing in on itself at this point. We get the fuck out of there. But as we are descending some of the walls to get to where we need to, and Blanca has an invisibility around us, we send the girls towards safety. The 2 girls that we had alive, that we encountered alive, who are just husks of their former selves. I guarantee they have no recollection of what's going on. They're broken. And we read in the newspaper that nobody survived from the castle due to an attack against the castle by radical forces. And all of that basically means that the girls that we had saved were basically killed and taken out of the picture. So they were removed. So it's like the people that we had tried to save died anyway. And I mean that was like devastating to Benny. He's got so many mental scars from Bathory's castle. And then we had the carnival, and that's a whole other set of, because he directly slit a woman's throat so that she would not birth demons. Right. And she still birthed demons even when she was dead. And Benny is beside himself because he slit her throat. She died. She would have died anyway, but things came out and ran off, and he couldn't do anything about it. And he's just like, fuck this. It's time to be done. I'm done. I'm done with this. Anyway.
The horror shit show.
Yeah. It's a constant struggle for Benny at this point, where regardless of what happens, it just seems like he's never going to win. From the puka to the Sealy court to the unsealy court. There is this big ruby, though. It's a big chunk of ruby that he picked up and said, I'm holding on to this. And he stashed it, but I don't know where that's sitting right now.
Well, I mean, it sounds like you guys had a timeline jump. Do you even still have it?
I thought we smashed it trying to break the enchantment over the house.
You guys smashed a green gem This was a ruby, and it was massive. It was huge. Everybody said, wow, that's the biggest thing I've ever seen, because it's the crystal caves under the hill. I didn't put those two things together, but the crystal caves under the hill, which is the fairy place is under the hill, but on the Unseelie side, you would just walk around and it would cut up your feet because there's all these crystals all over the ground. And I picked one of them up, and it is massive. And I was going to basically hand it into Knock Richter headquarters and say, I think this will cover us.
Damages.
Yeah. Damages. This will cover us for a little while. So we probably handed in. Yeah, we're funded for a while. We're funded. Oh, by the way, that came from the fairy court, so you may want to be careful who you give it to, blah, blah, blah. Anyway. Danny's not a happy character. He wants to be a happy character.
Yeah, but he's a good character.
He's a good guy, and he's a good character. And
that's the thing, is you don't have to necessarily be a good guy. Even if you're trying to be a good guy, he's a good character.
Yeah. Yeah. He has merit. And he's trying, and he sucks at trying sometimes. But he's trying. And Blanca was supposed to verify whether she was hot because she was hot, or verify...
She was definitely hot.
But was she glamour hot, or was she just hot?
Doesn't matter. She was hot. Blanca would have done her, but she's like, you know what? I'm going to hook my friend Bonnie up.
I'm going to give this to him.
I just served him up a really shitty holiday. Let's fix that.
Real shit holiday straight into assassin. You're welcome, Bonnie.
Can't win for trying.
I am so glad that he rolled so poorly on that whole assassination attempt, because it really could have just, oh, you're done.
We had like I said, we had a real similar situation. Keith, we lawyered Keith out of rolling a critical, because otherwise he would have killed Felix.
Oh.
Yeah.
And a real similar thing where Felix was basically on his own for a round or two, while the rest of us were trying to catch up.
Oh, God.
Yeah. Rogues are nasty. They are
super nasty. And he's used them for us and against us multiple times at this point. And every time I am floored at how much damage they do.
Well, and that's one of those things where it was like, yes, I could try and spend my turn tracking this bitch down and throwing my damage at her, because I'm a rogue too.
Yeah.
But we'll see who's the better rogue. Or I should probably just say Bonnie.
Yeah.
Well, Bonnie appreciates it for sure.
Cornell's not a hero. He does.
That is heroic in its own right, though. I mean,
he's not flashy heroic.
The thing is, I will say, Benny has sacrificed time and space and energy towards saving Cornell multiple times because of situations like this.
And that only reinforces my decision to say Bonnie.
Yeah.
And actually I like that a lot. Yeah.
Yeah. Because
it's not about the glory of who gets the kill. It's save your teammate.
That was a good character moment.
Neuchatel he got shot from behind. It was a crit. It was nasty. He was just it was one of those.
I kind of feel like Cornell used to be the fall guy, to be honest with you.
Oh, he got hit so many times. I mean, and but it was legit because I remember Blanca and Banny sitting on the side of the wall because Banny had already been downed once, so he was at wounded 1, and he was trying to stay out of the fire for the most part while taking pot shots at the guys behind him who just showed up.
Mm-hmm.
And he was able to start taking some pot shots, but the guys who came around the corner immediately sighted on Cornell and shot him, and then shot him again. I think he hit twice.
Dang.
And the first one was just explosive. You just see blood spray out in front of him because it went right through him. And there are werewolves that are attacking the people in front of him, and then they turned around and they went towards the back, I think. But Cornell was bleeding out. He was at dying 2, maybe even 3. And Banny pulls out a trauma patch and sticks it over and fails the first time and then succeeded the second time. But it was bad. He would have been dead. We almost lost Cornell. And yeah, it was between me and Blanca is just livid, standing next to me while the werewolves are shredding the people in the back. But yeah, we got some good shots in.
It is really interesting taking a character that has been played as an NPC for quite a while before playing him.
Talk to Keith. I mean, seriously.
Well, I talked to Keith a little bit this weekend, and he's pretty much just like, he's your character now. Do whatever you want with him. And I'm like, okay, I guess.
It's true. It's true. But Keith also, I mean, has taken Blanca and has elevated her to this just critical player. But, I mean, you did the same thing with Cornell. Cornell in Ingenue, that whole situation where he fundamentally, single-handedly just wiped out a quarter of the people we were going to engage. Maybe even more.
Well, I mean, you missed the bit. Well,
oh, that's right.
The bit
Upstairs.
Where I was asking if I could take the scalpel again, and John was like, "No, you can't fucking have that."
Wait, he's got the fucking Yeti. Come on. What kind of fairness? What kind of balance is that? I mean, there's no balance.
Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. He gave me a dagger with a striking rune on it. It's all gonna be fine.
It's all good. It's all good. The scalpel didn't follow the rules, so that's absolutely true.
I kind of interpreted the rules when I ran it, so it was close. It was close to.
Well, Banny has a Derringer that has basically, that's a whole lot like a Vindicator because it has the ability to do 2 shots at a -2. And I don't know exactly, because they're 45 rounds, I think that you take some Scald, but I didn't actually see a Scald.
You wouldn't take Scald for that, but you would maybe take some other type of damage. That's really interesting. We need to add a Derringer. I had not considered that.
The Derringer, because it's probably some dual damage.
We've got this whole spreadsheet of equipment that we might be adding down the road and feeds and shit like that. And the Derringer is actually a fantastic.
And this Derringer has a striking rune and it has a 2-hit rune. So
it's +1. Yeah, it's +1 and it's got a striking rune.
Yeah, when he gave me the original Derringer numbers, I was like, no, that's not gonna play. It's +1 to hit, +4 damage per barrel, bleed 1d4, and I was like, okay, that's
like a +2 a striking and something else on top of it.
Yeah.
That's a really big magic item, which I mean, I guess it could happen, but
I didn't do the damage.
I would strongly resist the urge to give single players strong magic items.
Well,
Which again, Keith, I feel
What are you
like
talking
you bitched out on my question to you about Last Light.
So last light is it's under magic, so it's +2, but it's got the what's it called? Doom on it.
I am pretty fucking positive that at least while Robin was in our group, it had a striking rune on it.
We never ran it with an extra die of damage.
Yes, we did.
I thought we ran it with just the extra to hits, the extra bonus to hit.
I'm pretty positive it was a +2 to hit with a striking rune.
If so, he is self-neutered if that's the case.
Which is good overall, because I am pretty... I'm actually going to talk to Ryan about this tomorrow to see if he remembers what I remember. Just to see if my sanity is in place. Because I'm pretty sure I remember it being +2 with a striking rune, and then you could declare the doom shot.
I have the module it came from. I could look it up.
Ooh, you could solve this once and for all if you want to. I could be wrong, and that's what I was asking you: is do I remember this wrong? And I might. Yeah, that came from the interlocking module, right? Yeah, it was one of the treasures sealed away in the mine in interlocking that we were supposed to turn into the noble.
Yeah, I don't remember the name of that adventure, and it doesn't come up under Last Light.
It's going to be interlocking something, and it was the module you adapted from that other module. You adapted it to this world. It wasn't 100% original. This one was
it was
Dungeon
from
Crawl.
What's the name of that mountain?
Oh, White Plume?
White Plume Mountain.
Okay.
Yes. Yeah.
Rewrote that.
He rewrote White Plume, and we ran it, and it was really good, to be honest with you. Like overall, for a dungeon crawl, it was pretty good.
Dungeon crawl in a noir setting. That sounds fantastic.
Well, yes and no. Like bits of it were noir, bits of it were just straight up dungeon crawl. Like the bits with the nurse and all that, and the mystery of the nurse and the zombies and shit. It was interesting, and then other parts of it were just straight up dungeon crawl, which are still fun, but they're not noir.
Yeah.
Yeah. I found it.
Bum.
I'm really curious to see what the original stats are.
Last Light. Electricity, evocation, magical. This +2 Pistol of Doom is chromed black, model 886. Silver tassel hangs from the base grip. Activate interact frequency once per day. Effect you cause your next shot to be charged with negative energy. Target struck by that bullet receives the doomed 2 condition.
So it is a +2.
+2 Pistol of Doom.
Okay, so either Ken misinterpreted that. I'm gonna ask Ryan if he remembers it the way I do, because suddenly Ken was doing more die damage than the rest of us.
Well, he was always doing the aimed shot and all that other ranger stuff on top.
Yeah, so the first hit you do with a ranger is the D. So you have a D8, and then you have another D8 associated with it because of being a ranger. And was there anything on top of that?
Oh, he used to stack the thing that we told him didn't work. The crossbow
aim
shit.
Shot.
Oh, crossbow ace, yeah. So
which gave him another.
That was probably what you're remembering, because
that's probably it.
We were using rifle ace in place of crossbow ace, and then we pulled that away and said it's only for bolt action
Bolt
rifles and it's not
actions.
for pistols.
Yeah, so
That's
at one point he was doing like 3d8 plus whatever.
Yeah, that makes sense. If
That's
you pull that
probably
away,
what it was. That's probably what it was.
because it's 2d8, and then if he crits or something along those lines, then it doubles up. But there's also he does the hunter's aim, and that takes 2 actions. So
Right.
hunted something shot, which allows you to do 2 rapid succession shots. If you do hunter's aim, it's 2 actions to aim to get a +2, and if he braced and all that stuff, he would have to do it on the time before, but that would give him a +4 total.
That's pretty
right.
standard for him. He'll do
No.
like hunter's aim and brace on one round, and then take hunted shot.
And
Yeah.
that's
I mean,
2
I
rapid
played
shots.
I played the Ranger in the play test, so I'm semi familiar with them.
Okay.
But yeah, no, I understand all what you're saying there.
Yeah.
And that all
unfortunately, I
makes
don't.
sense. It was actually really interesting going through Cornell. His build was all fucky. I don't know what happened. I don't know what happened to Cornell, but at some point he was taken off the rails, and somebody was making up what a rogue was. I don't know who or what or when.
We won't say any names, but it could have been Keith. It
Could have been Keith, could have been Ken.
Ken.
I don't know who. I don't know when. All I know is the character sheet I was referencing, once I actually started looking at it, was way off the rails. Yeah, so I brought him back onto the rails. He was taking a lot more class feats than he was allowed in place of skill feats. And that's why he was missing skill feats. Is I knew he was missing skill feats, and then I realized he had extra class feats.
You should probably share that character sheet up on the Google Drive. So.
Yeah. I would. I kind of wanted your input on it prior to tonight, but you didn't seem like you really wanted to get in on it, so I made it up on my own.
Good. I like having him being a bit of a surprise.
But yeah, I've got him on. Yeah, I can send you Cornell if you want.
I don't want him to be a surprise when I'm dungeon mastering, but maybe that's okay too.
I did embrace the intimidation thing. I will tell you that. I decided to go for it.
Well, considering he is, as soon as he just leaks out a little buryat, he should immediately start setting people on edge. It's like, oh, this guy's from the KU. Is he an agent, or is he just gonna kick my ass? I can't tell which.
I love the build of him being a strength rogue. I think.
All right, Keith. There you go. There's your.
I just felt it come through. Yep.
There's your build for Cornell. Up to level 8.
Quick question. Skill feat that allows you to have multiple languages or extra languages.
Multilingual.
Multilingual is the name of it?
It takes Society 2. If you want broken languages, you can take the Burgundia feat that we added that gives you 3 broken languages instead of 2 full languages. If you just need to speak them.
I need to be able to speak Buryat because
then
I need to communicate with my wife. I'm tired of this.
If you need to read and write Buryat, then you need to take multilingual. If you just need to speak it, you can take the other feat we added, which was I just closed those. Hold on.
He really wants to be able to read and write it. So it's called multilingual. What is that in Burgundia or is that
that's a core Pathfinder. It takes trained in society.
Yeah, and that's what I thought. It's a society role. Or it's a society.
Yeah, it should almost be required for any Burgundian knockbreaker agent.
Good God, yes. I totally
unless you're high intelligence, you need to take multilingual. I think everybody in the other group has taken it at least
Yeah.
once. I'm actually debating taking it twice, to be honest with you, to pick up another 2 languages.
You know, it's funny. We've had kind of a drought on people getting into the Burgundia world, books and stuff, and weird places on the planet, Philippines, and I think Poland.
Oh,
Like
Lovely.
the two most recent purchases. I'm like, huh.
It's fantastic.
that's actually really interesting.
I had some weird LinkedIn hits, by the way, just recently.
Do you have Burgundia tied to your LinkedIn?
Not to LinkedIn, but my name is on there and my name is on the book. So there was some weird LinkedIn hits that I had that I was a little, I wonder, because there's no reason people would be looking at me internationally. Otherwise. Society trained actions.
The two guys that were really into it at the SaltCon have been pretty active. Jason and Keenan.
Tuttle,
Keenan's
right?
starting a campaign.
Whoa, really?
Yeah.
Oh, that's amazing. He would. I don't know how that'll go, but I'm happy.
Yeah, it's cool, right? So
Yeah.
he was asking for some unpublished modules, so I'm trying to accelerate
something.
Page 264, Eric.
264, because I'm looking at society.
You're looking at the skill. You need to look at the skill feeds.
Okay, that's it. I guarantee it. 264, natural, multilingual. 2 new languages. That's what I got. Buryat and what is it? Cornish. Yeah. Let's see. I already had Gallic, Alamanberg, Alamani broken. My Cornish was broken, but am I? Well, no, I'm going to be engaging with them more. So that means I have 1 extra broken language.
The alternative is the other feat, which instead of 2 languages that you're fluent in, is 3 languages that you're broken in.
And you could take a broken language with that feat and upgrade it to a full language, right?
Man.
That's the other feat.
Oh.
That's the natural speaker feat.
Oh.
Alenberg. I already have Gallic. Alenberg was my native language. Alemanni I get natively because I have Alenberg.
Uh-huh.
Gallic, Buryat,
well, you get
Cornish.
That one broken.
Alemanni is broken. Yes.
Right, yeah.
Gallic and let's see, what is my intelligence is +2.
So then you should have Allemanberg broken.
Yeah.
No, you should have
Gallic.
Allemanberg. You should have Allemann broken.
Yeah.
Then you should have
Gallic is a native to me. It's basically, it sounds native to me. So
Are you Clovian national?
No, it is something I actually skilled into.
Did you take native speaker?
Yes.
Okay, so you took native speaker for that one.
Yeah.
But then you should have
feature 7.
1 more at least.
So Gallic, Buryat, Cornish, Latin. Is Latin considered common? Is that
No, that's not. It's common as in it's spoken across the country, but it's not common as far as common.
Okay. So my 4 native languages are Allemanberg, Gallic, Buryat, Cornish. And now I have 2 additional broken languages.
Well, if you're taking multilingual, then you're fluent. You're not broken.
Well,
If you take the other feat, then you're broken in 3, and that's the trade-off.
I thought
If you just need to speak, then you get them in 3. If you need to be fluent, then you can take multilingual to get 2.
I have two slots though because I have a +2 intelligence that allow me to have 2 broken languages outside of Alemanni. Is that true?
Should just be one broken language.
Should just be 1 broken language.
Oh wait, I take that back because he gets Almenberg broken because he's got he gets Alman broken because he's got Almenberg, and he gets another broken language.
Well, because I have +2 intelligence, so I should have 2 broken languages.
2 languages plus.
No, you should just have 2 fluent languages where you're not a native speaker. So there's native speaker, there's fluent, and there's broken. There's 3 categories.
Fluent. So I am Almenberg fluent. Native. I mean native.
You're native Almenberg. You're broken high
Alemanni. Yeah, high Alleman. And that is natural, though. That is a given.
That is based on your nationality. That is free. That is essentially common.
Yes.
For you.
Yes.
And then based on your intelligence, you get 2 more.
Gallic and Buryat are
Done.
or Gallic and Gallic was really the one that I had.
Gallic and Buryat would then be fluent.
And then I took the multilingual, which gives me Cornish, and I don't actually have any other aligned.
Then you have 1 more free language if you took multilingual.
Okay, and I'll have to figure that out. But don't I have, because I have a +2 intelligence, that I have +2 broken languages?
No, that's what we were. The +2 intelligence is what gave you
the 2
Gallic
languages
and Cornish.
I always thought that you would have 2 languages, but you would have a number of broken languages associated with your intelligence.
I do not believe that's the case. I could be wrong, but I don't believe that's the case. There's a lot of rules, and sometimes I'm not.
Especially because it's so hard to operate without languages in these different places.
Yes, and that's why pretty much everybody in my group has taken multilingual
to get multiple languages.
Yeah, Clovian is a one that we've all taken, and then we've kind of scattered around our other languages. So somebody is always fluent no matter where we go.
All right, gentlemen, I'm calling it.
Okay.
All right, bro.
It's a good time to do it.
Good night.
Good night.
Later.
Uh-oh. I don't have
Look at him with his bottle of water. So responsible.
Drinking water like it matters. Oh.
Shoot, dude, I'm half tempted to take a sick day tomorrow and Thursday and play Diablo 2 all day tomorrow or Thursday.
Is that the revised Diablo 2 that you're talking about? The new
one? Yeah, starts on Thursday.
Oh man.
Are you playing that, or is that not your jam?
I totally love Diablo and the Diablo 2s. I'd probably do it. I just haven't. I didn't even look at it. Life has been busy.
I get that. Yeah, it sounds that way.
It's a shit show, is what it is.
I mean, have you had a bunch of shit going on besides your mom?
Well, work. I had some really critical meetings for work, and I have been occupado. Simply occupado.
I got you.
But yeah, that's where I've been at. Outside of that, I would totally play. Stupid me, I bought the stupid gas station game.
Gas station game. What is that?
It was like they were saying, "Oh, it's blowing up. It's totally a thing," but it's basically gas station simulator, and it's such a pain in the ass, and it's a time sink.
Oh,
It's not even worth.
Page 21 of the Burgundy campaign setting under broken languages. I do believe you have one more broken language.
Okay, characters may elect to learn one more language than the allowable number based on their ancestry and intelligence bonus. So I get Alamanberg or Alamani as a broken language for free, but then I get
For free.
And I get 2 broken languages.
No, you get one additional.
Additional language gains broken condition.
So you get Alderman for free. You get High Alderman broken for free. You have 2 for your intelligence. You have 1 broken for free, and then multilingual gives you 2 more. So you should technically the additional 2 for multilingual
2 languages. Okay.
Are fluent. So you should technically speak 7 languages, but you can only read 5 of them.
1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. 5, 6, 7. So I need 1 more that's fluent and 1 more that's broken.
I believe so. Yes.
Okay. That is acceptable. That puts me at... Son of a bitch. I've already got Buryat now because, Oksana and Buryat.
Do you speak Latin?
I do not. And Latin would definitely be in the list that he would want. Because
Latin should minimum be broken. It doesn't necessarily have to be your fluent, but minimum speaking it is important because that's a common language across all of Europe.
I mean, I don't necessarily need to speak Gutnish. I don't need to speak in the Magnetian dialect either.
Cornish is good.
So I have Cornish, but I think maybe what the Berber people speak.
Berber is what they speak. They're from Magnetia. They speak Berber.
Well, Berber is the
language. It's spoken in Montenegro.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I would probably do that in broken.
So what all do you have? You have Alman, you have Almanberg, you have Buryat, you have Cornish, you have Gallic.
Buryat, Cornish, Latin, Berber broken would be...
Yeah, in your situation, I would either do Berber broken or Sindarin.
Sindarin! He's not going to deal with that many... broken.
As long as you have somebody in your party that can speak Sindarin, which I would imagine Blanca can.
I don't know.
I bet she can because she has high intelligence because she's a wizard.
Yeah, that's true. And she, I believe, did a multilingual run too. We learned sign language so that we could sit there and flash signs to each other.
We debated that, and instead, I think some of us took read lips, so we can just mouth words.
Oh, that's handy. That's handy.
Well, and the bonus of that is we can also then read lips from other people, not just ourselves.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Especially if you know the language and you know everything.
Yeah.
If you are fluent in the language, you can read lips.
Which I think Cornell actually has. He does have read lips. Yeah.
Son of a bitch. That is so much better than sign language.
You do need to have a face on.
Yeah.
You can't do it from the side. But yeah, read lips I think is better as long as you can see each other clearly.
And both Blanca and I have used it with each other just to kind of coordinate something before we acted, but we tend to forget about it a little too much. But read lips makes a whole lot of sense.
Yeah.
What do you want, dog? What do you want?
Attention.
Treats. You're talking and you're
food.
Just talking to nothing. It is true. His bag of food is empty. I was a little too distracted today to get him topped off, but I will be doing it tomorrow. Right?
Oh,
Right?
he'll be fine. He'll survive.
Oh, will he? He's gotten chunky, so yeah, he will survive. You've been chunky.
Yeah,
How
I don't know
about
where
you?
I don't know where my puppy ended up, but she's getting fat too. She's probably under that blanket on the floor right there. I don't know.
In proximity, as long as it's close.
Usually within about 5 feet of me, give or take.
Oh, it's just adorable. Adorable.
Yeah, it's pretty fucking cute. I'm not gonna lie.
Oh, no. No lying necessary.
Ugh.
Well, good. This
Well,
has been fantastic.
it's been fun, man.
I see that you have been. You were in the stream for a little bit. Man, we've had a lot of people hit this stream in that time.
How many people? I'm actually curious.
A 10 total. But
Oh,
you aren't
shit.
showing up anymore.
I think I closed it.
Yeah. And there were like 3 others that were, I don't recognize the names currently. It's funny. Why do I see all these names and there's only one person actively streaming?
I don't know the answer to that.
It is what it is.
I almost closed my notepad with notes without saving. Whew.
If you are still watching, and I don't know why you're still watching, say hi on the stream. You will get a gift. I will give you a gift.
What are you giving people, bro?
I don't know, but I will give them a gift if they showed up right in the next 5 minutes.
I
will buy you. Shut up. I know your name. I will send you a Burgundia source book. That's right.
Ooh.
If you show up on the chat in 5 minutes, and I will wait. We're at 3:40 and 50. Well, 3:39 and 50 seconds, but we'll say 3:40 to 3:45. If you respond, I will buy this for you. It's a Pathfinder 2, something so forth. Source book for a noir adventure pack. It's amazing. You'll love it, and I will send it to you as a gift through Amazon. Let's see it, and don't sign in. I know who you are.
I did sign in.
Son of a bitch.
Just out of curiosity.
I do see.
I'm not showing up yet, but I will.
Well, sure. I see another red head in that list. Silene. Actually, I don't see you in this list. Hey, like I said, I will buy you a Burgundia source book if you respond in the next 5 minutes. That is a $20 value or something along those lines.
I think it's $23.99 right now.
I am totally willing to spend that. Totally willing. You drop it in the chat, I will talk to you. Make sweet chats with you. That's right. Oh, okay. Now you showed up. You're 3. Are you 3? I don't see you in this list.
I don't either. That's interesting.
Let's try it again. I'm gonna refresh one more time.
You are actually running the stream now, not Keith.
Yeah,
right?
I'm running the stream. It's my bag now. Considering all, you know what, Loki, you need to chill out, dog. Chill out. Chill. Oh, yeah, I know, it's lovely. Okay, we've got 4 people on the stream now. This is incredible. If you chat anybody who chats, I will buy you. Oh no, it went down to 2 again. I will buy you a Burgundia source book. I am drunk, but I will buy you one of these. It's on Amazon. It's paperback. Yeah, I see you now. I see you in the list.
I did just close it, like literally right this second, so I will probably disappear.
Yeah, it is what it is. We're at 3:42, almost 3:43. 2 more minutes. Chat away. Chat away. Send me a message. I will buy you a source book. Boom. But anyway,
I think I'm gonna leave this in suspense and call it a night.
it's probably a good idea because it's 2:30.
It's 2:30, bro. Yeah, I know.
Thankfully, well, I don't know. I gotta check my schedule tomorrow morning. You said your schedule is fine, right?
Yeah, it's fine. I just have to
Anyway.
be up at 7, and then I don't have to do anything, so it's
That's
fine.
Perfect. Okay, you have a good night.
All right.
I
see you,
will
man.
wait out the next two minutes.
Good luck.
See ya. Thank you. This was fun. This was a blast.
It was fun, dude. Catch you later.
See ya. Oh, we are down to 1, which means it's just me. And I don't think that I have set this up properly for just me. But by all means, when I say I will buy you one of these lovely books. Activate. OBS. Deactivate. Activate. Oh my gosh. So probably gonna have to kill something. What am I stuck on? Oh, come on. It shouldn't be this hard. Done. Activate. Activate. Okay. We're killing this. Yes. Done with that. Now, okay. I said it. If you put into chat in the next, it's already a minute past. But if you put into chat in the next, I will give you another 2 minutes. 3:47. I will buy you the Burgundia source book. And that's anybody. Anybody who wants it. This is a Pathfinder 2 exclusive. Noir adventures and a whole lot of rules. And it's lovely. And it's got lovely art. And my friend Keith, who was just running this scenario, actually John was running the scenario, but Keith is the one who built this, and he built it with all of our blood, sweat, and tears, which is beautiful. And we're very, very happy to send this around. So let me know. You drop it into chat. I will act immediately, and I will buy you or gift you a book in the next 2 minutes. 3:47.5, let's say. It'll be lovely. It's on Amazon. You can also buy it from there. Ooh. There's only one person on the stream, so I guess we'll see. had a lovely time tonight. It is a little different than our usual fare. We got to goof off a little bit more in roleplay. It's always a lovely thing. But it got thick pretty quick, considering the fact that I just almost died by a rogue who caught me absolutely flat-footed, even though, man, I just wish I would have rolled better on my initiative. Just a little bit better. Alas, nobody showed. Nobody showed. Thank you for attending. Love ya. We'll talk later. You have a good night. I'd have loved to have given something away. Bye.